Preface to Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development by George Willis Cooke. Preface. The aim I have had in view in writing this book has been to give a history of the origin of Unitarianism in the United States, how it has organized itself, and what it has accomplished. It seemed desirable to deal more fully than has been done hitherto with the obscure beginnings of the Unitarian movement in New England. But limits of space have made it impossible to treat this phase of the subject in other than a cursory manner. It deserves an exhaustive treatment, which will amply repay the necessary labor to this end. The theological controversies that led to the separation of the Unitarians from the older congregational body have been only briefly alluded to, the design of my work not requiring an ampler treatment. It was not thought best to cover the ground so ably traversed by Rev. George E. Ellis in his half-century of the Unitarian controversy, Rev. Joseph Henry Allen in his Our Liberal Movement in Theology, Rev. William Channing Gannett in his memoir of Dr. Ezra Stiles Gannett, and by Rev. John White Chadwick in his Old and New Unitarian Beliefs. The attempt here made has been to supplement these works, and to treat of the practical side of Unitarianism, its organizations, charities, philanthropies, and reforms. With the theological problems involved in the history of Unitarianism, this volume deals only so far as they have affected its general development. I have endeavored to treat of them fairly and without prejudice, to state the position of each side to the various controversies in the words of those who have accepted its point of view, and to judge of them as phases of a larger religious growth. I have not thought it wise to attempt anything approaching an exhaustive treatment of the controversies produced by the transcendental movement and by the Western issue. If they are to be dealt with in the true spirit of the historical method, it must be at a period more remote from these discussions than that of one who participated in them, however slightly. I have endeavored to treat of all phases of Unitarianism without reference to local interests and without sectional preferences. If my book does not indicate such regard to what is national rather than to what is provincial as some of my readers may desire, it is due to inability to secure information that would have given a broader character to my treatment of the subject. The present work may appear to some of its readers to have been written in a sectarian spirit, with a purpose to magnify the excellences of Unitarianism and to ignore its limitations. Such has not been the purpose I have kept before me, but rather my aim has been to present the facts candidly and justly, and to treat of them from the standpoint of a student of the religious evolution of mankind. Unitarianism in this country presents an attempt to bring religion into harmony with philosophy and science, and to reconcile Christianity with the modern spirit. Its effort in this direction is one that deserves careful consideration, especially in view of the unity and harmony it has developed in the body of believers who accept its teachings. The Unitarian body is a small one, but it has a history of great significance with reference to the future development of Christianity. The name of those who accept Unitarianism have not been given in this book in any boastful spirit. A faith that is often spoken against may justify itself by what it has accomplished, and its best fruits are the men and women who have lived in the spirit of its teachings. In presenting the names of those who are not in any way identified with Unitarian churches, the purpose has been to suggest the wide and inclusive character of the Unitarian movement, and to indicate that it is not represented merely by a body of churches, but that it is an individual way of looking at the facts of life and its problems. In writing the following pages, I have had constantly in mind those who have not been educated as Unitarians, and who have come into this inheritance through struggle and search. Not having been to the manor born myself, I have sought to provide such persons with the kind of information that would have been helpful to me in my endeavors to know the Unitarian life and temper. Something of what appears in these pages is due to this desire to help those who wish to know concretely what Unitarianism is, and what it has said and done to justify its existence. This will account for the manner of treatment and for some of the topics selected. When this work was begun, the design was that it should form a part of the exhibit of Unitarianism in this country presented at the 75th anniversary of the formation of the American Unitarian Association. The time required for a careful verification of facts made it impossible to have the book ready at that date. The delay in its publication has not freed the work from all errors and defects, but it has given the opportunity for a more adequate treatment of many phases of the subject. Much of the work required in its preparation does not show itself in the following pages, but it has involved an extended examination of manuscript journals and records, as well as printed reports of societies, newspapers, magazines, pamphlets, and books. Many of the subjects dealt with, not having been touched upon in any previous historical work, have demanded a first-hand study of records, often difficult to find access to, and even more difficult to summarize in an interesting and adequate manner. I wish here to warmly thank all those persons, many in number and too numerous to give all their names, who have generously aided me with their letters and manuscripts, and by the loan of books, magazines, pamphlets, and newspapers. Without their aid, the book would have been much less adequate in its treatment of many subjects than it is at present. Though I am responsible for the book as it presents itself to the reader, much of its value is due to those who have thus labored with me in its preparation. In manuscript and in proof sheet, it has been read by several persons, who have kindly aided in securing accuracy to names, dates, and historic facts. G.W.C., Boston, October 1st, 1902. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Introduction. English Sources of American Unitarianism. The sources of American Unitarianism are to be found in the spirit of individualism developed by the Renaissance, the tendency to free inquiry that manifested itself in the Protestant Reformation, and the general movement of the English churches of the 17th century toward toleration and rationalism. the individualism of modern thought and life first found distinct expression in the Renaissance, and it was essentially a new creation and not a revival. Hitherto, the tribe, the city, the nation, the guild, or the church had been the source of authority, the center of power, and the giver of life. Although Greece showed a desire for freedom of thought and a tendency to recognize the worth of the individual and his capacity as a discoverer and transmitter of truth, it did not set the individual mind free from bondage to the social and political power of the city. Socrates and Plato saw somewhat of the real worth of the individual, but the great mass of the people were never emancipated from the old tribal authority as inherited by the city-state. And not one of the great dramatists had conceived of the significance of a genuine individualism. Footnote. Paul Lafargue, The Evolution of Property from Savagery to Civilization, 18 and 19. Quote, "If the savage is incapable of conceiving the idea of individual possession of objects not incorporated with his person, it is because he has no conception of his individuality as distinct from the consanguine group in which he lives. Savages, even though individually completer beings, seeing that they are self-sufficing than are civilized persons, are so thoroughly identified with their hordes and clans that their individuality does not make itself felt, either in the family or in property. The clan was all in all. The clan was the family. It was the clan that was the owner of property." End quote. Also, W. M. Sloane, The French Revolution and Religious Reform, 38. Quote, "In the Greek and Roman world, the individual, body, mind, and soul had no place in reference to the state. It was only as a member of family, gens, curia, fratry or deme, and tribe that the ancient city-state knew the men and women which composed it. The same was true of knowledge. Every sensation, perception, and judgment fell into the category of some abstraction, and instead of concrete things, men knew nothing but generalized ideals." End quote. End of footnote. Renaissance. The Renaissance advanced to a new conception of the worth and the capacity of the individual mind, and for the first time in history recognized the full social meaning of personality in man. It sanctioned and authenticated the right of the individual to think for himself, and it developed clearly the idea that he may become the transmitter of valid revelations of spiritual truth, that God may speak through individual intuition and reason, and that this inward revelation may be of the highest authority and worth, was a conception first brought to distinct acceptance by the Renaissance. A marked tendency of the Reformation which it received from the Renaissance was its acceptance of the free spirit of individualism. The Roman Church had taught that all valid religious truth comes to mankind through its own corporate existence, but the Reformers insisted that truth is the result of individual insight and investigation. The Reformation magnified the worth of personality and made it the central force in all human effort. Footnote. Francesco S. Nitti, Catholic Socialism, 74, 85, and 86. Quote, "If we consider the teachings of the gospel, the communistic origins of the church, the socialistic tendencies of the early fathers, the traditions of the canon law, we cannot wonder that at the present day socialism should count no small number of its adherents among Catholic writers. The Reformation was the triumph of individualism. Catholicism, instead, is communistic by its origin and traditions. The Catholic Church, with her powerful organization, dating back over many centuries, has accustomed Catholic peoples to passive obedience, to a passive renunciation of the greater part of individualistic tendencies. End quote. End footnote. To gain a positive personal life, one of free initiative power that may in itself become creative and capable of bringing truth and life to larger issues, was the chief motive of the Protestant leaders in their work of reformation. The result was that, wherever genuine Protestantism appeared, it manifested itself by its attitude of free inquiry, its tendency to emphasize individual life and thought, and its break with the traditions of the past, whether in literature or in religion. The Reformation did not, however, bring the principle of individuality to full maturity, and it retained many of the old institutional methods, as well as a large degree of their social motive. The Reformed churches were often as autocratic as the Catholic Church had been, and as little inclined to approve of individual departures from their creeds and disciplines. But the motive of individualism they had adopted in theory and could not wholly depart from in practice. Their merit was that they had recognized and made a place for the principle of individuality, and it proved to be a developing social power, however much they might ignore or try to suppress it. Reformation. In its earliest phases, Protestantism magnified the importance of reason in religious investigations, although it used an imperfect method in so doing. All doctrines were subjected more or less faithfully to this test. Every rite was criticized and reinterpreted, and the Bible itself was handled in the freest manner. The individualism of the movement showed itself in Luther's doctrine of justification by faith, and his confidence in the validity of personal insight into spiritual realities. Most of all, this tendency manifested itself in the assertion of the right of every believer to read the Bible for himself and to interpret it according to his own needs. The vigorous assertion of the right to the free interpretation of the Word of God and to personal insight into spiritual truth led their followers much farther than the first reformers had anticipated. Individualism showed itself in an endless diversity of personal opinions, and in the creation of many little groups of believers who were drawn together by an interest in individual leaders or by a common acceptance of hair-splitting interpretations of religious truths. The Protestant Church inculcated the law of individual fidelity to God, and declared that the highest obligation is that of personal faith and purity. What separated the Catholic and the Protestant was not merely a question of socialism as against individualism, but it was also a problem of outward or inward law, of environment or intuition as the source of wholesome teaching, of ritualism or belief as the higher form of religious expression. Footnote. The word socialism is not used here with any understanding that the Catholic Church accepts the social theories implied by that name. It is used to indicate that the Roman Church maintains that revelation is to the Church itself, and that it is now the visible representative of Christ. The Protestant maintains that revelation is made through an individual and not to a church. See Otto Gierke, Political Theories of the Middle Age, translated by F. W. Maitland, 1022. Quote, "In all centuries of the Middle Age, Christendom is set before us as a single universal community, founded and governed by God Himself. Mankind is one mystical body. It is one single and internally connected people or fold. It is an all-embracing corporation, which constitutes that universal realm, spiritual and temporal, which may be called the universal church, or with equal propriety, the commonwealth of the human race. Medieval thought proceeded from the idea of a single whole. Therefore, an organic construction of human society was as familiar to it as a mechanical and atomistic construction was originally alien. Under the influence of biblical allegories and the models set by Greek and Roman writers, the comparison of mankind at large and every smaller group to an animate body was universally adopted and pressed. Mankind, in its totality, was conceived as an organism." End quote. End footnote. The Protestants held that belief is better than ritual, faith than sacraments, inward authority than external force. They insisted that the individual has a right to think his own thoughts and to pray his own prayer, and that the revelation of the supreme good will is to all who inwardly bear God's image and to everyone whose will is a center of new creative force in the world of conduct. They affirmed that the individual is of more worth than the social organism, the soul than the church, the motive than the conduct, the search for truth than the truth attained. These tendencies of Protestantism found expression in the rationalism that appeared in England at the time of the Commonwealth, and especially at the Restoration. All the men of broader temper proclaimed the use of reason in the discussion of theological problems. In their opinion, the Bible was to be interpreted as other books are, while with regard to doctrines there must be compromise and latitude. We find such a theologian as Chillingworth recognizing the free right of the individual reason to interpret the Bible. To such men as Milton, Jeremy Taylor, and Locke, the free spirit was essential, even though they had not become rationalists in the modern philosophical sense. They were slow to discard tradition, and they desired to establish the validity of the Bible. But they would not accept any authority until it had borne the test of as thorough an investigation as they could give it. The methods of rationalism were not yet understood, but the rational spirit had been accepted with a clear apprehension of its significance. Toleration. Toleration had two classes of advocates in the 17th century. On the one hand, the minor and persecuted sects, and on the other, such of the great leaders of religious opinion as Milton and Locke. The first clear assertion of the modern idea of toleration was made by the Anabaptists of Holland, who in 1611 put into their Confession of Faith this declaration of the freedom of religion from all state regulation. The magistrate is not to meddle with religion, or matters of conscience, nor compel men to this or that form of religion, because Christ is King and lawgiver of the church and conscience. When the Baptists appeared in England, they advocated this principle as the one which ought to control in the relations of church and state. In 1614 there was published in London a little tract written by one Leonard Busher, a poor laborer and a member of the Baptist Church that had recently been organized there. The writer addressed the King and Parliament with a statement of his conviction that by fire and sword to constrain princes and peoples to receive that one true religion of the gospel is wholly against the mind and merciful law of Christ. He went on to say that no king or bishop is able to command faith, that it is monstrous for Christians to vex and destroy each other on account of religious differences. The leading Protestant bodies, especially the established churches, still held to the corporate idea of the nature of religious institutions. And although they had rejected the domination of the Roman Church, they accepted the control of the state as essential to the purity of the Church. This halfway retention of the corporate spirit made it impossible for any of the leading churches to give recognition to the full meaning of the Protestant idea of the worth of the individual soul and its right to communicate directly with God. It remained for the persecuted Baptists and Independents, too feeble and despised to aspire to state influence, to work out the Protestant principle to its full expression in the spirit of toleration, to declare for liberty of conscience, the voluntary maintenance of worship, and the separation of church and state. After the Restoration, and again after the enthronement of William and Mary, it became a serious practical problem to establish satisfactory relations between the various sects. All who were not sectarian fanatics saw that some kind of compromise was desirable, and the more liberal wished to include all but the most extreme phases of belief within the national church. When that national church was finally established on the lines which it has since retained, and numerous bodies of dissenters found themselves compelled to remain outside, toleration became more and more essential, in order that the nation might live at peace with itself. From generation to generation, the dissenters were able to secure for themselves a larger recognition. Disabilities were removed as men of all sects saw that restrictions were useless, and toleration became the established law in the relations of the various religious bodies to each other. Arminianism. The conditions which led to toleration also developed a liberal interpretation of the relations of the Church to the people, a broader explanation of doctrines, and a rational insight into the problems of the religious life. One phase of this more comprehensive religious spirit was shown in Arminianism, which was nothing more than an assertion of individualism in the sphere of man's relations to God. Calvinism maintained that man cannot act freely for himself, that he is strictly under the sovereignty of the divine will. The democratic tendency in Holland, where Arminianism had its origin, expressed itself in the declaration that every man is free to accept or to reject religious truth, that the will is individual and self-assertive, and that the conscience is not bound. Arminius and his co-workers accepted what the early Protestant movement had regarded as essential, that religion should be always obedient to the rational spirit, that nature should be the test in regard to all which affects human conduct, and that the critical spirit ought to be applied to dogma and Bible. Arminius reasserted this freedom of the human spirit and vindicated the right of the individual mind to seek God and his truth wherever they may be found. As Protestantism became firmly established in England, and the nation accepted its mental and moral attitude without reserve, what is known as Arminianism came to be more and more prevalent. This was not a body of doctrines, and it was in no sense a sectarian movement. It was, rather, a mental temper of openness and freedom. In a word, Arminianism became a method of religious inquiry that appealed to reason, nature, and the needs of man. It put new emphasis on the intellectual side of religion, and it developed as a moral protest against the harsher features of Calvinism. It gave to human feelings the right to express themselves as elements in the problem of man's relations to God, and vindicated for God the right to be deemed as sympathetic and loving as the men who worship him. While the Arminians accepted the Bible as an authoritative standard as fully as did the Calvinists, they were more critical in its study. They applied literary and historical standards in its interpretation, and they submitted it to the vindication of reason. They sought to escape from the tyranny of the Bible, and yet to make it a living force in the world of conduct and character. They not only declared anew the right of private judgment, but they wished to make the Bible the source of inward spiritual illumination, not a standard and a test, but an awakener of the divine life in the soul. They sought for what is really essential in religious truth, limited the number of dogmas that may be regarded as requisite to the Christian life, and took the position that only what is of prime importance is to be required of the believer. The result was that Arminianism became a positive aid to the growth of toleration in England, for it became what was called latitudinarian, that is, broad in temper, inclusive in spirit, and desirous of bringing all the nation within the limits of one harmonizing and noble-minded church. English rationalists. It was in such tendencies as these, as they were developed in Holland and England, that American Unitarianism had its origin. To show how true this is, it may be desirable to speak of a few of the men whose books were most frequently read in New England during the 18th century. The prose writings of Milton exerted great influence in favor of toleration and in vindication of reason. Without doubt, he became in his later years a believer in free will and the subordinate nature of Christ, and he was true to the Protestant ideal of an open Bible and a free spirit in man. Known as a Puritan, his pleas for toleration must have been read with confidence by his co-religionists of New England, while his rational temper could not have failed to have its effect. His vindication of the Bible as the religion of Protestants must have commended Chillingworth to the liberal minds in New England, and there is evidence that he was read with acceptance, although he was of the established church. Chillingworth was of the noblest type of the latitudinarians in the Church of England during the first half of the 17th century, for he was generously tolerant, his mind was broad and liberal, and he knew the true value of a really comprehensive and inclusive church, which he earnestly desired should be established in England. He wished to have the creed reduced to the most limited proportions by giving emphasis to what is fundamental and by the extrusion of all else. It was his desire to maintain what is essential that caused him to say, "I am fully assured that God does not, and therefore that man ought not, to require any more of any man than this, to believe the Scripture to be God's word, to endeavor to find the true sense of it, and to live according to it." He would therefore leave every man free to interpret the Bible for himself, and he would make no dogmatic test to deprive any man of this right. The chief fact in the Bible being Christ, he insisted that Christianity is loyalty to his Spirit. To believe only in Christ is his definition of Christianity, and he would add nothing to this standard. He would put no church or creed or council between the individual soul and God, and he would direct every believer to the Bible as the free and open way of the soul's access to divine truth. He found that the religion of Protestants consisted in the rational use of that book, and not in the teachings of the Reformers or in the confessions they devised. It is the great merit of Chillingworth that he vindicated the spirit of toleration in a broad and noble manner, that he was without sectarian prejudice or narrowness in his desire for an inclusive church, and that he spoke and wrote in a truly rational temper. He applied reason to all religious problems, and he regarded it as the final judge and arbiter. Religious freedom received from him the fullest recognition, and no one has more clearly indicated the scope and purpose of toleration. Another English religious leader, much read in New England, was Archbishop Tillotson. It has been said of him that for the first time since the Reformation, the voice of reason was now clearly heard in the high places of the Church. He was an Arminian in his sympathies, and held that the way of salvation is open to all who choose to accept its opportunities. He expressed himself as being as certain that the doctrine of eternal decrees is not of God as he was sure that God is good and just. His ground for this opinion was that it was repugnant to the convictions of justice and goodness natural to men. He maintained that we shall be justified before God by means of the reformation that is wrought in our own lives. We have an intuition of what is right, and a natural capacity for living justly and righteously. Experience and reason he made concomitant spiritual forces with the Bible, and he held that revelation is but a republication of the truths of natural religion. Tillotson was truly a broad churchman, who was desirous of making the national church as comprehensive as possible, and he was one who practiced as well as preached toleration. Not less liberal was Jeremy Taylor, who was numbered among the dissenters. In the introduction to his Liberty of Prophesying, he said, "So long as men have such variety of principles, such several constitutions, educations, tempers and distempers, hopes, interests and weaknesses, degrees of light and degrees of understanding, it was impossible all should be of one mind." Taylor justly said that in heaven there is room for all faiths. His Liberty of Prophesying, Chillingworth's Religion of Protestants, and Milton's Liberty of Unlicensed Printing are the great expressions of the spirit of toleration in the 17th century. Each was broad, comprehensive, and noble in its plea for religious freedom. It has been said of Taylor that he sets a higher value on a good life than on an orthodox creed. He estimates every doctrine by its capacity to do men good. Another advocate of toleration was John Locke, whose chief influence was as a rationalist in philosophy and religion. While accepting Christianity with simple confidence, he subjected it to the careful scrutiny of reason. His philosophy awakened the rationalistic spirit in all who accepted it, so that many of his disciples went much farther than he did himself. While accepting revelation, He maintained that natural knowledge is more certain in its character. He taught that the conclusions of reason are more important than anything given men in the name of revelation. He did not himself widely depart from the orthodoxy of his day, though he did not accept the doctrine of the Trinity in its most approved form. One of the rationalistic followers of Locke was Samuel Clarke, who attempted to apply the scientific methods of Newton to the interpretation of Christianity. He tried to establish faith in God on a purely scientific basis. He declared that goodness does not exist because God commands it, but that he commands it because it is good. He interpreted the doctrine of the Trinity in a rationalistic manner, holding to its form but rejecting its substance. These men were widely read in New England during the 18th century. In England, they were accounted orthodox, and they held high positions either in the national church or in the leading dissenting bodies. They were not sectarian or bigoted. They wished to give religion a basis in common sense and ethical integrity, and they approved of a Christianity that is practical and leads to noble living. When we consider what were the relations of the colonies to England during the first half of the 18th century, and that the New England churches were constantly influenced by the religious attitude of the mother country, it is plain enough that toleration and rationalism were in large measure received from England. In the same school was learned the lesson of a return to the simplicity of Christ, of making him and his life the standard of Christian fellowship. The great leaders in England taught positively that loyalty to Christ is the only essential test of Christian duty. And it is not in the least surprising the same idea should have found noble advocacy in New England. That a good life and character are the true indications of the possession of a saving faith was a thought too often uttered in England not to find advocacy in the colonies. In this way, Unitarianism had its origin, in the teachings of men who were counted orthodox in England, but who favored submitting all theological problems to the test of reason. It was not a sectarian movement in its origin or at any time during the 18th century, but it was an effort to make religion practical, to give it a basis in reality, and to establish it as acceptable to the sound judgment and common sense of all men. It was an application to the interpretation of theological problems of that individualistic spirit which was at the very source of Protestantism. If the individual ought to interpret the Bible for himself, so ought he to accept his own explanation of the dogmas of the Church. In so doing, he necessarily becomes a rationalist, which may lead him far from the traditions of the past. If he thinks for himself, there is an end to uniformity of faith, a conclusion which such men as Chillingworth and Jeremy Taylor were willing to accept, and therefore they desired an all-inclusive church, in order that freedom and unity of faith might be both maintained. In its beginning, the liberal movement in New England was not concerned with the Trinity. It was a demand for simplicity, rationality, and toleration. When it had proceeded far on its way, it was led to a consideration of the problem of the Trinity because it did not find that doctrine distinctly taught in the New Testament. Accepting implicitly the words of Christ, it found him declaring positively by his own subordination to the Father, and preferred his teaching to that of the creeds. To the early liberals, this was simply a question of the nature of Christ, and did not lessen for them their implicit faith in his revelation or their recognition of the beauty and glory of his divine character. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. The Liberal Side of Puritanism. Unitarianism was brought to America with the Pilgrims and the Puritans. Its origins are not to be found in the religious indifference and torpidity of the 18th century, but in the individualism and the rational temper of the men who settled Plymouth, Salem, and Boston. Its development is coextensive with the origin and growth of Congregationalism, even with that of Protestantism itself. So long as New England has been in existence, so long at least Unitarianism, in its motives and in its spirit, has been at work in the name of toleration, liberty, and free inquiry. The many and wide divergences of opinion which were an essential result of the spirit and methods of Protestantism were shown from the first by the Pilgrims and Puritans. In Massachusetts, stringent laws were adopted in order to secure uniformity of belief and practice, but it was never achieved except in name. Antinomianism early presented itself in Boston, and it was quickly followed by the incursions of the Baptists and Friends. Hooker did not find himself in sympathy with the Massachusetts leaders, and led a considerable company to Connecticut from Cambridge, Watertown, and Dorchester. Sir Henry Vane could not always agree with those who guided the religion and the politics of Boston. Roger Williams had another ideal of church and state than that which had come to the Puritans, and Sir Richard Saltonstall would not submit himself to the aristocratic methods of the Boston preachers. These are but a few of the many indications of the individualistic spirit that marked the first years of the Puritan colonies. It was a part of the Protestant inheritance, and was inherent in the very nature of Protestantism itself. Although the Puritans had only in part, and with faltering steps, come to the acceptance of the individualistic and rational spirit in religion, yet they were on the way to it, however long they might be hindered by an autocratic temper. In fact, the Puritans throughout the 17th century in New England were trying at one and the same time to use reason and yet to cling to authority, to accept the Protestant ideal and yet to employ the Catholic methods in state and church. In being Protestants, they were committed to the central motive of individualism, but they never consistently turned away from that conception of the Church which is autocratic and authoritative. The Church of Authority and the Church of Freedom. Looked at from the modern sociological point of view, there are two types of church, the one socialistic or institutional, and the other individualistic, the one making the corporate power of the church the source of spiritual life, the other making the personal insight of the individual man the fountain of religious truth. Such a church as that of Rome may be properly called socialistic because of its corporate nature, because it maintains that revelation is to and by means of an institution, an organic religious body. Footnote. Kuno Frank, Social Forces in German Literature, 105. No medieval man ever thought of himself as a perfectly independent being founded only on himself, or without a most direct and definite relation to some larger organism, be it empire, church, city, or guild. No medieval man ever doubted that the institutions within which he lived were divinely established ordinances, far superior and quite inaccessible to his own individual reason and judgment. No medieval man would ever have admitted that he conceived nature to be other than the creation of an extramundane God, destined to glorify its Creator and to please the eye of man. It was reserved for the 18th century to draw the last consequences of individualism, to see in man, in each individual man, an independent and complete entity, to derive the origin of state, church, and society from the spontaneous action of these independent individuals, and to consider nature as a system of forces sufficient unto themselves. When we speak of individualism in the declining centuries of the Middle Ages, we mean by it that these centuries initiated the movement which the 18th century brought to a climax. End footnote. Catholicism, whether of Rome, Greece, or England, makes the Church as a great religious corporation the organ of religious expression. Such a corporation is the source of authority, the test of truth, the creator of spiritual ideals. On the other hand, such a church as the Protestant may be called individualistic because it makes the individual the channel of revelation. It emphasizes personality as of supreme worth, and it makes religious institutions of little value in comparison. Practically, the difference between the socialistic and the individualistic church is as wide as it is theoretically. In all Catholic churches, the child is born into the church, with the right to full acceptance into it by methods of tuition and ritual, whatever his individual qualities or capacities. In all distinctly Protestant churches, membership must be sought by individual preference or supernatural process. Footnote. Williston Walker, The Creeds and Platforms of Congregationalism, 246. From the first, the Fathers of New England insisted that the children of church members were themselves members, and as such were justly entitled to those church privileges which were adapted to their state of Christian development, of which the chief were baptism and the watchful discipline of the church. They did not enter the church by baptism. They were entitled to baptism because they were already members of the church. Here, then, was an inconsistency in the application of the congregational theory of the constitution of a church. While affirming that a proper church consisted only of those possessed of personal Christian character, the Fathers admitted to membership, in some degree at least, those who had no claim but Christian parentage. That is, in theory, they were Protestants, but in practice they were Catholics. End footnote. The way to it is through individual profession of its creed, or inward miraculous transformation of character by the profoundest of personal experiences. In all socialistic or Catholic churches, whether heathen, ethnic, or Christian, young people are admitted to membership after a definite period of training and an initiation by means of an impressive ritual. In all Protestant churches, initiation takes place as the result of personal experiences and mature convictions, and is therefore usually deferred until adult life has been reached. When we bring out thus distinctly the ideals and methods of the two churches, we are able to understand that the Puritans were theoretically Protestants, but that they practically used the methods of the Catholics. This will be seen more clearly when we take the individualistic tendencies of the Puritans into distinct recognition and place them in contrast with their socialistic practices. The Puritan churches were thoroughly individualistic in their admission of members, none being accepted into full membership but those who had been converted by means of a personal experience. In theory, every male church member was a priest and king, authorized to interpret spiritual truth and to exercise political authority. Therefore, in 1631, the General Court of Massachusetts, being the legislative body, established the rule that only church members should exercise the right of suffrage. This law was continued on the statute books until 1664, and was accepted in practice until 1691. Because the individual Christian was accounted a priest, however humble in learning or social position, he had the right to join with others in ordaining and setting apart to the ministry of God the man who was to lead the church as its teacher or pastor, though this practice was abandoned as the state church idea developed, as it did in New England, by a process of reaction. Every man could read the Bible for himself and give it such meaning as his own conscience and reason dictated. By virtue of his Christian experience, he had the personal right to find in it his own creed and the law of his own conduct. It was not only his right to do this, but it was also his duty. Revivalism was, therefore, the distinct outgrowth of Puritanism, the expression of its individualistic spirit. It was the human means of bringing the individual soul within reach of the supernatural power of God, and of facilitating that choice of the Holy Spirit by which one was selected for this change rather than another. The means were social, it is true, but the end reached was absolutely individual, as an experience and as a result attained. What confirmation was to the Catholic, that was conversion to the Puritan. The Puritans in New England, however, inherited the older socialism to so large an extent that they proceeded to establish what was a state church in method, if not in theory. Though they began with the idea that the churches were to be supported by voluntary contributions, and always continued that method in Boston, yet in a few years they resorted to taxation for their maintenance and enacted stringent laws compelling attendance upon them by every resident of a town, whatever his beliefs or his personal interests. They forbade the utterance of opinions not approved by the authorities, and made use of fines, imprisonment, and death in support of arbitrary laws enacted for this purpose. These methods were the same as those used by the older socialistic and state churches to compel acceptance of their teachings and practices. They were based on the idea of the corporate nature of the church and its right to control the individual in the name of the social whole. The harshness of the Puritan methods was the result of this attempt to maintain a new idea in harmony with an old practice. The Baptists were consistently individualists in rejecting infant baptism, accepting conversion as essential to church membership, maintaining freedom of conscience, and practicing toleration as a fundamental social law. The Puritans inconsistently combined conversion and infant baptism. the Protestant right of private judgment with the Catholic methods of the state church, a democratic theory of popular suffrage with a most aristocratic limitation of that suffrage to church members. As late as 1674, only 2,527 men in all had been admitted to the exercise of the franchise in Massachusetts. 1/6 or 1/8 of the men were voters. The rest were disfranchised. The church and the state were controlled by this small minority in a community that was theoretically democratic, both in religion and politics. It is not surprising that there began to be mutterings against such restrictions. It shows the strength of character in the Puritan communities of Massachusetts and New Haven that a large majority of the men submitted as long as they did to conditions thoroughly undemocratic. As a political measure, when the grumblings became so loud as to be no longer ignored, what is called the halfway covenant was adopted, by means of which a semi-membership in the churches could be secured, that gave the right of suffrage, but permitted no action within the church itself. Footnote: the ecclesiastical historians say that the halfway covenant had no effect on suffrage. Dexter, Congregationalism as Seen in its Literature, 468, says, "I am aware of no proof that halfway covenant members of the church by that relation did acquire any further privileges in the state." Williston Walker, New Englander, 263, 93, February 1892, takes ground that added political privilege was no consequence of the dispute. On the other hand, the secular historians as strongly assert that the suffrage was widened. John Fiske, Beginnings of New England, 250, says the halfway covenant entitled to the exercise of political rights those who were unqualified for participation in the Lord's Supper. Alexander Johnson, Connecticut, 227, says, "It really gave every baptized person voice in church government." J. A. Doyle, The Puritan Colonies, 298, asserts that it broke down the hard barrier which fenced in political privileges. The true explanation is given by George H. Haynes, Representation and Suffrage in Massachusetts, 1620 to 1691, 54, published in Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science, Volume 12, Numbers 8 and 9. Haynes says that the halfway covenant, at first formulated in 1657, virtually recognized a partial church membership in persons who had made no formal profession and subscribed to no creed. In 1662, the same opinion was reaffirmed by the clergy, and the General Court ordered the result of the synod to be printed and commended the same unto the consideration of all the churches and people of this jurisdiction. Here ended legislative action on the matter. This was no statutory change of the basis of the franchise, but as individual churches gradually adopted more liberal conditions of admission and were therein sanctioned by the General Court, it resulted that the operation of the religious test became less odious and the suffrage was not a little broadened. End footnote. Many writers on this period fail to understand the significance of the halfway covenant, for they attribute to that legislation the disintegrating results that followed. They forget that these half-members were not admitted to any part in church affairs, and they refuse to see that the methods employed by the Puritans were, because of their exclusiveness, of necessity demoralizing. In fact, the halfway covenant was a result of the disintegration that had already taken place as the issue of an attempted compromise between the institutional and the individualistic theories of church government. 17th century liberals. By arbitrary methods, the Puritans succeeded in controlling church and state until 1688, when the interference of the English authorities compelled them to practice toleration and to widen the suffrage. The words of Sir Richard Saltonstall to John Cotton and John Wilson show clearly that these methods were not accepted by all, and even Saltonstall returned to England to escape the restrictions he condemned. It doth not a little grieve my spirit to hear what sad things are daily reported of your tyranny and persecutions in New England, he wrote, as that you fine, whip, and imprison men for their consciences. First, you compel such to come into your assemblies as you know will not join with you in your worship, and when they show their dislike thereof, or witness against it, then you stir up your magistrates to punish them for such, as you conceive their public affronts. Truly, friends, this your practice of compelling any in matters of worship to do that whereof they are not persuaded is to make them sin, and many are made hypocrites thereby, conforming in their outward man for fear of punishment. We pray for you, and wish you prosperity in every way, hoped that the Lord would have given you so much light and love there, that you might have been eyes to God's people here, and not to practice those courses and wilderness which you went so far to prevent. These rigid ways have laid you very low in the hearts of the saints. Another man who withdrew to England from the narrow spirit of the Puritans was William Pynchon of Springfield, one of the best trained and ablest of the early settlers of Massachusetts. In 1650, he published a book on the meritorious price of our redemption, in which he denied that Christ was subject to the wrath of God, or suffered torments in hell for the redemption of men, or paid the penalty for all human sins. But such teachings were too liberal and modern for the leaders in church and state. What is now orthodox, that Christ's sacrifice was voluntary, was then heretical and forbidden. If during the first half-century of New England no liberalism found definite utterance, it was because of its repression. It was in the air even then, and it would have found expression had there been opportunity or invitation. There were other men than Williams, Saltonstall, Pynchon, and Henry Vane, who believed in toleration, liberty of conscience, and a rational interpretation of religion. In a limited way, such men were Henry Dunster and Charles Chauncey, the first two presidents of Harvard College, who both rejected infant baptism because it was not consistent with a converted church membership. It was a small thing to protest against and to suffer for as Dunster suffered, but the principle was great for which he contended, the principle of individual conviction in religion. The better spirit of the Puritans appears in such a saying as that of Sir Henry Vane, the second governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, that all magistrates are to fear or forbear intermeddling with giving rule or imposing their own beliefs in religious matters. To a similar purport was the saying of Thomas Hooker, the founder of Connecticut, that the foundation of authority is laid in the free consent of the people. In the writings of John Robinson, the Pilgrim leader, a like greatness of purpose and thought appears, as where he says that the meanest man's reason, especially in matter of faith and obedience to God, is to be preferred before all authority of all men. Robinson was a very strict Calvinist in doctrine, but he was tolerant in large degree and thoroughly convinced of the worth of liberty of conscience. His liberality comes out in such words as these: "The custom of the Church is but the custom of men, the sentence of the fathers but the opinions of men, the determinations of councils but the judgments of men." How strong a believer in individual reason he was appears in this statement: "God, who hath made two great lights for the bodily eye, hath also made two lights for the eye of the mind, the one the Scriptures for her supernatural light, and the other reason for her natural light. And indeed, only these two are a man's own, and so is not the authority of other men. The Scriptures are as well mine as any other man's, and so is reason as far as I can attain to it." When he says that the credit commending a testimony to others cannot be greater than is the authority in itself of him that gives it, nor his authority greater than his person, he puts an end to all arbitrary authority of priest and church. It will be seen from these quotations that the spirit of liberality existed even in the very beginnings of New England, and in the convictions of the men who were its chief prophets and leaders. It was hidden away for a time, it may be, though it never ceased to find utterance in some form. The breath of the underlying spirit finds expression in the compacts for which local churches united their members. The liberality was incipient, a promise of the future rather than a realization in the present. The earliest churches of New England were not organized with a creed, but with a covenant. Occasionally there was a confession of faith or a creedal statement, but it was regarded as quite unnecessary because it was implied in the general acceptance of the Calvinistic doctrines and the use of the Cambridge Platform or other similar document. The covenant of the Church could not be a statement of beliefs, because it was a vow between Christ and his Church, and a pledge of the individual members of the Church with relation to each other. The creed was implied, but it was not expressed, and although all the churches were Calvinist at first, the nature of the covenant was such that when men grew liberal, there was no written creedal test by which they could be held to the old beliefs. When Calvinism was outgrown, it could be slowly and silently discarded, both by individual members of a church and by the church itself, because it was not explicitly contained in the covenant. The creed was rejected, but the covenant was retained. As soon as authority was withdrawn from the Puritan leaders by the English crown, the spirit of liberty began to show itself in many directions. In a sermon preached in 1691, Samuel Willard, the minister of the Old South Church in Boston, and afterwards president of Harvard College, gave utterance to what was stirring in many minds at that time. He said that God hath nowhere by any general indulgence given away this liberty of his to any other authority in the world to have dominion over the consciences of men, or to give rules of worship, but hath, on the other hand, strongly prohibited it, and severely threatened any that shall presume to do it. He earnestly asserted that no authority is to be accepted but that of the Bible, and that it is to be free for each person's individual interpretation. Hath there not, Willard questions, been too much of a pinning our faith on the credit or practice of others, attended on with a woeful neglect to know what is in the mind of Christ? Here was a spirit that not many years later was showing itself in the liberal movement that grew into Unitarianism. The effort to free the consciences of men and to bring all appeals to the Bible and to Christ was what gave significance to the liberal movement of the next century. Growth of liberty in church methods. There also began a movement to bring church and state into harmonious relations with each other, and to overcome the inconsistency of being individualistic and socialist at the same moment. The theory of conversion being retained, it was proposed to make the ordinances of religion free to all, in order that they might bring about the supernatural change that was desired. This is the real significance of the position taken by Solomon Stoddard of Northampton, who taught that the Lord's Supper is a converting ordinance, and who in practice did not ask for a supernatural regeneration as preparatory to a limited church membership, though he regarded this as essential to full admission. The halfway covenant had been adopted before Mr. Stoddard became the pastor of the church, but soon after his settlement this limited form of admission was more clearly defined, and he admitted persons into what he described as a state of education. This large congregationalism, as it was called, was in time accepted as meaning that those who have faith enough to justify the baptism of their children have enough to admit them to full communion in the church. Mr. Stoddard appealed to the English practice in his defense of the broader principle which he adopted. He also vindicated his position by reference to the practices of the leading Protestant countries in Europe. His methods, as outlined and interpreted in his appeal to the learned, were based more or less explicitly on the corporate idea of the Church. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. Although Stoddard was a strict Calvinist, there can be no doubt that his method of open communion slowly led to theological modifications. Not only did it have a tendency to bring the state and church into closer relations with each other, by making the membership in the two more nearly the same, but it led the way to the acceptance of the doctrine of moral ability, and therefore to a modification of Calvinism. If it was a practical rather than a theological reason that caused Stoddard to adopt open communion, it almost inevitably led to Arminianism, because it implied, as he presented its conditions, that man is able, of his own free will, to accept the terms of salvation which Calvinism had confined to the operation of the sovereignty of God alone. Another way in which the spirit of the time was showing itself may be seen in the fact that the parish, towards the end of the 17th century, on more than one occasion refused to the church the selection of the minister, and church and parish met together for that purpose. This was the case in the First Church of Salem in 1672, and at Dedham in 1685. So long as church members only were given the right of suffrage, the selection of the minister was wholly in their hands. As soon as the suffrage was extended, there was a movement to include all taxpayers amongst those who could exercise this choice. In 1666, such a proposition was discussed in Connecticut, and not long after it became the law. In 1692, the Massachusetts law gave the church the right to select the minister, but permitted the parish to concur in or to reject such choice. During the next century, there was a growing tendency to enlarge the privileges of the parish, and to make that the controlling factor in calling the minister and in all that pertained to the outward life of the church and congregation. The result will be seen more and more in the influence of the parish in the selection of liberal men for the pulpit. A notable instance of the more liberal tendencies is seen in the formation of the Brattle Street Church of Boston in 1699. Although this church accepted the Westminster Confession of Faith and adopted the practices common to the New England churches at this period, it insisted upon the reading of the Bible without comment as a part of the church service. The relation of religious experiences as preparatory to admission to the church was discarded. All were admitted to communion who were approved by the pastor, and women were permitted to take part in voting on all church questions. These and other innovations occasioned much discussion, and a controversy ensued between the pastor Benjamin Coleman and Increase Mather. The Salem pastors, Reverend John Higginson and Reverend Nicholas Noyes, addressed a letter to the Brattle Street congregation in which they criticized the church because it did not consult with other churches in its formation, because it did not make a public profession of repentance on behalf of its members, because baptism was administered on less stringent terms than was customary, and too lax admission was given to the sacraments, and because the admission of females to full church activity had a direct tendency to subvert the order and liberty of the churches. Though the Brattle Street Church was for a time severely criticized, it soon came into intimate relations with the other churches of Boston, and it ceased to appear as in any way peculiar. That it was organized on a broader basis of membership indicates very clearly that the old methods were not satisfactory to all the people. A Puritan rationalist. The influence of similar ideas is seen in the books of John Wise of Ipswich, whose Church's Quarrel Espoused was published in 1710, and his Vindication of the Government of the New England Churches in 1717. His first book was an answer to the proposition of a number of the ministers of Boston to bring the churches under the control of associations. By this remonstrance the plan was defeated, and the independence of the local church fully established. In republishing his book, he added the Vindication in order to give his ideas a more systematic expression. The Vindication is the most thoroughly modern book published in America during the 18th century. It has a literary directness and power remarkable for the time. Wise gives no quotations indicating that he had read the great liberal writers of England, but he was familiar with Plato and Cicero. In his first book, he speaks of the natural freedom of human beings, and says that right reason is a ray of divine wisdom and stamped upon human nature. Again, he says that right reason, that great oracle in human affairs, is the soul of man so formed and endowed by creation with a certain sagacity or acumen whereby man's intellect is enabled to take up the true idea or perception of things agreeable with and according to their natures. In such utterances as these, Wise was putting himself into the company of the most liberal minds of England in his day, though he may not have read one of them. The considerations that were influencing Milton, Chillingworth, and Jeremy Taylor in favor of toleration and a broad inclusiveness of spirit, evidently were having their effect upon this New England pastor. It is not to be assumed that John Wise was a rationalist in the modern sense, but he gave to the use of reason a significance that is surprising and refreshing, coming from the time and circumstances of his writing. In his Vindication, we find him accepting reason and revelation as of equal validity. He appeals to the dictates of right reason and the common reason of mankind with quite as much confidence as to the Bible. He says that all questions of government, religious as well as political, are to be brought to the assizes of man's own intellectual powers, reason, and conscience. He assumes that God has created man capable of obeying his will and living in conformity with his law. For he says that, if God did not highly estimate man as a creature exalted by his reason, liberty, and nobleness of nature, he would not caress him as he does in order to his submission. Wise says that the characteristic of man which is of greatest importance is that he is most properly the subject of the law of nature. He uses this expression frequently and in a thoroughly modern sense. The second great characteristic of man, according to Wise, is an original liberty enstamped upon his rational nature. He indicates that he is not inclined to discuss the merely theological problem of man's relations to God, but considered physically, man is at the head of creation, and as such is a creature of a very noble character. All the lower world is subject to his command, and his liberty under the conduct of right reason is equal with his trust. He that intrudes upon this liberty violates the law of nature. The effect of such liberty is not to lead man into license, but to make him the rational master of his own conduct. Every man is therefore at liberty to judge for himself what shall be most for his behoof, happiness, and well-being. The third great characteristic of man is found in an equality amongst men, which is to be respected and vindicated by governments that are just and humane. By a natural right, he says, all men are born free, and nature having set all men upon a level and made them equals, no servitude or subjection can be conceived without inequality. Again, he says that it is a fundamental principle relating to government that under God all power is originally in the people. This is true of the Church as well as of the state, and Wise says the Reformation was a cheat and a schism and a notorious rebellion if the people are not the source of power in the Church. Two other ideas presented by this leader show his modernness and his originality. He says that the happiness of the people is the object of all government, and that the state should seek to promote the peculiar good and benefit of the whole and every particular member fairly and sincerely. The end of all good government, he assures his readers, is to cultivate humanity and promote the happiness of all and the good of every man in all his rights, his life, liberty, estate, and honor, without injury or abuse done to any. That government will seek the good of all is likely to be the case because man has it as a fundamental law of his nature that he maintain a sociableness with others. From the principles of sociableness, it follows as a fundamental law of nature that man is not so wedded to his own interest, but that he can make the common good the mark of his aim, and hence he becomes capacitated to enter into a civil state by the law of nature. This attraction of man to his kind enables him to yield so much of his freedom as is necessary to make the state an efficient social power, in which covenant is included that submission and union of wills by which a state may be conceived to be but one person. This thoroughly modern idea of the social body as being analogous in its nature to the individual man is nobly expressed by Wise, who says that a civil state is a compound moral person, whose will is the will of all, to the end it may use and apply the strength and riches of private persons toward maintaining the common peace, security, and well-being of all, which may be conceived as though the whole state was now become but one man. It is not surprising that the writings of John Wise had no immediate effect upon the theological thinking of the time, but they must have had their influence. Just before the opening of the Revolution, they were republished because of their vindication of the spirit of human liberty and democracy. What Wise wrote to promote was congregational independence, and this may have been the reason why his theological attitude was never called in question. It is true enough that he questioned none of the Calvinistic doctrines in his books, but his political views were certain to disturb the old beliefs and to give incentives to free discussion in religion. Harvard College. The center of the liberalizing tendencies of the last years of the 17th century was Harvard College. That institution was organized on a basis as broad as that of the early church covenants, with no creed or doctrinal requirements. The original seal bore the motto Veritas, but as the state church idea grew, this motto was succeeded by In Christi Gloriam, and then by Christo et Ecclesiae, though neither of these later mottos was authoritatively adopted. The early charters were thoroughly liberal in spirit and intent, so much so as to be fully in harmony with the present attitude of the university. Under the Puritanic development, however, this liberality was discarded, only to be restored in 1691, when William and Mary gave to Massachusetts a new and broader charter. From that time, a new life entered into the college, and put it uncompromisingly on the liberal side a century later. Even under the rule of Increase Mather, seconded by the influence of his son Cotton, a broader spirit declared itself in the culture imparted and in the method of free inquiry. Samuel Willard, the successor to Increase Mather in the presidency, was of the liberal party in his breadth of mind and in his sound judgment. He was followed in 1708 by John Leverett, one of the founders of the Brattle Street Church, a man in whom the liberal spirit became a controlling motive in his management of the college. Footnote: Josiah Quincy, in the 7th chapter of his history, gives a detailed account of this movement. It is also dealt with by Brooks Adams in his chapter on the founding of the Brattle Street Church, in his Emancipation of Massachusetts, though he gives it a somewhat exaggerated and biased importance. Most of the facts appear in Lothrop's History of the Brattle Street Church. End footnote. It is not strange that the men who had been shut out from the suffrage and from active participation in the management of the churches should now come forward to claim their rights, and to make their influence felt in college, church, and state. It was the distinct beginning of the liberal movement in New England, the time from which Unitarianism really took its origin. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Growth of Democracy in the Churches. From the moment when the Puritan control of the church and state in New England was so far weakened as to permit of free intellectual and religious activity, the democratic spirit began to manifest itself. The old regime had so fixed itself upon the people that the progress was slow, but nonetheless it was steady and sure. So far as the new spirit influenced doctrines, it was called Arminianism, the technical theological name for democracy in religion at this time. Arminianism. Arminianism is a dead issue at the present day, for the Calvinists have accepted all that it taught when the name first came into vogue. Every kind of reaction from Calvinism in the New England of the first half of the 18th century took this designation, however, and to the Calvinists it was a word of disapproval and contempt. Toleration, free inquiry, the use of reason, democratic methods in church and state were all named by this condemning word. Vices, social depravities, love of freedom and the world, assertion of personal independence had the same designation. It is now difficult to understand how bitter was the feeling thus produced, how keen the hurt that was given the men who tried to defend themselves and their beliefs from this odium. What the word Arminian legitimately meant then is what we now mean by liberalism. Primarily theological and doctrinal, it meant much more than the rejection of the doctrine of decrees and the autocratic sovereignty of God, or the acceptance of the freedom of the will and the spiritual capacity of man. First of all, it was faith in man. And then it was the assertion of human liberty and equality. In a theological sense, it did not have so wide a purport, but in a practical and popular sense it grew into these meanings. In order fully to comprehend what Arminianism was in the 18th century, the student must remember that it was the theological expression of the democratic spirit, as Calvinism was of the autocratic. The doctrine of the sovereignty of God is but the intellectual reflection of kingship and the belief that the king can do no evil. The doctrine of decrees, as taught by the Calvinist, was the spiritual side of the assertion of the divine right of kings. On the other hand, when the people claim the right to rule, they modify their theology into Arminianism. From an age of the absolute rule of the king comes the doctrine of human depravity, and with the establishment of democracy appears the doctrine of man's moral capacity. The growth of Arminianism. As early as 1730, Arminianism had come to have an influence sufficient to secure its condemnation and to awaken the fears of the stricter Calvinists. Jonathan Edwards said of the year 1734 that about this time began the great noise that was in this part of the country about Arminianism. At Northampton, the leader of the opposition to Jonathan Edwards was an open Arminian, a grandson of Solomon Stoddard and a cousin of Edwards. He was a young man of talent and education, and well read in theology. In a letter written in 1750, Edwards said, "There seems to be the utmost danger that the younger generation will be carried away with Arminianism as with a flood. In another letter of the same year, he said that Arminianism and Pelagianism have made a strange progress within a few years. In his farewell sermon, Edwards spoke of the prevalence of Arminianism when he settled in Northampton, and of its rapid increase in the succeeding years. He said that Arminian views were creeping into almost all parts of the land, and that they were making a progress unknown before. In a letter of 1752, Edwards said that the principles of John Taylor of Norwich, one of the early English Unitarians, were gaining many converts in the colonies. Taylor's works were made use of by Solomon Williams in his reply to Edwards on the qualifications necessary to communion. It was owing to the rapid growth of Arminianism that Edwards undertook his work on free will. In the preface to that work, he said that the term Calvinistic is in these days, among most, a term of greater reproach than the term Arminian. That Edwards exaggerated the extent of this defection from Calvinism is probable, and yet it is very plain that it was this more liberal attitude of the Northampton Church which caused his dismissal. What Stoddard had taught and practiced was as yet powerful there, and Edwards' opposition to his grandfather's teachings undoubtedly led to the failure of his local work. Robert Breck. The council which dismissed Edwards from Northampton decided against him by a majority of 1, and that one vote may have been cast by Robert Breck of Springfield. If this were the case, there was something of poetic justice in it. For only a few years earlier, Edwards had used his influence against the settlement of Breck because the latter was an Arminian. In 1734, a fierce church quarrel took place in Springfield that involved many of the ministers of Massachusetts and Connecticut, invoked the aid of the county court, and was finally settled by the legislature of Massachusetts when Mr. Breck was ordained. He was charged with denying the authenticity of parts of the Bible, with discarding the necessity of Christ's satisfaction to divine justice for sin, with maintaining that the heathen who live up to the light of nature would be saved, and that the contrary doctrine was harsh. Breck refused to admit that he held these opinions as thus stated, but he was regarded by many as an Arminian and a heretic. It was said of him that he would read any book, orthodox or otherwise, that would clear up a subject. That he departed to any considerable extent from the generally accepted faith of the time, there is no evidence, but he was probably what was often called a moderate Calvinist. He did not favor the methods of Whitefield, and he thoroughly distrusted the revival introduced by him. Soon after Breck's settlement, the Springfield Church followed the Brattle Street Church of Boston in discarding the relation of religious experiences as preliminary to admission to the church. It voted that it did not look upon the making a relation to be a necessary term of communion. At the very time that Edwards was preaching of the awful fate of sinners in the hands of an angry God, Breck was teaching that God is good and loving, and that his salvation is freely open to all who may wish for it. It has been truly said of these two men that one had the heart and the other the intellect of theology. With all his logic and power of thought and marvelous spiritual insight, Edwards failed at Northampton because of conditions beyond the control of his strenuous will. Robert Breck gained year by year in his personal influence in Springfield, His cheerful and progressive teaching made a deep impression on the community, and before he died, he saw a great change for the better in the people for whom he diligently labored. Perhaps we could not have a plainer indication of the change that was going on than is found in the experiences of these two men. When Whitefield visited Harvard College in 1740, he was received in a most friendly manner. Yet he afterwards criticized the teaching there on the ground that it was not sufficiently devout and earnest, and that the pupils were not examined as to their religious experiences. These charges were denied by the president and tutors, and he was not again welcomed to the college. That there was a substantial basis for some of Whitefield's criticisms of Harvard there can be no doubt. In 1737, when Edward Holyoake was proposed as a candidate for the presidency, he met with a strong opposition from the strict Calvinists. After the opposition had spent itself, he was elected unanimously, and this act was received with marked approval by the General Court, from which body his maintenance was obtained. President Quincy says of President Holyoake that his religious principles coincided with the mildness and catholicity which characterized the government of the college. This evidently refers to the growing liberality of the college and its unwillingness to lend its aid to extreme theological opinions. That moderateness of temper and that attitude of toleration which characterized the leading men in England had shown themselves at Cambridge, and with a strength that could not be overcome. In Boston and its vicinity, and along the seaboard of Massachusetts, clergymen of great talent and religious zeal, says President Quincy, openly avowed doctrines which were variously denounced by the Calvinistic party as Arminianism, Arianism, Pelagianism, Socinianism, and Deism. The most eminent of these clergymen were alumni of Harvard, active friends and advocates of the institution, and in habits of intimacy and professional intercourse with its government. Their religious views, indeed, received no public countenance from the college, but circumstances gave color for reports which were assiduously circulated throughout New England, that the influences of the institution were not unfavorable to the extension of such doctrines. At the commencement of 1737, candidates for degrees proposed to prove that the doctrine of the Trinity was not contained in the Old Testament, that creation did not exist from eternity, and that religion is not mysterious in its nature. Much alarm was caused to the conservative party by the negative form given these questions, which, it was said, had the plain face of Arianism. This criticism the faculty tried to quiet, but their sympathies were evidently on the side of the graduates. In 1738, when a professor of mathematics was chosen, it was proposed to examine him as to his principles of religion. But after a long debate, this proposition was rejected. After these and other efforts to control the religious position of the college, the strict Calvinists, for the time, withdrew their efforts and concentrated them upon Yale College, in which institution the faculty were now required for the first time to accept the Assembly's Catechism and Confession of Faith. When the legislature of Connecticut, during the Great Awakening, passed a law prohibiting ministers from preaching as itinerants, several of the members of the senior class subscribed the money necessary for the publication of an edition of Locke's essay on toleration. When this was known to the faculty, they forbade the publication, and all the students apologized but one, who learned a few days before commencement that his name was to be dropped from the roll of graduates. He went to the faculty with the statement that he was of age, that he possessed ample means, and that he would carry his case to a hearing before the Crown in England. In a few days he was quietly informed that he would be permitted to graduate. This is but a straw, and yet it shows clearly enough the direction of the current at this time. A demand for toleration was made because it was felt that there was a need for it. Books read by liberal men. The names of no less than 33 ministers have been given who during the period from 1730 to 1750 did not teach the Calvinistic doctrines in their fullness, and who had adopted more or less distinctly some form of Arminianism or Arianism. These men were among the best known, most successful, and most scholarly men in eastern Massachusetts, though they were not wholly confined to that neighborhood. We find here and there some hint of the books these men read, and in that way we not only ascertain the cause of their departure from Calvinism, but we also obtain some clue to the nature of their opinions. Among the charges brought by Whitefield against Harvard in 1740 was that Tillotson and Clark are read instead of Shepherd and Stoddard, and such like evangelical writers. Dr. Wigglesworth, the divinity professor at Harvard, said that Tillotson had not been taken out of the college library in 9 years, and Clark not in 2. And he gave a long list of evangelical writers who were frequently read. In spite of this disclaimer, however, it is evident that the methods of the rationalistic writers were coming into vogue at Harvard, and that even Dr. Wigglesworth did not teach theology in the manner of the author of the Day of Doom. Writing in 1759, Dr. Joseph Bellamy, one of the chief followers and expositors of the teachings of Jonathan Edwards, said that the teachings of the liberal men in England had crossed the Atlantic, and too many in our churches and even among our ministers have fallen in with them. Books containing them have been imported, and the demand for them has been so great as to encourage new impressions of some of them. Others have been written on the same principles in this country, and even the doctrine of the Trinity has been publicly treated in such a manner as all who believe that doctrine must judge not only heretical, but highly blasphemous. It is said of Charles Chauncey, of the First Church in Boston, that his favorite authors were Tillotson and Baxter. Far more suggestive is the account we have of the books read by Jonathan Mayhew of the West Church in Boston, the first open antagonist of Calvinism in New England. Soon after 1740, he was reading the works of the great Protestant theologians of the 17th century, including Milton, Chillingworth, and Tillotson, and the 18th century works of Locke, Samuel Clarke, Taylor, Wollaston, and Whiston. He also probably read Cudworth, Butler, Hutcheson, Leland, and other authors of a like character, some of them deists. Not one of these writers was a Calvinist, for they found the basis of religion either in idealism or in rationalism. The biographer of Mayhew says it is evident from some of his discourses that he was a great admirer of Samuel Clarke, whose voluminous works were in his day much read by the liberal clergy. Clarke's Boyle Lectures, delivered in 1704 to 1705, showed that natural and revealed religion were essentially one, that moral action in man is free, and that Christianity is the religion of reason and nature. At a later period he defended the two propositions that no article of Christian faith delivered in the Holy Scriptures is disagreeable to right reason, and that without liberty of human actions there can be no real religion or morality. Even if one such man as Jonathan Mayhew read Clarke's work in the Harvard Library, it justified the alarm felt by Whitefield, lest the students should be led away from their Calvinist faith. Footnote: Levi L. Payne, A Critical History of the Evolution of Trinitarianism, 99. Samuel Clarke and others took the ground that God is unipersonal, and hence that the Son is a distinct personal being, distinguishing God the Father as the absolute deity from the Son, whom they regarded as God in a relative or secondary sense, being derived from the Father and having his beginning from him. End footnote. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. The Great Awakening. It was the Great Awakening that showed how marked had been the growth of liberal opinions throughout New England in the 40 years preceding. Silently, a great change had gone on, with little open expression of dissent from Calvinism, and without a knowledge on the part of most of the liberal men that they had in any way departed from the faith of the fathers. It was only with the coming of Whitefield and the revival that this change came to have recognition, and that even the slightest separation into parties took place. The revival was an attempt to reintroduce the stricter Calvinism of the earlier time, with its doctrines of justification by faith alone, supernatural regeneration, and predestination made known to the believer by the Holy Ghost. The liberal party objected to the revival because it was opposed to the good old customs of the Congregational churches of New England. The itinerant methods of the revivalists, the shriekings, faintings, and appeals to fear and terror, were condemned as not in harmony with the established methods of the churches. In his book against the revivalists, Dr. Chauncey said that now is the time when we are particularly called to stand for the good old way, and bear testimony against everything that may tend to cast a blemish on true primitive Christianity. When the Great Awakening came to an end, the liberal party was far stronger than before, partly because the members of it had come to know each other and to feel their own power, partly because men had been led to declare themselves who had never before perceived their own position, and partly because the agitation had set men to thinking and to making such scrutiny of their beliefs as they had never made before. The testimonies of Harvard College and various associations of ministers against the methods of the revivalists were signed by 63 men, while those in favor of the revival were signed by 110. These numbers represent the comparative strength of the two parties. It must be said, however, that the leading men in nearly every part of New England were among those opposing the revival methods, while in eastern Massachusetts at least 2/3 of the ministers were of the liberal party. The strong feeling caused by the revival soon subsided, and no division between the Calvinist and the Arminian parties took place. The progressive tendencies went quietly on. Step by step the old beliefs were discarded, but it was by individuals and not in any form as a sectarian movement. The relations of the Church to the state at this time would have made such a result impossible. Cardinal beliefs of the liberals. Looking over the whole field of the theological advance from 1725 to 1760, we find that three conclusions had been arrived at by the men of the liberal movement. The first of these was that what they stood for as a body was a recovery and restoration of primitive Christianity in its simplicity and power. It was said of Dr. Mayhew by his biographer that he was a great advocate of primitive Christianity, and zealously contended for the faith once delivered to the saints. The second opinion, to which they gave frequent utterance, was that the Bible is a divine revelation, the true source of all religious teaching, and the one sufficient creed for all men. In his sermon against the enthusiasm of the revivalists, Chauncey said that a true test of all religious excitement and of every kind of new teachings was to be found in their regard to the Bible and its acknowledgment that the things therein contained are the commandments of God. Keep close to the Scripture was his admonition to his congregation, and admit of nothing for an impression of the Spirit but what agrees with that unerring rule. Fix it in your minds as a truth you will invariably abide by, that the Bible is the grand test by which everything in religion is to be tried. The third position of the men of the liberal movement was that Christ is the only means of salvation, and they yielded to him unquestioning loyalty and faith. Turning away from the creeds of men, as they did in so far as they could see their way, they concentrated their convictions upon Christ and found in him the spiritual and vital center of all faith that lives with true power to help men. Mayhew held that God could not have forgiven men their sins without the atonement of Christ, for his life and his gospel are the means of the great reconciliation by which man and God are brought into harmony with each other. Publications defining the liberal beliefs. In three publications may be seen what the Arminians had to teach that was opposed to Calvinism. In 1744 appeared in Boston a book of 208 pages by Reverend Experience Mayhew, one of a devoted family of missionaries to the Indians of Martha's Vineyard. He called his book Grace Defended, in a modest plea for an important truth, namely, that the offer of salvation made to sinners comprises in it an offer of the grace given in regeneration. Mr. Mayhew claimed that he was a Calvinist, yet he rejected the teaching that every act of the unregenerate person is equal in the sight of God to the worst sin, and claimed that even the sinner can live so well and so justly as to favor his being accepted of God. Mayhew maintained that Christ died for all men, not for the elect only. He claimed that God cannot be truly said to offer salvation to sinners without offering to them whatsoever is necessary on his part in order to their salvation. Mayhew was usually credited with being an Arminian, for he positively rejected the doctrine of election, and he defended the principle of human freedom in the most affirmative manner. In 1749, Lemuel Bryant, the minister in that part of Braintree which became the town of Quincy, published a sermon which he entitled The Absurdity and Blasphemy of Depreciating Moral Virtue. It condemned reliance on Christ's merits without effort to live his life, and showed that it is the duty of the Christian to live righteously. Bryant said that to hold any other view was hurtful and blasphemous. He claimed that the great rule the Scriptures laid down for men to go by in passing judgment on their spiritual state is the sincere, upright, steady, and universal practice of virtue. To preach up chiefly what Christ himself laid the stress upon, and whether this was not moral virtue let everyone judge from his discourses, must certainly, in the opinion of all sober men, be called truly and properly, and in the best sense, preaching of Christ. A pamphlet of 30 pages appeared in 1757, written by Samuel Webster, the minister of Salisbury, with the title, A Winter Evening's Conversation upon the Doctrine of Original Sin, wherein the notion of our having sinned in Adam, and being on that account only liable to eternal damnation, is proved to be unscriptural. It is in this form of a dialogue between a minister and 3 of his parishioners, and gives, as few other writings of the 18th century do, a clear and explicit statement of the author's opinions in a readable and interesting form. That all have sinned in Adam, the minister pronounces a very shocking doctrine. What? Make them first to open their eyes in torment, and all this for a sin which certainly they had no hand in, a sin which, if it comes upon them at all, certainly is without any fault or blame on their parts, for they had no hand in receiving it. That Adam is our federal head, and that we sinned because he sinned, he calls a mere castle in the air. Sin and guilt are personal things as much as knowledge. I can as easily conceive of one man's knowledge being imputed to another as of his sins being so. No imputation in either case can make the thing to be mine which is not mine, any more than one person may be another person. He declares that this doctrine of imputation causes infidelity. It naturally leads men into every dishonorable thought of God, which gives a great and general blow to religion. It impeaches the holiness of God, for it supposes him to make millions sinners by his decree of imputation, who would otherwise have been innocent. That it was his decree alone that made all Adam's posterity sinners is the very essence of this doctrine. And so Christians are guilty of holding what even heathen would blush at. That God should pronounce a sentence by which myriads of infants, as blameless as helpless, were consigned over to blackness of darkness, to be tormented with fire and brimstone forever, is not consistent with infinite goodness. How dreadfully is God dishonored by such monstrous representations as these! Such a being cannot be loved by us, for every heart rebels against it. All descriptions of the divine being which represent him in an unamiable light do the greatest hurt to religion that can be, as they strike at love, which is the fulfilling of the law. I am persuaded that many of those who think they believe this doctrine do not really believe it, or else they do not consider how it represents their Heavenly Father. The pamphlet concludes with the acceptance of this broader teaching by the parishioners, but it was the cause of controversy in pulpits and by means of pamphlets. Bellamy denied the teachings of Webster, and Chauncey defended them. So bold a pamphlet as this showed how men had come to reason without compromise about the old doctrines, and gave evidence that the growing spirit of humanity would no longer accept what was harsh and cruel. Phases of religious progress. The New England churches were thus not standing still as regards doctrines, moral conduct, the methods of worship, or the relations they held to the state. But step by step they were moving away from the methods and the ideas of the fathers. The lining out of hymns was slowly abandoned, and singing by note took its place. The agitation that followed this attempt at reform was great and widespread. The introduction of an organized and trained choir was also in the nature of a genuine reform. When the liberal Thomas Brattle offered an organ to the new church in Brattle Street, it was voted that they do not think it proper to use the same in the public worship of God. The instrument was, however, accepted by King's Chapel, and an organist was secured from London. It was not until 1770 that the church in Providence procured an organ, the first used in a congregational church in New England. When Dr. Jonathan Mayhew died in 1766, Dr. Chauncey prayed at his funeral, and this was said to have been the first prayer ever made at a funeral in Boston, so strong was the Puritan dislike of the customs of the Catholic Church. In this way, as well as in others, the new liberalism broke down the old customs and introduced those with which we are familiar. Perhaps the most marked tendency of this kind was the introduction of the reading of the Bible into the services of the churches as a part of the order of worship. This innovation was distinctly due to the liberal men and the high esteem in which they held the Scriptures as a means of giving sobriety and reasonableness to their religion. The first church in Boston, in May 1730, voted that the reading of the Scriptures, instead of the old Puritan way of expounding them, be thereafter discretionary with the ministers of that church, but that the mind of the church is that larger portions should be publicly read than has been used. As we have seen, the Brattle Street Church had already led in this reform, having adopted this practice in 1699. This custom of reading the Bible as a part of the service of worship came slowly into general acceptance, for there was a strong feeling against it. When a Bible was presented to the parish in Mendon in 1767, a serious commotion resulted because of the strong feeling against the Church of England then prevalent, and the donor gave it to the minister until such a time as the church might wish to use it. It was as late as 1785 that a copy of the Bible was given to the first church in Dedham, with the request that the reading of it should be made a part of the exercises of the Lord's Day, and the parish instructed the minister to read such portions of it as he thought most desirable, and of such length as the several seasons of the year and other circumstances might render proper. In the West Church of Medway, it was not until 1806 that this practice was established, and 2 of the Salem churches began it the same year. The reading of the Bible at ordination services did not become customary until an even later date. Such are some of the practical innovations which accompanied the doctrinal development that was taking place. Liberality in one direction brought toleration and progress in others. Some of these changes were due to the fact that the prejudices against the Catholic Church and the Church of England had, in a measure, disappeared, because there was nothing to keep them alive. Others were due to the intellectual influences that came into the colonies from England. Still others resulted from the shifting relations of church and state, and were the effect of attempts to adjust those relations more satisfactorily. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1 The Silent Advance of Liberalism. The progressive tendencies went silently on, and step by step the old beliefs were discarded, but always by individuals and churches, and not by associations or general official action. Even before the middle of the 18th century, there was not only a questioning of the doctrine of divine decrees, the conception that God elects some to bliss and some to perdition in accordance with his own arbitrary will, but there was also developing a tendency to reject the tritheism, which in New England took the place of a philosophical conception of the Trinity, such as had been held by the great thinkers of the Christian ages. Footnote: Levi L. Payne, A Critical History of the Evolution of Trinitarianism, 105. Nathaniel Emmons held tenaciously to three real persons. He said, "It is as easy to conceive of God existing in three persons as in one person." This language shows that Emmons employed the term person in the strict literal sense. The three are absolutely equal, this involving the metaphysical assumption that in the Trinity, being and person are not coincident. Emmons is the first theologian who asserts that, though we cannot conceive that three persons should be one person, we may conceive that three persons may be one being, if we only suppose that being may signify something different from person in respect to deity. End footnote. In part, this doubt about the Trinity was the result of a more thoughtful study of the Bible, where the doctrine taught by the leading theologians of the old school in New England does not appear. And in part, it was the result of the reading of the works of the English divines of the more liberal school. Something of this tendency was also due to the spirit of free inquiry and the rational interpretation of religion that were beginning to make themselves felt amongst those not wholly committed to the old ways of thinking. It was characteristic of those who questioned the doctrine of the Trinity, as then taught, that they insisted on stating their beliefs in the language of the New Testament, especially in that of Jesus himself. They found him teaching his own dependence on his Father, claiming for himself only an inferior and subordinate position. Believing in his pre-existence, his supernatural character and mission, they held that he was the creator of the world, or that creation took place by means of the Spirit that was in him, and that every honor should be paid him except that of worshiping him as the supreme being. As in the ancient family, the Son was always subordinate to his Father, so the Son of God presented in the New Testament is less exalted than his Father. This conception of Christ is technically called Arianism, from the Alexandrian presbyter of the 4th century, who first brought it into prominence. Subordinate nature of Christ. The Arian heresy did not necessarily follow the Arminian, but much the same causes led to its appearance. Many of the leading men in England had become Arians, including Milton, Locke, Taylor, Clarke, Watts, and others. And the reading of their books in New England led to an inquiry into the truthfulness of the doctrine of the Trinity. As early as 1720, the preachers of convention and election sermons were insisting upon a recognition of Christ in the old way, showing that they were suspicious of heresy. Most of the Arians retained the other doctrines in which they had been educated, even putting a stronger emphasis upon them than before. Rarely was the subordinate nature of Christ made in any way prominent in preaching. It was held so strictly subsidiary to the cardinal doctrines of incarnation and atonement that only the most intelligent and watchful could detect any difference between those who were Arians and those who were strict Trinitarians. Now and then, a man of more pronounced convictions and utterance was shunned by his ministerial neighbors, but this rarely occurred and had little practical effect. So long as a preacher gives satisfaction to his own congregation, and had behind him the voters and the tax list of his town, his heresies were passed by with only comment and gossip. We find here and there definite indications of the doctrinal changes that were taking place, as in the republication of Emlin's humble inquiry into the Scripture account of Jesus Christ, which appeared in Boston in 1756. Thomas Emlyn, the first English preacher who called himself a Unitarian, published his humble inquiry in 1702. And in 1705 he established a Unitarian congregation in London. This distinctively Unitarian book made an able defense of the doctrine of the subordinate nature of Christ. More significant than the republication of the book itself was the preface written for it by a Boston layman, addressed to the ministers of the town, in which he said that he found its teaching to be the true, plain, unadulterated doctrine of the gospel. He also intimated that many of his brethren of the laity in the town and country were in sympathy with him, and sincerely desirous of knowing the truth. In New Hampshire province, wrote Dr. Joseph Bellamy in 1760, this party have actually, 3 years ago, got things so ripe that they have ventured to new model our shorter catechism, to alter or entirely leave out the doctrine of the Trinity, of the decrees, of our first parents being created holy, of original sin, Christ satisfying divine justice, effectual calling, justification, etc. Some of the liberal leaders. The farther advance in the liberal movement may be most easily traced in the lives and teachings of 3 or 4 men. Reverend Ebenezer Gay, who was settled in Hingham in 1717, was the first man in New England to arrive at a clear statement of opinions quite outside of and distinct from Calvinism. Writing of the years from 1750 to 1755, John Adams said that at that time Lemuel Bryant of Braintree, Jonathan Mayhew of the West Church in Boston, Daniel Shute of Hingham, John Brown of Cohasset, and perhaps equal to all, if not above all, Ebenezer Gay of Hingham were Unitarians. Footnote: William S. Petty, A History of Old Braintree and Quincy, 222. When a copy of Dr. Jedediah Morse's little book on American Unitarianism was sent to John Adams, he acknowledged its receipt in the following letter. Quincy, May 15th, 1815. Dear Doctor, I thank you for your favor of the 10th and the pamphlet enclosed entitled American Unitarianism. I have turned over its leaves and found nothing that was not familiarly known to me. In the preface, Unitarianism is represented as only 30 years old in New England. I can testify as a witness to its old age. 65 years ago, my own minister, the Reverend Lemuel Bryant, Dr. Jonathan Mayhew of the West Church in Boston, the Reverend Mr. Shute of Hingham, the Reverend John Brown of Cohasset, and perhaps equal to all, if not above all, the Reverend Mr. Gay of Hingham were Unitarians. Among the laity, how many could I name, lawyers, physicians, tradesmen, farmers? But at present I will name only one, Richard Cranch, a man who had studied divinity and Christian and Jewish antiquities more than any clergyman now existing in New England. John Adams. Also see C.F. Adams, 3 episodes of Massachusetts History, 643, and J.H. Allen, an historical sketch of the Unitarian movement since the Reformation, 175. End footnote. The rapid sale of Emlyn's book would prove the truthfulness of this statement. It was not by any sudden process that these men had come to what may be called Unitarianism, though more properly Arianism, and not as a mere result of a reaction from Calvinism. A new time had come, and with it new hopes and thoughts. The burdening sense of the spiritual world that belonged to the men of the 17th century did not belong to those of the 18th. Men had come to see that God must manifest himself in reason, common sense, nature, and the facts of life. In the life and teachings of such a man as Ebenezer Gay, we catch a new insight into the spirit that was active in New England throughout the 18th century for the realization of a larger faith. He was a man of a strong, original, vigorous nature, a born leader of men, and one who impressed his own character upon those with whom he came into contact. He opposed the revival, and he made the men of his own association think with him in their opposition to it. Years before the revival, however, he was a liberal in theology, and had found his way into Arminianism. With the spirit of free inquiry he was in fullest sympathy. He was strongly opposed to creeds and to all written articles of faith. He condemned in the most forcible terms the young man who, on the occasion of his ordination, engages to preach according to a rule of faith, creed, or confession which is merely of human prescription or imposition. In his convention sermon of 1746, he denounced those who insist upon the offensive peculiarities of the party they espoused, rather than upon the more mighty things in which we are all agreed. It has been said of him that after the middle of the century, his discourses will be searched in vain for any discussions of controversial theology, any advocacy of the peculiar doctrines regarded as orthodox, or the expression of any opinions at variance with those of his successor, Dr. Ware. The sermon on natural religion, as distinguished from revealed, which Dr. Gay delivered as the Dudleyan lecture at Harvard in 1759, showed the reasonable and progressive spirit of his preaching. He claimed that there is no antagonism between natural and revealed religion, and that while revealed religion is an addition to the natural, it is not built on the ruins, but on the everlasting foundations of it. Revelation can teach nothing contrary to natural religion or to the dictates of reason. No doctrine or scheme of religion, he said, should be advanced or received as scriptural and divine, which is plainly and absolutely inconsistent with the perfections of God and the possibility of things. Absurdities and contradictions are not to be obtruded upon our faith. No pretense of revelation can be sufficient for the admission of them. The manifest absurdity of any doctrine is a stronger argument that it is not of God than any other evidence can be that it is. Jonathan Mayhew, the son of Experience Mayhew of Martha's Vineyard, was settled over the West Church of Boston in 1747. He was even then known as a heretic, who had read the most liberal books of the English philosophers and theologians, and who had boldly accepted their opinions as his own. On the occasion of his ordination, not one of the Boston ministers was present, although a number of them were well known for their liberal opinions. The ordination was postponed, and later several men of remoter parishes joined in inducting this young independent into his pulpit. No Boston minister would exchange pulpits with him, and he was not invited to join the ministerial association. He was shunned by the ministers, and he was dreaded by the orthodox. But he was gladly heard by a large congregation, which grew in numbers and intelligence as the years went on. He had among his hearers many of the leading men of the town, and to him gathered those who were most thoughtful and progressive. Boston has never had in any of its pulpits a man of nobler, broader, more humane qualities, or one with a mind more completely committed to seeking and knowing the truth, or with a more unflinching purpose to speak his own mind without fear or favor. His influence was soon powerfully felt in the town, and his name came to stand for liberty in politics as well as in religion. His sermons were rapidly printed and distributed widely. They were read in every part of New England with great eagerness. They were reprinted in England, and brought him a large correspondence from those who admired and approved of his teaching. Though he died in 1766, at the age of 46, his work and his influence did not die with him. The cardinal thought of Jonathan Mayhew with reference to religion was that of free inquiry. Diligent and free examination of all questions, he felt, was necessary to any acquisition of the truth. He believed in liberty and toleration everywhere, and this made him accept in the fullest sense the doctrine of the freedom of the will. In man he found a self-determining power, the source of his moral and intellectual freedom. He said that we are more certain of the fact that we are free than we are of the truth of Christianity. This belief led him to the rejection of the Calvinistic doctrine of inability, and to a strong faith in the moral and spiritual possibilities of human nature. He described Christianity as a practical science, the art of living piously and virtuously. He had quite freed his mind from bondage to creeds when he said that, how much soever any man may be mistaken in opinion concerning the terms of salvation, yet if he is practically in the right, there is no doubt but he will be accepted of God. He held that no speculative error, however great, is sufficient to exclude a good and upright man from the kingdom of heaven, who lives according to the genuine spirit of the gospel. To him, the principle of grace was always a principle of goodness and holiness, and he held that grace can never be operative as a saving power without obedience to that righteousness and love which Christ taught as essential. He declared that the doctrine that men may obtain salvation without ceasing to do evil and learning to do well, without yielding a sincere obedience to the laws of Christianity, is not so properly called a doctrine of grace as it is a doctrine of devils. He said again that we cannot be justified by a faith that is without obedience, for it is obedience and good works that give to faith all its life, efficacy, and perfection. The first Unitarian. Dr. Mayhew accepted without equivocation the right of private judgment in religion, and he practiced it judiciously and with wise insight. He unhesitatingly applied the rational method to all theological problems, and to him reason was the final court of appeal for everything connected with religion. His love of freedom was enthusiastic and persistent, and he was zealously committed to the principle of individuality. He believed in the essential goodness of human nature and in the doctrine of the divine unity. He was the first outspoken Unitarian in New England, not merely because he rejected the doctrine of the Trinity, but because he accepted all the cardinal principles developed by that movement since his day. He was a rationalist, an individualist, a defender of personal freedom, and tested religious practices by the standard of common sense. His sermons were plain, direct, vigorous, and modern. A truly religious man, Mayhew taught a practical and humanitarian religion, genuinely ethical and faithful in inculcating the motive of civic duty. Dr. Mayhew's words may be quoted in regard to some of the religious beliefs commonly accepted in his day. The doctrine of a total ignorance and incapacity to judge of moral and religious truths brought upon mankind by the disobedience of our first parents, he wrote, is without foundation. I hope it appears, he says, that the love of God and of our neighbor, that sincere piety of heart, and a righteous, holy, and charitable life are the weightier matters of the gospel as well as of the law. Although Christianity cannot, he asserts, without any propriety or justice be said to be the same with natural religion, or merely a republication of the laws of nature, yet the principle, the most important and fundamental duties required by Christianity are nevertheless the same which were enjoined under the legal dispensation of Moses, and the same which are dictated by the light of nature. His great love of intellectual and spiritual freedom finds utterance in such a statement as this: "Nor has any order or body of men authority to enjoin any particular article of faith, nor the use of any modes of worship not expressly pointed out in the Scriptures. Nor has the enjoining of such articles a tendency to preserve the peace and harmony of the Church, but directly the contrary." Such sentences as the following are frequent on Mayhew's pages, and they show clearly the trend of his mind. Free examination, weighing arguments for and against with care and impartiality, is the way to find truth. True religion flourishes the more people exercise their right of private judgment. There is nothing more foolish and superstitious than a veneration for ancient creeds and doctrines as such, and nothing is more unworthy a reasonable creature than to value principles by their age, as some men do their wines. Mayhew insisted upon the strict unity of God, who is without rival or competitor. The dominion and sovereignty of the universe is necessarily one and in one, the only living and true God, who delegates such measures of power and authority to other beings as seemeth good in his sight. He declared that the not preserving of such unity and supremacy of God on the part of Christians has long been just matter of reproach to them, and he said the authority of Christ is always exercised in subordination to God's will. His position was that the faith of Christians does not terminate in Christ as the ultimate object of it, but it is extended through him to the one God. The very idea of a mediator implies subordination as essential to it. His biographer says he did not accept the notion of vicarious suffering, and that he was an Arian in his views on the nature of Christ. He was the first clergyman in New England who expressly and openly opposed the scholastic doctrine of the Trinity. Several others declined pressing the Athanasian Creed and believed strictly in the unity of God. They also probably found it difficult to explain their views on the subject, and the great danger of losing their good name served to prevent their speaking out. But Dr. Mayhew did not conceal or disguise his sentiments on this point any more than on others, such as the peculiar tenets of Calvinism. He explicitly and boldly declared the doctrine irrational, unscriptural, and directly contradictory. He taught the strict unity of God as early as 1753 in the most unequivocal and plain manner in his sermons of that year. What most excited comment and objection was that in a footnote to the volume of his sermons published in 1755, Mayhew said that a Catholic council had elevated the Virgin Mary to the position of a fourth person in the Godhead, and added by way of comment, "Neither Papists nor Protestants should imagine that they will be understood by others if they do not understand themselves. Nor should they think that nonsense and contradictions can ever be too sacred to be ridiculous." The ridicule here was not directed against the doctrine of the Trinity, as has been maintained, but the foolish defenses of it made by men who accepted its mysteries as too wonderful for reason to deal with in a serious manner. This boldness of comment on the part of Mayhew was in harmony with his strong disapproval of creed-making in all its forms. He condemned creeds because they set up human tests of orthodoxy instead of the infallible Word of God, and make other terms of Christian communion than those explicitly pointed out by the Gospel. Dr. Mayhew was succeeded in the West Church by Reverend Simeon Howard in 1767, who, though he was received in a more friendly spirit by the ministers of the town, was not less radical in his theology than his predecessor. Dr. Howard was both an Arminian and an Arian, and he was a believer neither in the Trinity nor in the divine predestination of total depravity and necessary ruin to any human soul. He was of a gentle and conciliatory temper, but his preaching was quite as thoroughgoing in its intellectual earnestness as was Dr. Mayhew's. A pronounced Universalist. Another preacher on the liberal side was Dr. Charles Chauncey of the First Church in Boston, whose ministry lasted from 1727 to 1787. He was the most vigorous of the opponents of the Great Awakening, both in his pulpit and through the press. He wrote a book on certain French fanatics, with the purpose of showing what would be the natural results of the excesses of the revival. He preached a powerful sermon on enthusiasm, to indicate the dangers of religious excitement when not controlled by common sense and reason. And he traveled throughout New England to gain all the information possible about the revival, its methods and results, and published his Seasonable Thoughts on the State of Religion in New England in 1743. He had been influenced by the reading of Taylor, Tillotson, Clarke, and the other latitudinarian and rationalistic writers of England, and he found the revival in its excesses repugnant to his every thought of what was true and devout in religion. Dr. Chauncey was not an eloquent preacher, but he was clear, earnest, and honest. Many of his sermons were published, and his books numbered nearly a dozen. As early as 1739, he preached a sermon in favor of religious toleration. At a later period, he said, "It is with me past all doubt that the religion of Jesus will never be restored to its primitive purity, simplicity, and glory until religious establishments are so brought down as to be no more." It was this conviction which made him oppose in his pulpit and in 2 or 3 books the effort that was made just before the Revolution to establish the English Church as the state form of religion in the colonies. He said in 1767 that the American people would hazard everything dear to them, their estates, their lives, rather than suffer their necks to be put under the yoke of bondage to any foreign power in state or church. In his early life, Dr. Chauncey was an Arminian, but slowly he grew to the acceptance of distinctly Unitarian and Universalist doctrines. Near the end of his life, he published 4 or 5 books in which he advanced very liberal opinions. One of these, published in Boston in 1784, was on the benevolence of the deity fairly and impartially considered. This book followed the same method and purpose as Butler's Analogy, and aimed to show that God has manifested his goodness in creation and in the life of man. He said that our moral self-determination, or free will, is our one great gift from God. He discussed the moral problems of life in order to prove the benevolence of God, maintaining that the goodness we see in him is of the same nature with goodness in ourselves. The year following, he published a book on the scriptural account of the fall and its consequences, in which he rejected the doctrine of total depravity and interpreted the new birth as a result of education rather than of supernatural change. Thus he brought to full statement the logical result of the halfway covenant and the teachings of Solomon Stoddard, as well as of the connection of church and state in New England. He saw that the method of education is the only one that can justly be followed in the preparation of the young for admission to a church that is sustained in any direct way by the state. Dr. Chauncey's great work as a preacher and author was brought to its close by his books in favor of universal salvation. In 1783 to 1784, he published in Boston 2 anonymous pamphlets advocating the salvation of all men, and these pamphlets made no little stir. In 1784, he published in London a work which he called The Mystery Hid from Ages and Generations, Made Manifest by the Gospel Revelation, or The Salvation of All Men, the Grand Thing Aimed at in the Scheme of God, by one who wishes well to the whole human race. In this book, Dr. Chauncey made an elaborate study of the New Testament in order to prove that salvation is to be universal. Christ died for all, therefore all will be saved. Because all have sinned in Adam, therefore all will be made alive in Christ. He looked to a future probation, to a long period after death, when the opportunity of salvation will be open to all. He maintained that the misery threatened against the wicked in Scripture is that of this intermediate state between the earthly life and the time when God shall be all in all. He held that sin will be punished hereafter in proportion to depravity, and that none will be saved until they come into willing harmony with Christ, and who will finally be able to win all men to himself. Otherwise the power of God will be set at naught, and his good will towards men frustrated of its purpose. In the future state of discipline, punishment will be inflicted with salutary effect, and thus the moral recovery of mankind will be accomplished. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. Other Men of Mark. Another leader was Dr. Samuel West of Dartmouth, now New Bedford, where he was settled in 1760, and where he preached for more than 40 years. He rejected the doctrines of foreordination, election, total depravity, and the Trinity. In preaching the election sermon of 1776, he took the ground of an undisguised rationalism. A revelation, he said, pretending to be from God, that contradicts any part of natural laws ought immediately to be rejected as imposture, for the deity cannot make a law contrary to the law of nature without acting contrary to himself, a thing in the strictest sense impossible, for that which implies contradiction is not an object of divine power. The cardinal idea of West's position, as of that of most of the liberal men of his time, was stated by him in one sentence, when he said, "To preach Christ is to preach the whole system of divinity, as it consists of both natural and revealed religion." In 1751, Reverend Thomas Barnard of Newbury was dismissed from his parish because he was regarded as unconverted by the revivalistic portion of his congregation, and in 1755 he was settled over the First Church in Salem. He was an Arminian, and at the same time an Arian of the school of Samuel Clarke. His son Thomas was settled over the North Church of Salem in 1773, which church was organized especially for him by his admirers in the First Church. He followed in the theological opinions of his father, but probably became somewhat more pronounced in his Arian views, so that after his death Dr. Channing called him a Unitarian. It is not surprising that the younger Barnard should have been liberal in his opinions and spirit, when we find his theological instructor, Reverend Samuel Williams, at his ordination, saying to him in the sermon preached on that occasion, "Be of no sect or party, but that of good men. And to all such, whatever their differences among themselves, let your heart be opened." On another similar occasion, Mr. Williams said that it had always been his advice to examine with caution and modesty, but with the greatest freedom, all religious matters. It was said of the younger Barnard that he believed the final salvation of no man depended upon the belief or disbelief of those speculative opinions about which men, equally learned and pious, differ. When it was said to him by one of his parishioners, "Dr. Barnard, I never heard you preach a sermon upon the Trinity," the reply was, "And you never will." In 1779, Reverend John Prince was settled over the First Church in Salem as the colleague over the elder Barnard. He was an Arian, but in no combative or dogmatic manner. He was a student, a lover of science, and an advanced thinker and investigator for his time. In 1787, he invited the Universalist Reverend John Murray into his pulpit, then an act of the greatest liberality. Another lover of science, Reverend William Bentley, was settled over the East Church of Salem as colleague to Reverend James Dimian in 1782. The senior pastor was a strict Calvinist. but the parish called as his colleague this young man of pronounced liberal views in theology. As early as 1784, Mr. Bentley was interested in the teachings of the English Unitarian William Hazlitt, who at that time visited New England. And in 1786 he was reading Joseph Priestley's book Against the Trinity with approval. He soon after commended Dr. Priestley's short tracts as giving a good statement of the simple doctrines of Christianity. Footnote: Joseph Priestley, 1733 to 1804, was one of the ablest of English Unitarians. Educated in nonconformist schools, in 1755 he became a Presbyterian minister. In 1761 he became a tutor in a nonconformist academy, and in 1767 he was settled over a congregation in Leeds. He was the librarian of Lord Shelburne from 1774 until he was settled in Birmingham as minister in 1780. In 1791, a mob destroyed his house, his manuscripts, and his scientific apparatus because of his liberal political views. After 3 years as a preacher in Hackney, he removed to the United States in 1794 and settled at Northumberland in Pennsylvania, where the remainder of his life was spent. He published 130 distinct works, of which those best remembered are his Institutes of Natural and Revealed Religion, a history of the corruptions of Christianity, and a general history of the Christian Church to the fall of the Western Empire. He was the discoverer of oxygen, and holds a high place in the history of science. He was a materialist, but believed in immortality, and he believed that Christ was a man in his nature. End footnote. He insisted upon free inquiry in religion from the beginning of his ministry, and not long after he began preaching, he became substantially a Unitarian. Footnote: C.S. Osgood and H.M. Batchelder, Historical Sketch of Salem, 86. He took strong Arminian grounds, and under his lead the church became practically Unitarian in 1785, and was one of the first churches in America to adopt that faith. End footnote. In 1789 he maintained that the full conviction of a future moral retribution is the great point of Christian faith. It has been claimed that Mr. Bentley was the first minister in New England to take distinctly the Unitarian position, and there are good reasons for this understanding of his doctrinal attitude. Dr. Bentley corresponded with scholars in Europe, as he also did with Arab chiefs in their own tongue. He knew of the religions of India, and he seems to have given them appreciative recognition. The shipmasters and foreign merchants of Salem, as they came in contact with the Oriental races and religions, discarded their dogmatic Christianity. And these men, almost without exception, were connected with the churches that became Unitarian. It may be accepted as a very interesting fact that the two potent influences shaping the ancient Puritanism of Salem into Unitarianism were foreign commerce and contact with the Oriental religions. The formation of a second parish in Worcester in 1785 was a significant step in the progress of liberal opinion. This was the first time when a town outside of Boston was divided into two parishes of the Congregational order on doctrinal grounds. On the death of the minister of the first parish, several candidates were heard, and among them Reverend Aaron Bancroft, who was a pronounced Arminian and Arian. The majority preferred a Calvinist, but the more intelligent minority insisted upon the settlement of Mr. Bancroft, a result they finally accomplished by the organization of a new parish. It was a severe struggle by which this result was brought about, every effort being made to defeat it. And for many years Mr. Bancroft was almost completely isolated in his religious opinions. The second period of revivals. It must not be understood that there was any marked separation in the churches as yet on doctrinal grounds. Calvinism was mildly taught, and ministers of all shades of opinion exchanged pulpits freely with each other. They met in ministerial associations and in various duties of ordinations, councils, and other ecclesiastical gatherings. The preaching was practical, not doctrinal, and controverted subjects were, for the most part, not touched upon in the pulpits. About 1780, however, began a revival of Calvinism on the parts of Doctors Bellamy, Emmons, Hopkins, and others, and especially did it take a strenuous form in the works of Samuel Hopkins. The new divinity, as it was sometimes called, taught that unconditional submission to God is the duty of every human being, that we should be willing to be damned for the glory of God, and that the attitude of God towards men is one of unbounded benevolence. This newer Calvinism was full of incentives to missionary enterprise, and was zealous for the making of converts. Under the impulse of its greater enthusiasm there began, about 1790, a series of revivals which continued to the middle of the 19th century. This was the second great period of revivalism in New England. It was far better organized than the first one, while its methods were more systematic and under better guidance, and the results were great in the building of churches, in establishing missionary outposts, and in awakening an active religious life amongst the people. It aroused much opposition to the liberals, and it made the Orthodox party more aggressive. Just as the Great Awakening developed opposition to the liberals of that day, and served to bring into view the two tendencies in the congregational churches, so this new revival period accentuated the divergencies between those who believed in the deity of Christ and those who believed in his subordinate nature, and led to the first assuming of positions on both sides. There can be little doubt that it put a check upon the friendly spirit that had existed in the churches, and that it began a division which ultimately resulted in their separation into two denominations. Such details of individual and local opinion as have here been given are all the more necessary because there was at this time no consensus of belief on the part of the more liberal men. Each man thought for himself, but he was very reluctant to depart from the old ways in ritual and doctrine. And if the ministers consulted with each other and gave each other confidential assistance, there was certainly nothing in the way of public conference or of party assimilation and encouragement. A visitor to Boston in 1791 wrote of the ministers there that they are so diverse in their sentiments that they cannot agree on any point in theology. Some are Calvinists, some Universalists, some Arminians, and one at least is a Socinian. Another visitor, this time in 1801, found the range of opinions much wider. In all the ministers of Boston he found only one rigid Trinitarian. One was a follower of Edwards, several were Arminians, two were Socinians, one a Universalist, and one a Unitarian. This writer says it was not difficult to find out what men did not believe, but there was as yet no public line of demarcation among the clergy. There being no outward pressure to bring men into uniformity, no institution or body of men with authority to require assent to a standard of orthodoxy, little attention was given to merely doctrinal interests. The position taken was that presented by Reverend John Tucker of Newbury in the Convention sermon of 1768, when he said that no one has any right whatever to legislate in behalf of Christ, who alone has authority to fix the terms of the gospel. He said that, as all believers and teachers of Christianity are perfectly upon a level with one another, none of them can have any authority even to interpret the laws of this kingdom for others, so as to require their assent to such interpretation. He also declared that as every Christian has and must have a right to judge for himself of the true sense and meaning of all gospel truths, no doctrines, therefore no laws, no religious rites, no terms of acceptance with God or of admission to Christian privileges not found in the gospel, are to be looked upon by him as any part of this divine system, nor to be received and submitted to as the doctrines and laws of Christ. Of Reverend John Prince, the minister of the First Church in Salem during the last years of the century, it was said that he never preached distinctly upon any of the points of controversy which, in his day, agitated the New England churches. The minister of Roxbury, Reverend Eliphalet Porter, said of the Calvinistic beliefs that there was not one of them he considered essential to the Christian faith or character. King's Chapel becomes Unitarian. These quotations will indicate the liberty of spirit that existed in the New England churches of the later years of the 18th century, especially in the neighborhood of Boston and along the seacoast, and also the diversity of opinion on doctrinal subjects among the ministers. It is impossible here to follow minutely the stages of doctrinal evolution, but a few dates and incidents will serve to indicate the several steps that were taken. The first of these was the settlement of Reverend James Freeman over King's Chapel in 1782, and his ordination by the congregation in 1787, the liturgy having been revised 2 years earlier to conform to the liberal opinions of the minister and people. These changes were brought about largely through the influence of Reverend William Hazlitt, the father of the essayist and critic of the same name, who had been settled over several of the smaller Unitarian churches in Great Britain. In the spring of 1783, he visited the United States and spent several months in Philadelphia. He gave a course of lectures on the evidences of Christianity in the college there, which were largely attended. He preached for several weeks in a country parish in Maryland, and he had invitations to settle in Charleston and Pittsburgh, and he had an opportunity to become the president of a college by subscribing to the doctrinal tests required, which he would not do, for he would sooner die in a ditch than submit to human authority in matters of faith. Footnote. This is the statement of his daughter. End footnote. In June 1784, he preached in the Brattle Street Church of Boston, and he anticipated becoming its minister, but his pronounced doctrinal position seems to have made that impossible. He also preached in Hingham, and some of the people there desired his settlement. But the aged Dr. Gay would not resign. It would appear that he preached for Dr. Chauncey, for Mr. Barnes in Salem, and also in several pulpits on Cape Cod. he gave in Boston his course of lectures on the evidences of Christianity, and it was received with much favor by large audiences. The winter of 1784 to 1785 was spent by Mr. Hazlitt in Hallowell, Maine, in which place was a small group of wealthy English Unitarians led by Samuel Vaughan, by whom Mr. Hazlitt had been entertained in Philadelphia. Mr. Hazlitt returned to Boston in the spring of 1785, and had some hope of settling in Roxbury. In the autumn, however, finding no definite promise of employment, he returned to England. He afterward corresponded with Dr. Howard of the West Church in Boston, and with Dr. Lathrop of West Springfield. The volumes of sermons he published in 1786 and 1790 were sold in this country, and one or two of them republished. It would appear that Mr. Hazlitt's positive Unitarianism made it impossible for him to settle over any church in Boston or its neighborhood. In 1784, he assisted Dr. Freeman in revising the prayer book, the form of prayer used by Dr. Lindsay in the Essex Street Chapel in London, being adapted to the new conditions at King's Chapel. Footnote: Theophilus Lindsay, 1723 to 1808, was a curate in London, then the tutor of the Duke of Northumberland, and afterward a rector in Yorkshire and Dorsetshire. In 1763 he was settled at Catterick in Yorkshire, where his study of the Bible led him to doubt the truth of the doctrine of the Trinity. In 1771 he joined with others in a petition to Parliament asking that clergymen might not be required to subscribe to the 39 Articles. When it was rejected a second time, he resigned, went to London, and opened in a room in Essex Street, April 1774, the first permanent Unitarian meeting in England. A chapel was built for him in 1778, and he preached there until 1793. He published in 1783 an historical view of the state of the Unitarian doctrine and worship from the Reformation to our own times, 2 volumes of sermons and other works. In 1774 he published a revised prayer book according to the plan suggested by Dr. Samuel Clarke, which was used in the Essex Street Chapel. End footnote. He also republished in Philadelphia and Boston many of Dr. Priestley's Unitarian tracts, while writing much himself for publication. In his correspondence with Theophilus Lindsay, Dr. Freeman wrote of Mr. Hazlitt as a pious, zealous, and intelligent minister, to whose instructions and conversation he was particularly indebted. Footnote: Monthly Repository, Volume 3, 305. Mr. Hazlitt arrived at Boston May 15, 1784, and having a letter to Mr. Eliot, who received him with great kindness, he was introduced on that very day to the Boston Association of Ministers. The Venerable Chauncey, at whose house it happened to be held, entered into a familiar conversation with him, and showed him every possible respect as he learned that he had been acquainted with Dr. Price. Without knowing at the time anything of the occasion which led to it, ordination happened to be the general subject of discussion. After the different gentlemen had severally delivered their opinions, the stranger was requested to declare his sentiments, who unhesitatingly replied that the people or the congregation who chose any man to be their minister were his proper ordainers. Mr. Freeman, upon hearing this, jumped from his seat in a kind of transport, saying, "I wish you could prove that, sir." The gentleman answered that few things could admit of an easier proof. And from that moment a thorough intimacy commenced between him and Mr. Freeman. Soon after, the Boston Prince being under no imprimatur, he published several letters in supporting the cause of Mr. Freeman. At the solicitation of Mr. Freeman, he also published a scriptural confutation of the 39 Articles. Notice being circulated that this publication would appear on a particular day, the printer, apprised of this circumstance, threw off 100 papers beyond his usual number, and had not one paper remaining upon his hands at noon. This publication, in its consequences, converted Mr. Freeman's congregation into a Unitarian church, which, as Mr. Freeman acknowledged, could never have been done without the labors of this gentleman. End footnote. Before Mr. Hazlitt came to Boston, Dr. Freeman wrote, the Trinitarian doxology was almost universally used. That honest good man prevailed upon several respectable ministers to omit it. Since his departure, the number of those who repeat only scriptural doxologies has greatly increased, so that there are now many churches in which the worship is strictly Unitarian. Beginning with the year 1786, several of the liberal men in Boston were in correspondence with the leading Unitarian ministers in London, and their letters were afterward published by Thomas Belsham in his Life of Theophilus Lindsey. From this work we learn that Dr. Lindsey presented his own theological works and those of Dr. Priestley to Harvard College, and that they were read with great avidity by the students. One of the Boston correspondents, writing in 1783, names James Bowdoin, governor of Massachusetts in 1785 and 1786, General Benjamin Lincoln, and General Henry Knox as among the liberal men. He said, "There are many others besides in our legislature of similar sentiments. While so many of our great men are thus on the side of truth and free inquiry, they will necessarily influence many of the common people." He also said that people were less frightened at the Socinian name than formerly, and that this form of Christianity was beginning to have some public advocates. The only minister who preached in favor of it was Mr. Bentley of Salem, who was described as a young man of a bold, independent mind, of strong natural powers, and of more skill in the learned languages than any person of his years in the state. Mr. Bentley's congregation was spoken of as uncommonly liberal, not alarmed at any improvements, and pleased with his introduction into the pulpit of various modern translations of the Scriptures, especially of the prophecies. Other Unitarian movements. In March 1792, a Unitarian congregation was formed in Portland under the leadership of Thomas Oxnard, who had been an Episcopalian. Having been supplied with the works of Priestley and Lindsey through the generosity of Dr. Freeman, he became a Unitarian, and his personal intercourse with Dr. Freeman gave strength to his changed convictions. A number of persons of property and respectability of character joined him in accepting his new faith. In writing to his friend in November 1788, Mr. Oxnard said, "I cannot express to you the avidity with which these Unitarian publications are sought after. Our friends here are clearly convinced that the Unitarian doctrine will soon become the prevailing opinion in this country. 3 years ago I did not know a single Unitarian in this part of the country besides myself, and now, entirely from the various publications you have furnished, a decent society might be collected in this and the neighboring towns. In 1792, an attempt was made to introduce a revised liturgy into the Episcopal Church of Portland, and when this was resisted, a majority of the congregation seceded and formed a Unitarian society, with Mr. Oxnard as the minister. This society was continued for a few years and then ceased to exist. The members joined the First Congregational Church, which in 1809 became Unitarian. Footnote: Oxnard was a merchant, born in Boston in 1740, but settled in Portland, where he married the daughter of General Preble in 1787. He was a Loyalist and fled from the country at the outbreak of the war. He returned to Portland in 1787. A few years later, 1792, the Episcopal Church being destitute of a minister, he was engaged as lay reader, with the intention of taking orders. His Unitarianism put a sudden end to his episcopacy, but not to his preaching. He gathered a small congregation in the schoolhouse and preached sometimes sermons of his own, but more often of other men. He died in 1799. John C. Perkins, How the First Parish Became Unitarian, Historical Sermon Preached in Portland. End footnote. Also, in 1792, was organized a Unitarian congregation in Saco under the auspices of the Honorable Samuel Thatcher, a member of Congress and a Massachusetts judge. Mr. Thatcher had been an unbeliever, but through the reading of Priestley's works he became a sincere and rational Christian. He met with much opposition from his neighbors, and an effort was made to prevent his re-election to Congress, but it did not succeed. The Saco congregation was at first connected with that at Portland, and it seems to have ceased its existence at the same time. In 1794, Dr. Freeman wrote that Unitarianism was making considerable progress in the southern counties of Massachusetts. In Barnstable, he reported a very large body of Unitarians. Writing in May 1796, he states that Unitarianism is on the increase in Maine, that it is making a considerable increase in the southern part of Massachusetts, and that a few seeds have been sown in Vermont. He thinks it may be losing ground in some places, but that it is growing in others. I consider it, he writes, as one of the most happy effects which have resulted from my feeble exertions in the Unitarian cause, that they have introduced me to the knowledge and friendship of some of the most valuable characters of the present age, men of enlightened heads and benevolent hearts. Though it is a standing article of most of our social libraries that nothing of a controversial character should be purchased, yet any book which is presented is freely accepted. I have found means, therefore, of introducing into them some of the Unitarian tracts with which you have kindly furnished me. There are few persons who have not read them with avidity, and when read, they cannot fail to make an impression upon the minds of many. From these and other causes, the Unitarian doctrine appears to be still upon the increase. I am acquainted with a number of ministers, particularly in the southern part of this state, who avow and publicly preach this sentiment. There are others more cautious, who content themselves with leading their hearers by a course of rational but prudent sermons gradually and insensibly to embrace it. Though this latter mode is not what I entirely approve, yet it produces good effects. For the people are thus kept out of the reach of false opinions, and are prepared for the impressions which will be made on them by more bold and ardent successors, who will probably be raised up when these timid characters are removed off the stage. The clergy are generally the first to begin to speculate, but the people soon follow, where they are so much accustomed to read and inquire. In 1793 was published Jeremy Belknap's biography of Samuel Watts, who was an Arian, or at least held to the subordinate nature of Christ. This book had a very considerable influence in directing attention to the doctrine of the Trinity, and in inducing inquiring men to study the subject critically for themselves. In 1797, Dr. Belknap became the minister of the Federal Street Church in Boston, and his preaching was from that time distinctly Unitarian. Dr. Joseph Priestley removed to Philadelphia in 1794, and he was at first listened to by large congregations. His humanitarian theology, that is, his denial of divinity as well as deity to Christ, probably had the effect of limiting the interest in his teachings. However, a small congregation was established in Philadelphia in 1796, formed mostly of English Unitarians. A congregation was gathered at Northumberland in 1794, to which place Priestley removed in that year. In the year 1800, a division took place in the church at Plymouth, owing to the growth there of liberal sentiments. These began to manifest themselves as early as 1742, as a reaction from the intense revivalism of that period. Reverend Chandler Bobbins, who was strictly Calvinistic in his theology, was the minister from 1760 until his death in 1799. In 1794, a considerable number of persons in the parish discussed the desirability of organizing another church in order to secure more liberal preaching. It was recognized that Mr. Robbins was an old man, that he was very much beloved, and that in a few years the opportunity desired would be presented without needless agitation, and the effort was therefore deferred. In November 1799, at a meeting held for the election of a new pastor, 23 members of the church were in favor of Reverend James Kendall, the only candidate, while 15 were in opposition. When the parish voted, 253 favored Mr. Kendall, and 15 were opposed. In September 1800, the conservative minority, numbering 18 males and 35 females, withdrew, and 2 years later they organized the society now called the Church of the Pilgrimage. The settlement of Mr. Kendall, a pronounced Arminian, was an instance of the almost complete abandonment of Calvinism on the part of a congregation in opposition to the preaching from the pulpit. In spite of the strict confession of faith which Dr. Robbins had persuaded the church to adopt, the parish outgrew the old teachings. Mr. Kendall, with the approval of his church, soon grew into a Unitarian, and it was fitting that the Church of the Mayflower, the Church of Robinson and Brewster, should lead the way in this advance. As yet, there was no controversy, except in a quiet way. Occasionally sharp criticism was uttered, especially in convention and election sermons. But there was no thought of separation or exclusion. The liberal men showed a tendency to magnify the work of charity, and they were, in a limited degree, zealous in every kind of philanthropic effort. More distinctly, however, they showed their position in their enthusiasm for the Bible and in their summing up of Christianity in loyalty to Christ. Towards all creeds and dogmas they were indifferent and silent, except as they occasionally spoke plainly out to condemn them. They believed in and preached toleration, and their whole movement stood more distinctly for comprehensiveness and latitudinarianism than for aught else. They were not greatly concerned about theological problems, but they thoroughly believed in a broad, generous, sympathetic, and practical Christianity that would exemplify the teachings of Christ and that would lead men to a pure and noble moral life. Growth of toleration. That toleration was not as yet fully accepted in Massachusetts is seen in the fact that the proposed Constitution of 1778 was defeated because it provided for freedom of worship on the part of all Protestant denominations. The dominant religious body was not yet ready to put itself on a level with the other sects. In the Constitutional Convention of 1779, the more liberal men worked with the Baptists to secure a separation of state and church. Such men as Drs. Chauncey, Mayhew, West, and Shute were desirous of the broadest toleration, and they did what they could to secure it. As early as 1768, Dr. Chauncey spoke in plainest terms in opposition to the state support of religion. "We are in principle," he wrote, "against all civil establishments in religion. It does not appear to us that God has entrusted the state with the right to make religious establishments. But let it be heedfully minded, we claim no right to desire the interposition of the state to establish the mode of worship, government, or discipline we apprehend is most agreeable to the mind of Christ. We desire no other liberty than to be left unrestrained in the exercise of our principles, in so far as we are good members of society. The plain truth is, by the gospel charter, all professed Christians are vested with precisely the same rights, nor has our denomination any more a right to the interposition of the civil magistrate in their favor than any other. And whenever this difference takes place, it is beside the rule of Scripture and the genuine dictates of uncorrupted reason. All persons throughout the state, of whatever religious connection, who had become emancipated from the Puritan spirit, supported him in this opinion. They were in the minority as yet, and they were not organized. Therefore, their efforts were unsuccessful. Another testing of public sentiment on this subject was had in the Massachusetts Convention, which in 1788 ratified the Constitution of the United States. The 6th article, which provides that no religious tests shall ever be required as a qualification to any office, was the occasion of a prolonged debate and much opposition. Honorable Theophilus Parsons took the liberal side and declared that the only evidence we can have of the sincerity and excellency of a man's religion is a good life, precisely the position of the liberal men. By several members it was urged, however, that this article was a departure from the principles of our forefathers who came here for the preservation of their religion, and that it would admit deists and atheists into the general government. In these efforts to secure religious toleration as a fundamental law of the state and nation, the Baptist denomination took an active and a leading part. Not less faithful to this cause were the liberal men among the Congregationalists, while the opposition came almost wholly from the Calvinistic and Orthodox churches. Such leaders on the liberal side as Dr. David Shute of the South Parish in Hingham, Reverend Thomas Thatcher of the West Parish in Dedham, and Dr. Samuel West of New Bedford were loyally devoted in the convention to the support of the Toleration Act of the Constitution. In the membership of the convention, there were 17 ministers, and 14 of them voted for the Constitution. The opinions of the 14 were expressed by Reverend Phillips Payson, the minister of Chelsea, who held that a religious test would be a great blemish on the Constitution. He also said that God is the God of the conscience, and for human tribunals to encroach upon the consciences of men is impious. As the Constitution was ratified by only a small majority of the convention, and as at the opening of its sessions the opposition seemed almost overwhelming, the position taken by the more liberal ministers was a sure indication of growing liberality. The great majority of the people, however, were still strongly in favor of the old religious tests and restrictions, as was fully indicated by subsequent events. The Revolution operated as a liberalizing influence because of the breaking of old customs and the discussion of the principles of liberty attendant upon the adoption of the state and national constitutions. The growth of democratic sentiment made a strong opposition to the churches and their privileges, and it caused a diminution of reverence for the authority of the clergy. The 20 years following the Revolution showed a notable growth in liberal opinions. Universalism presented itself as a new form of Calvinism, its advocates claiming that God decreed that all should be saved and that his will would be triumphant. In many parts of the country, the doctrine of universal salvation began to be heard during the last 2 decades of the 18th century, and the growth of interest in it was rapid from the beginning of the 19th. This movement began in the Baptist churches, but it soon appeared in others. At first it was undefined, a protest against the harsh teaching of future punishment. It was a part of the humanitarian awakening of the time, the new faith in man, the recognition that love is diviner than wrath. Many persons found escape from creeds that were hateful to them into this new and more hopeful interpretation of religion. Persons of every shade of protest and infidelity and free thinking found their way into this new body, and great was the condemnation and hatred with which it was received on the part of the other sects. In time, this movement clarified itself, and it has had a positive influence for piety and for nobler views of God and the future. Of much the same nature was the movement within the Fellowship of the Friends, led by Thomas Hicks. It was Unitarian and reformatory, influenced by the growing democracy and zeal for humanity the age was everywhere manifesting. In the border states between North and South began, during the last decade of the 18th century, a movement in favor of discarding all creeds and confessions. It favored a return to the Bible itself as the great Protestant book and as the one revealed Word of God. Without learning or culture, these persons sought to make their faith in Christ more real by an evangelical obedience to his teachings. Some of them called themselves disciples, holding that to follow Christ is quite enough. Others said that no other name than Christian is required. They were biblical in their theology and unsectarian in their attitude towards the forms and rituals of the Church. In time, these scattered groups of earnest seekers for a better Christian way, from Maine to Georgia, came to know each other and to organize for the common good. With the rapid growth of Methodism, the Arminian view of man was widely adopted. The Baptists received into their fellowship in all parts of New England at least many who were not deeply in sympathy with their strict rules, but who found with them a means of protesting against the harsher methods of the standing order of Congregationalists. Their demand for toleration and liberty of conscience began to receive recognition after the Revolution, and their influence was a powerful one in bringing about the separation of state and church. Those who were dissatisfied with a church that taxed all the people and that was upheld by state authority found with the Baptists a mean of making their protest heard and felt. In all directions the democratic spirit was being manifested, and conditions which had been upheld by the restrictive authority of England had to give way. The people were now speaking, and not the ministers only. It was an age of individualism, and of the reassertion of the tendency that had characterized New England from the first, but that had been held in check by autocratic power. There was no outbreak, no rapid change, no iconoclastic overturning of old institutions and customs, but the people were coming to their own, thinking for themselves. In reality, the people were conservative, especially in New England, and they moved slowly. There was little infidelity, and steadily were the old ideals maintained. Yet the individualism would assert itself. Men held the old creeds in distinctly personal ways, and the churches grew into more and more of independency. The theological development of the 18th century took two directions, that of rationalism and a demand for free inquiry, as represented by Jonathan Mayhew and William Bentley, and that of a philanthropic protest against the harsh features of Calvinism, as represented by Charles Chauncey and the Universalists. The demand that all theological problems should be submitted to reason for vindication or readjustment was not widely urged, but a few men recognized the worth of this claim and applied this method without hesitation. A larger number followed them with hesitating steps, but with a growing confidence in reason as God's method for man's finding and maintaining the truth. The other tendency grew out of a benevolent desire to justify the ways of God to man, and was the expression of a deepening faith that the divine being deals with his children in a fatherly manner. That God is generous and loving was the faith of Dr. Chauncey, as it was of the Universalists and of the more liberal party among the Calvinists. Their philanthropic feelings toward their fellow men seemed to them representative of God's ways of dealing with his creatures. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1 The Period of Controversy. In the spring of 1805, Reverend Henry Ware, who had been for nearly 20 years pastor of the First Church in the town of Hingham, was inaugurated as the Hollis Professor of Divinity at Harvard College. The place had been made vacant by the death of Professor David Tappan, who was a moderate Calvinist. That is, one who recognized the sovereignty of God, but allowed to man a limited opportunity for personal effort in the process of salvation. It was assumed by the conservative party that a Calvinist would be appointed, because the founder of this important professorship, it was claimed, was of that way of thinking, and so conditioned his gift as to require that no one but a Calvinist should hold the position. This was strenuously denied by the liberals, who maintained that Hollis was not only liberal and Catholic in his own theology, but that he made no such restrictions as were claimed. When the nomination of Mr. Ware was presented to the overseers, it was strongly opposed, but he was elected by a considerable majority. A pamphlet soon appeared in opposition to him, and this was the beginning of a controversy that lasted for a quarter of a century. This war of pamphlets was made more furious by Reverend John Sherman's One God in One Person Only, and Reverend Hosea Ballou's Treatise on the Atonement, both of which appeared in 1805. Mr. Sherman's book was described in the monthly anthology as one of the first acts of direct hostility against the Orthodox committed on these western shores. The little book by Hosea Ballou had small influence on the current of religious thinking outside the Universalist body to which he belonged, and probably did not at all enter into the controversy between the Orthodox and the liberal Congregationalists. It was, however, the first positive statement of the doctrine of the atonement in a rational form, not as expiatory, but as reconciling man to the loving authority of God. Within a decade, it brought the leading Universalists to the Unitarian position. These works were followed in 1810 by Reverend Noah Worcester's Bible News of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, which presented clearly and forcibly an Arian view of the Trinity, or the subordination of Christ to God. These definitions of their position on the part of the liberals were met by the publication of the Panoplist, which was begun by Dr. Jedediah Morse of Charleston, Mass. In 1805. This magazine interpreted the orthodox positions and devoted itself zealously to the defense of the old ideas, as understood by its editors. It was not vehemently aggressive, but was largely devoted to general religious interests and to the promotion of a higher spirit of devotion. It was followed by the Spirit of the Pilgrims, which was more combative and, in some degree, intolerant. In the year 1808, the Andover Theological School was founded, the result of a reconciliation between the Hopkinsians and the Calvinists of the old type, affording an opportunity for theological training on the part of those who could not accept the liberal attitude of Harvard. Most of the liberal men of this time refused to bring their beliefs to the test of exact definition. It was their opinion that no theological statement can have high value in relation to Christian attainments. Under these conditions were trained the men who became the leaders in the early Unitarian movement. William Ellery Channing, who was settled over the Federal Street Church in June 1803, was distinctly evangelical and of a profound and earnest piety. Slowly he grew to accept the liberal attitude, as the result of his love of freedom, his lofty spirituality of nature, and his tolerant and generous cast of mind. He gave spiritual and intellectual direction to the new movement, guided its philanthropic efforts, and brought to noble issue its spiritual philosophy. Early in the year 1804, Joseph Stevens Buckminster was settled over the Brattle Street Church, and though he preached but a little over 6 years before a blighting disease took him away, yet he left behind a tradition of great pulpit gifts and a wonderfully attractive personality. Another to die in early manhood was Samuel Cooper Thatcher, who was settled at the New South in 1811, and who was long remembered for his scholarship and his zeal in the work which he had undertaken. Charles Lowell went to the West Church in 1806, and he nobly sustained the traditions for liberality and spiritual freedom that had gathered about that place of worship. In 1814 appeared Edward Everett, at the age of 20, which had been that of Buckminster when he entered the pulpit, as the minister of the Brattle Street Church, to charm with his eloquence, learning, grace, and power. Francis Parkman began his career at the New North in 1812. A man of various information, a kind spirit, singular benevolence, polished yet simple manners, fine literary taste. A few years later, John Gorham Palfrey became the minister of the Brattle Street Church, and James Walker was settled over the Harvard Church in Charleston. Among the laymen in the churches to which these men preached were many persons of distinction. The liberal fellowship, therefore, was of the highest social and intellectual standing. The piety of the churches was serious, if not profound, and the religion presented was simple, sincere, intellectual, and earnestly spiritual. The monthly anthology. The practical and tolerant aims of the liberals were shown by the manner in which they began to give expression publicly to their position. In the monthly anthology they first found voice, although that publication was started without the slightest controversial purpose. Begun by a young man as a monthly literary journal in 1803, when he found it would not support him, he abandoned it, and the publishers asked Reverend William Emerson, the minister of the First Church in Boston, to take charge of it. Footnote: Josiah Quincy, History of the Boston Athenaeum, 1. In the year 1803, Phineas Adams, a graduate of Harvard College, of the class of 1801, commenced in Boston, under the name of Sylvanus Per Se, a periodical work entitled The Monthly Anthology or Magazine of Polite Literature. He conducted it for 6 months, but not finding its proceeds sufficient for his support, he abandoned the undertaking. Mr. Adams, the son of a farmer in Lexington, manifested in early boyhood a passion for elegant learning. He adopted literature as a profession, but after the failure of his attempt as editor of the anthology, he taught school in different places, till in 1811 he entered the Navy as chaplain and teacher of mathematics. Here he became distinguished for mathematical science in its relation to nautical affairs. In 1812, he accompanied Commodore Porter in his eventual cruise in the Pacific, of which the published journal bears honorable testimony to Mr. Adams's zeal for promoting geographical and mathematical knowledge. He again joined Porter in the expedition for the suppression of piracy in the West Indies, and he died on that station in 1823, much respected in the service. End footnote. He consented to do so, and gathered about him a company of friends to aid him in its management. Their meetings finally grew into the Anthology Club, which continued the publication through 10 volumes. Among the members were William Emerson, Samuel Cooper Thatcher, Joseph S. Buckminster, and Joseph Tuckerman, pastors of churches in Boston and vicinity of the liberal school. There was also John S. J. Gardner, the rector of Trinity Church, who was the president of the club throughout the whole period of its existence, and one of the most frequent contributors to the periodical. The members were not drawn together by any sectarian spirit, but by a common aim of doing something for literature and for the advancement of culture. The monthly anthology was the first distinctly literary journal published in this country. It had an important influence in developing the intellectual tastes of New England and of giving initiative to its literary capacities. The spirit of the monthly anthology was broad and Catholic. Naturally, therefore, in its pages, the liberals made their first protest against party aims and methods. In a few instances, theological problems were discussed, the extreme Trinitarian doctrines were criticized, and the liberal attitude was defended. Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, Piety, and Charity. In the year 1806, Reverend William Emerson began the publication of the Christian Monitor, in his capacity as the secretary of the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, Piety, and Charity, a society then newly founded by residents of Boston and its vicinity for the purpose of publishing enlightened and practical tracts and books. This series of small books, each containing 150 or 200 pages, and issued quarterly, was begun for the purpose of publishing devotional works of a practical and liberal type. The first number contained prayers and devotional exercises for personal or family use, and there followed Bishop Newcomb's Life and Character of Christ, a condensed reproduction of Law's Serious Call, Bishop Hall's Contemplations, Erskine's Letters to the Bereaved, and 2 or 3 volumes of sermons on religious duties and the education of children. Besides the Christian Monitor, this society issued a series of religious tracts which had a considerable circulation. Then it undertook the publication of books for children and for family reading. In aiming to publish works of pure morality and practical piety, its methods were thoroughly Catholic and liberal, for it was unsectarian and yet earnestly Christian. The spirit and methods of this society were thoroughly characteristic of the time when it was organized, and of the men who gave it life and purpose. Not dogma, but piety was what they desired. In the truest sense, they were unsectarian Christians, zealous for good works and a devout life. Footnote. In October 1888, this society gave up its organization, and the sum of $1,265.10 was given to the American Unitarian Association for the establishment of a publishing fund. End footnote. General Repository. The monthly anthology and the Christian Monitor represented the mild and undogmatic attitude of the liberals, their shrinking from all controversy, and their desire to devote their labors wholly to the promotion of a tolerant and Catholic Christianity. The beginning of the controversial spirit on the liberal side found expression in the General Repository and Review, which was begun in Cambridge by Reverend Andrews Norton in April 1812. In the first number of this quarterly review, the editor said that the discussion of the doctrine of the Trinity in our own country has hitherto been chiefly confined to private circles, and cited the books of John Sherman and Noah Worcester as the only exceptions. The review opened, however, with a defense of liberal Christianity, which was aggressive and outspoken. In later issues, an energetic statement was made of the liberal position. The controversial articles were able and explicit, and in a manner hitherto quite unknown on the part of what the editor called Catholic Christians. One of the numbers contained a long and interesting survey of the religious interests of the country, and summed up in an admirable manner the prospects for the liberal churches. After the publication of the 6th number, Mr. Norton withdrew from the work to become the librarian of Harvard College, and it was continued through 2 more issues by a Society of Gentlemen. To this journal, Mr. Norton was by far the largest contributor, but other writers were Edward Everett and his brother Alexander H. Everett, Joseph S. Buckminster, John T. Kirkland, Sidney Willard, George Ticknor, Washington Alston, John Lowell, Noah Worcester, and James Freeman, most of them connected with Harvard College or with the liberal churches in Boston. It is evident, however, that the liberal public was not yet ready for so aggressive and outspoken a journal. The Christian Disciple. What was desired was something milder, less aggressive, of a distinctly religious and conciliatory character. To this end, Doctors Channing, Charles Lowell, and Tuckerman, and Reverend S. C. Thatcher, with whom was afterwards associated Reverend Francis Parkman, planned a monthly magazine that should be liberal in its character, but not sectarian or dogmatic. They invited Reverend Noah Worcester, whose Bible News had cost him his pulpit, to remove from New Hampshire to Boston to become its editor. Although Mr. Worcester's beliefs affiliated him with the Hopkinsonians in everything except his attitude in regard to the inferiority of Christ to God, yet he was compelled to withdraw from his old connections and to find new fields of activity. He began the Christian Disciple as a religious and family magazine, the first number being issued in May 1813. It was not designed for a theological discussion or distinctly for the defense of the liberal position. Its tone was conciliatory and moderate, while it zealously defended religious liberty and charity. Its aim was practical and humanitarian, to help men live the Christian life, as individuals and in their social relations. When it touched upon controverted questions, it was in an expository manner, with the purpose of instructing its readers and of leading them to a higher appreciation of true religion. As his biographer well said of Noah Worcester, he made this work distinguished for its unqualified devotedness to the individual rights of opinion and the sacred duty of a liberal regard to them in other men. Dr. Worcester was not so much a theologian as a philanthropist, and if he was drawn into controversy, it was accidentally, and much to his surprise and disappointment. It was not for the sake of defending his own positions that he replied to his critics, but in the name of truth and from an exacting sense of duty. His gentle, loving, and sympathetic nature unfitted him for intellectual contentions, and he much preferred to devote himself to philanthropies and reforms. In the briefest way, the Christian Disciple reported the doings of the liberal churches and men, but it gave much space to all kinds of organizations of a humanitarian character. It advocated the temperance reform with earnestness, and this at a time when there were few other voices speaking in its behalf. It devoted many pages to the condemnation of slavery and to the approval of all efforts to secure its mitigation or its abolition. It gave large attention to the evils of war, a subject which more and more absorbed the interest of the editor. It condemned dueling in the most emphatic terms, as it did all forms of aggressiveness and inhumanity. In spirit, Dr. Worcester was as much a non-resistant as Tolstoy, and for much the same reasons. More extended reports of Bible societies were given than of any other kind of organization, and these societies especially enlisted the interest of Dr. Worcester and his associates. At the end of 1818, Dr. Worcester withdrew from the editorship of the Christian Disciple to devote himself to the cause of peace, the interests of Christian amity and goodwill, and the exposition of his own theological convictions. The management of the magazine came into the hands of its original proprietors, who continued its publication. Under the new management, the circulation of the magazine increased. At first, the younger Henry Ware became the editor, and he carried the work through the 6 volumes published before it took a new name. It became more distinctly theological in its purpose, and it undertook the task of presenting and defending the views of the liberals. In 1824, the Christian Disciple passed into the hands of Reverend John Gorham Palfrey, and he changed its name to the Christian Examiner without changing its general character. At the end of 2 years, Mr. Francis Jenks became the editor, but in 1831 it came under the control of Reverend James Walker and Reverend Francis W. P. Greenwood. Gradually it became the organ of the higher intellectual life of the Unitarians, and gave expression to their interest in literature, general culture, and in the philanthropies as well as theological knowledge. The subtitle of the Theological Review, which it bore during the first 5 volumes, indicated its preference for subjects of speculative religious interest. But during the half-century of its best influence, it was the General Review or the Religious Miscellany, showing that it was theological only in the broadest spirit. Dr. Morse and American Unitarianism. Reluctant as the liberal men were to take a denominational position and to commit themselves to the interests of a party in religion, or even to withdraw themselves in any way from the churches with which they had been connected, they were compelled to do so by the force of conditions they could not control. One of the first distinct lines of separation was caused by the refusal of the more conservative men to exchange pulpits with their liberal neighbors. This tendency first began to show itself about the year 1810, and it received a decided impetus from the attitude taken by Reverend John Codman, who in 1808 became the minister of the Second Church in Dorchester. He refused to exchange with several of the liberal ministers of the Boston Association, although he was an intimate friend of Dr. Channing, who had directed his theological training and also preached his ordination sermon. The more liberal members of his parish attempted to compel him to exchange with the Boston ministers without regard to theological beliefs, and a long contention followed, with the result that the more liberal parts of his congregation withdrew in 1813 and formed the Third Religious Society in Dorchester. The withdrawal of ministerial courtesies of this kind gradually increased, especially after the controversies that began in 1815, though it was not until many years later that exchanges between the two parties ceased. In 1815, Dr. Jedediah Morse, the editor of the Panoplist and the author of various school books in geography and history, published in a little book of about 100 pages, which bore the title of American Unitarianism, a chapter from Thomas Belsham's biography of Theophilus Lindsey, in which Dr. Lindsey's American correspondence, including prominent ministers in Boston and other parts of New England, had declared their Unitarianism. Footnote: Thomas Belsham, 1750 to 1829, was a dissenting English preacher and teacher. In 1789 he became a Unitarian and was settled in Birmingham. From 1805 to his death, he preached to the Essex Street congregation in London. He wrote a popular work on the evidences of Christianity, and he translated the epistles of St. Paul. He was a vigorous and able writer. And footnote. Morse also published an article in the Panoplist, setting forth that these ministers had not the courage of their convictions, that, while they were Unitarians, they had withheld their opinions from open utterance. His object was to force them to declare themselves, and either to retract their heresies, or else to state them and to withdraw from the churches with which they had been connected. In a letter addressed to Reverend Samuel C. Thatcher, Dr. Channing gave to the public a reply to these charges of insincerity and want of open-mindedness. He said that while many of the ministers and members of their congregations were Unitarians, they did not accept Dr. Belsham's type of Unitarianism, which made Christ a man. He declared that no open declaration of Unitarianism had been made, because they were not in love with the sectarian spirit, and because they were quite unwilling to indulge in any form of proselyting. Accustomed as we are, he wrote, to see genuine piety in all classes of Christians, in Trinitarians and Unitarians, in Calvinists and Arminians, in Episcopalians, Methodists, Baptists, and Congregationalists, and delighting in this character wherever it appears, we are little anxious to bring men over to our peculiar opinions. The publication of Dr. Morse's book, however, gave new emphasis to the spirit of separation which was soon to compel the formation of a new denomination. It was followed 4 years later by Dr. Channing's Baltimore sermon and by other positive declarations of theological opinion. Footnote. Among the controversial works printed in Boston at this time was Yeats' Vindication of Unitarianism, an English book which was republished in 1816. End footnote. From that time, the controversy raged fiercely, and any possibility of reconciliation was removed. Before this time, those who were not Orthodox had called themselves Catholic, Christians, or liberal Christians to designate their attitude of toleration and liberality. The Orthodox had called them Unitarians, and especially was this attempted by Dr. Morse in the introduction to his American Unitarianism, in order to fasten upon them the objectionable name given to the English liberals. It was assumed that the American liberals must agree with the English in their materialism and in their conception of Christ as a man. Dr. Channing repudiated this assumption and declared it was unjust and untrue. But he accepted the word Unitarian and gave it a meaning of his own. Channing defined the word to mean only anti-Trinitarianism, and he accepted it because it seemed to him presumptuous to use the word liberal as applied to a party, whereas it may be applicable to men of all opinions. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. Evangelical Missionary Society. Of more interest than these contentions in behalf of theological opinions is the way in which the Liberal Party brought itself to the task of manifesting its own purposes. Its first organizations were tentative and inclusive, without theological purpose or bias. No distinct lines were drawn, and to them belonged orthodox and liberal alike. Their sole distinguishing attitude was a catholicity of temper that permitted the free activity of the liberals. One of the first organizations of this kind was the Evangelical Missionary Society, which was formed by several of the ministers resident in Worcester and Middlesex counties. The first meeting was held in Lancaster, November 4th, 1807, when a constitution was adopted and the society elected officers. The great object of this society, said the Constitution, is to furnish the means of Christian knowledge and moral improvement to those inhabitants of our own country who are destitute or poorly provided. The growth of the country, even in New England, for the operations of the society were confined to that region, developed many communities in which the population was scattered and without adequate means of education and religion. To aid these communities in securing good teachers and ministers was the purpose of the society. It refused to send forth itinerants, but carefully selected such towns as gave promise of permanent growth, and sent to them ministers instructed to organize churches and to promote the building of meeting houses. In this way, it was the means of establishing a number of churches in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. It also sent a number of teachers into new settlements in Maine, who were successful in training many of their pupils for teaching in the public schools. In several instances, minister and teacher were combined in one person, but the work was nonetheless effective. In 1816, this society was incorporated, its membership was broadened to include the state, and active aid and financial support were given it by the churches in Boston and Salem. It was not sectarian, though. After its incorporation, its membership was more largely recruited from liberals. In time, it became distinctly Unitarian in its character, and such it has remained to the present day. Very slowly, however, did it permit itself to lose any of its marks of Catholicity and inclusiveness. In the end, its membership was confined to Unitarians because no one else wished to share in its unsectarian purposes. At the present time, this society does a quiet and helpful work in the way of aiding churches that have ceased to be self-supporting because of the shifting conditions of population, and in affording friendly assistance to ministers in times of distress or when old age has come upon them. The Berry Street Conference. The first meeting of the liberal ministers for organization was held in the vestry of the Federal Street Church on the evening of May 30th, 1820, which immediately preceded Election Day, the time when anniversary meetings were usually held. The ministers of the state then gathered in Boston to hear the election sermon, and for such counseling of each other as their congregational methods made desirable. At this meeting, Dr. Channing gave an address stating the objects that had brought those present together, and the desirability of their drawing near each other as liberal men for mutual aid and support. It was thought by some of us, he said, that the ministers of this Commonwealth, who are known to agree in what are called liberal and Catholic views of Christianity, needed a bond of union, a means of intercourse, and an opportunity of conference not as yet enjoyed. It was thought that by meeting to join their prayers and counsels, to report the state and prospects of religion in different parts of the Commonwealth, to communicate the methods of advancing it which have been found most successful, to give warning of dangers not generally apprehended, to seek advice in difficulties, and to take a broad survey of our ecclesiastical affairs and the wants of our churches. Much light, strength, comfort, animation, zeal would be spread through our body. The individuals who originated this plan were agreed that whilst the meeting should be confined to those who harmonize generally in opinion, it should be considered as having for its object not simply the advancement of their peculiar views, but the general diffusion of practical religion and of the spirit of Christianity. As this address indicates in every word of it, the liberal men were sensitively anxious to put no fetters on each other, and their reluctance to circumscribe their own personal freedom was extreme. This was the cause that had thus far prevented any effectual organization, and it now withheld the members from any but the most tentative methods. Having escaped from the bondage of sect, they were suspicious of everything that in any manner gave indication of denominational restrictions. The Publishing Fund Society. In May 1821, a year later than the foundation of the Berry Street Conference, several gentlemen in Boston, desirous of promoting the circulation of works adapted to improve the public mind in religion and morality, met and established a publishing fund. The publishing committee then appointed consisted of Dr. Joseph Tuckerman, Dr. John Gorham Palfrey, and Mr. George Ticknor. The Publishing Fund Society refused to print doctrinal tracts or those devoted in any way to sectarian interests. The members of the society made declaration that their publications had nothing to do with any of the isms in religion. Their great object was the increase of practical goodness, the improvement of men in all that truly exalts and ennobles them, or that qualifies them for usefulness and happiness. Most of their tracts were in the form of stories of a didactic character, in which the writers assumed the broad principles of Christian theology and ethics which are common to all the followers of Christ, without meddling with sectarian prejudice or party views. In such statements as these, the promoters of this work indicated their methods, their aim being to furnish good reading to youth, and to those in scattered communities who could not have access to books that were instructive. Besides the tracts of this kind, the Society also published a series for adults, which were of a more strictly devotional character, and yet did not omit to provide entertainment and instruction. This society continued its work for many years, and it issued a considerable number of tracts and books that well served the purpose for which they were designed. Harvard Divinity School. One important result of the theological discussions of the time was the organization of the Divinity School in connection with Harvard College. The 18th century method of preparation for the ministerial office was to study with some settled pastor, who directed the reading of the student, gave him practical acquaintance with the labors of a pastor, and initiated him into the profession by securing for him the approbation of the ministerial association with which he was connected. Another method was for the student to continue his residence in Cambridge and follow his theological studies under the guidance of the president and the Hollis professor, making use of the library of the college. When Reverend Henry Ware was inducted into the Hollis professorship, it was seen that some more systematic method of theological study was desirable. He gradually enlarged the scope of his activities, and in 1811 he began a systematic courser of instruction for the resident students in theology. Ware was one of those genuine lovers of reform and progress, as John Gorham Palfrey said, who are always ready for any innovation for the better, who in the pursuit of what is truly good and useful are not only content to move on with the age, but desirous to move on before it. This effort of his to improve the methods of theological study proved to be the germ of the existing divinity school. The Hollis Professorship of Divinity was founded by Thomas Hollis of London in 1721. Samuel Dexter of Boston established a lectureship of biblical criticism in 1811. Both the professorship and the lectureship were designed for the undergraduates, and not primarily for students in theology. In 1815, however, it became apparent to some of the liberals that a school wholly devoted to the preparation of young men for the ministry was needed. Those who subscribed to the $30,000 secured for this purpose were in 1816 formed into the Society for the Promotion of Theological Education in Harvard University. This society rendered efficient aid to the school for several years. At a meeting held at the Boston Athenaeum, July 17, 1816, Reverend John T. Kirkland became its president. Reverend Francis Parkman, recording secretary, Reverend Charles Lowell, corresponding secretary, and Jonathan Phillips, treasurer. The society was supported by annual subscriptions, life subscriptions, and donations. The school began its work in 1816 with Reverend Andrews Norton as the Dexter lecturer on biblical criticism, Reverend J. T. Kirkland as instructor in systematic theology, Reverend Edward Everett in the criticism of the Septuagint, Professor Sidney Willard in Hebrew, and Professor Levi Frisbee in ethics. In 1819, Mr. Norton was advanced to a professorship, and thereafter devoted his whole time to the school. And during that year the school was divided into 3 classes. In 1824, the Society for the Promotion of Theological Education took the general direction of the school, arranging the course of study and otherwise assuming a supervision, which continued until 1831, when the school received a place as one of the departments of the university. In 1826, a building was erected for the school by the society, which has borne the name of Divinity Hall. In 1828, a professorship of pulpit eloquence and pastoral care was established by the society, and in 1830 the younger Henry Ware entered upon its duties. He was succeeded in 1842 by Reverend Convers Francis. In 1830, Reverend John Gorham Palfrey became the professor of biblical literature, and soon after the instructor in Hebrew. Reverend George Rappel Noyes, in 1840, took the Hancock Professorship of Hebrew and the Dexter Lectureship in Biblical Criticism. Though organized and conducted by the Unitarians, the Divinity School was from the first unsectarian in its purpose and methods. For the Society for the Promotion of Theological Education, on its organization, put into its constitution this fundamental law: it being understood that every encouragement be given to the serious, impartial, and unbiased investigation of Christian truth, and that no assent to the peculiarities of any denomination be required either of the students or professors or instructors. The Unitarian Miscellany. The first outspoken periodical on the liberal side that aimed at being distinctly denominational was published in Baltimore. Dr. Freeman preached in that city in 1816, with the result that during the following year a church was organized there. It was there in 1819, on the occasion of the ordination of Reverend Jared Sparks as the first minister of this church, that Dr. Channing gave utterance to the first great declaration of the Unitarian position, in a sermon that has never been surpassed in this country as an intellectual interpretation of the highest spiritual problems. In January 1821, Reverend Jared Sparks began the publication in Baltimore of the Unitarian Miscellany and Christian Monitor, and for 3 years he was its editor. For another 3 years it was conducted by his successor in the Baltimore pulpit, Reverend Francis W. P. Greenwood, who continued it until he became the minister of King's Chapel when it ceased to exist. During the 6 years of its publication, this magazine was ably edited. It was controversial in a liberal spirit, it was positively denominational, and it had a large and widely extended circulation. It reported all prominent Unitarian events and those of a liberal tendency in all religious bodies. Attacks on Unitarianism were repelled, and the Unitarian position was explained and vindicated. Mr. Sparks was as aggressive as Andrews Norton had been, and was by no means willing to keep to the quiet and reticent manner of the Unitarians of Boston. When he was attacked, he replied with energy and skill, and he carried the war into the enemy's camp. His magazine was far more positive than anything the liberals had hitherto put forth, and its methods were viewed with something of suspicion in the conservative circles of Massachusetts. He published a series of letters on the Episcopal Church in the Unitarian Miscellany, which he enlarged and put into a book. Another series of letters was on the comparative moral tendencies of Trinitarian and Unitarian doctrines, and these grew into a volume. Both were in reply to attacks made upon him, and both were regarded with suspicion and doubt by the men about Cambridge. But in time they came to see that his method was sincere, learned, and honest. In the Unitarian Miscellany, as in all their utterances of this time, the Unitarians manifested much anxiety to maintain their position as the true expounders of primitive Christianity. They did not covet a place outside the larger fellowship of the Christian faith. A favorite method of vindicating their right to Christian recognition was by the publication of the works of liberal Orthodox writers of previous generations. Such an attempt was made by Jared Sparks in his collection of essays and tracts in theology, with biographical and critical notices issued in Boston from 1823 to 1826. In the general preface to these 6 volumes, Mr. Sparks said that the only undeviating rule of selection will be that every article chosen shall be marked with rational and liberal views of Christianity, and suited to inform the mind or improve the temper and practice, and that the series was designed to promote the cause of sacred learning, of truth and charity, of religious freedom and rational piety. In the first volume were included Turretin's essay on the fundamentals of religious truth, a number of short essays by Firmin Abauzit, Francis Blackburn's discussion of the value of confessions of faith, and several essays by Bishop Hoadley. That these writings have now no significance, even to intelligent readers, does not detract from the value of their publication, for they had a living meaning and power. Other writers drawn upon in the succeeding volumes were Isaac Newton, Jeremy Taylor, John Locke, Isaac Watts, William Penn, and Mrs. Barbauld. The catholicity of the editor was shown in the wide range of his authors, whose doctrinal connections covered the whole field of Christian theology. In the publication of the Unitarian Miscellany, Mr. Sparks had the business aid of the Baltimore Unitarian Book Society, formed November 19, 1820, which was organized to carry on this work and to disseminate other liberal books and tracts. This society distributed Bibles and such other books as contain rational and consistent views of Christian doctrines and are calculated to promote a correct faith, sincere piety, and a holy practice. In the year 1821 was formed the Unitarian Library and Tract Society of New York, and similar societies were started in Philadelphia and Charleston soon after, as well as in other cities. Some of these societies published books, tracts, and periodicals. All of them distributed Unitarian publications, and libraries were formed of liberal works. The most successful of these societies, which soon numbered a score or two, was that in Baltimore. This society extended its missionary operations with the printed page widely, sending tracts into every part of the country, the demand for them having become very large. Its periodical had an extended circulation, its cheapness, its popular character, and its outspoken attitude on doctrinal questions serving to make it the most successful of the liberal publications of the time. The Christian Register. On April 20th, 1821, was issued the first number of the Christian Register, the regular weekly publication of which began with August 24th of that year. Its 4 pages contained 4 columns each, but the third of these pages was given to secular news and advertisements. The first page was devoted to general religious subjects. The second discussed those topics which were of special interest to Unitarians, while the fourth was given to literary miscellanies. Almost nothing of church news was reported, and only in a limited way was the paper denominational. It was a general religious newspaper of a kind that was acceptable to the liberals, and it defended and interpreted their cause when occasion demanded. The paper was started wholly as an individual enterprise by its publisher, Reverend David Reed, who acted for about 5 years as its editor. He had the encouragement of the leading Unitarians of Boston and its vicinity, and when such men as Channing, Ware, and Norton wished to speak for the Unitarians, its columns were open to them. Among the other early contributors were Kirkland, Story, Edward Everett, Walker, Dewey, Furness, Palfrey, Gannett, Noah Worcester, Greenwood, Bancroft, Sparks, Alexander Young, Freeman, Burnap, Pierpont, Noyes, Lowell, Frothingham, and Pierce. In his prospectus, the publisher spoke of the growth of the spirit of free religious inquiry in the country, and he said that in all classes of the community there was an eagerness to understand theological questions, and to arrive at and practice the genuine principles of Christianity. His ideal was a periodical that should present the same doctrines and temper as the Christian Disciple, but that would be of a more popular character. The great object of the Christian Register, he said to his readers, will be to inculcate the principles of a rational faith, and to promote the practice of genuine piety. To accomplish this purpose, it will aim to excite a spirit of free and independent religious inquiry, and to assist in ascertaining and bringing into use the true principles of interpreting the Scriptures. For a number of years, the Christian Register conformed to the mild and amiable spirit in which it began its career, rarely being aroused to an aggressive attitude, and seldom undertaking to speak for Unitarianism as a distinct form of Christianity. When the liberals were fiercely attacked, it spoke out, as, for instance, at the time when the Unitarians were charged with stealing churches from the Orthodox. Footnote: Dr. George E. Ellis, in Unitarianism, Its Origin and History, 147. The most prominent instance was that of the first church in Dedham, and this was decided by legal proceedings. The question recognized by the court was simply this: whether the claimants had been lawfully appointed deacons of the first church, that is, whether the body which had appointed them was by law the first church. The decision of the court was as follows: when the majority of the members of a congregational church separate from the majority of the parish, the members who remain, although a minority, constitute the church in such parish, and retain the rights and property belonging thereto. This legal decision would have been regarded as a momentous one had it applied only to the single case then in hearing. But it was the establishment of a precedent which would dispose of all cases then to be expected to present themselves in the troubles of the time between parishes and the churches gathered within them. The full purport of this decision was that the law did not recognize a church independently of its connection with the parish in which it was gathered, from which it might sever itself and carry property with it. It was in accordance with the practice in New England for at least a century preceding the decision in the Dedham case, and the decision was rendered as the result of this practice. End footnote. Otherwise, it was mild and placid enough, given to expressing its friendly interest in every kind of reform, from the education of women to the emancipation of slaves, thoroughly humanitarian in its attitude, not doctrinal or controversial, but faithfully Catholic and tolerant. It was a well-conducted periodical, represented a wide range of interests, and was admirably suited to interpret the temper and spirit of a rational religion. It is now the oldest weekly religious newspaper published in this country. As the leading Unitarian periodical, it is still conducted with notable enterprise and ability. Another periodical also deserves mention in this connection, and that is the North American Review, which was begun by William Tudor, one of the members of the Anthology Club, in May 1815. While it was not religious in its character, it was from the first, and for more than 60 years, edited by Unitarians, and its contributors were very largely from that religious body. The same tendencies and conditions that led the liberals to establish the monthly anthology, the Christian Disciple, and the Christian Examiner, gave demand amongst them for a distinctly literary and critical journal. They had gained that form of liberated and Catholic culture which made such works possible, and to a large extent they afforded the public necessary to their support. Mr. Tudor was succeeded as the editor of the Review by Professor Edward T. Channing, and then followed in succession Edward Everett, Jared Sparks, Alexander H. Everett, John Gorham Palfrey, Francis Bowen, and Andrew P. Peabody, all Unitarians. Among the early Unitarian contributors were Nathan Hale, Joseph Story, Nathaniel Bowditch, W. H. Prescott, William Cullen Bryant, and Theophilus Parsons. For many years, few of the regular contributors were from any other religious body, not because the editors put restrictions upon others, but because those who were interested in general literary, historical, and scientific subjects belonged almost exclusively to the churches of this faith. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 3. Results of the Division in Congregationalism. The controversy, which began in 1805, continued for about 20 years. The pamphlets and books it brought forth are almost forgotten, and they would have little interest at the present time. They gradually widened the breach between the orthodox and the liberal Congregationalists. It would be difficult to name a decisive date for their actual separation. The organization of the societies and the establishment of the periodicals already mentioned were successive steps to that result. The most important event was undoubtedly the formation of the American Unitarian Association in 1825. But even that important movement on the part of the Unitarians did not bring about a final separation. Individual churches and ministers continued to treat each other with the same courtesy and hospitality as before. That the breach was inevitable seems to be the verdict of history, and yet it is not difficult to see today how it might have been avoided. The Unitarians were dealt with in such a manner that they could not continue the old connection without great discomfort and loss of self-respect. They were forced to organize for self-protection, and yet they did so reluctantly and with much misgiving. They would have preferred to remain as members of the united congregational body, but the theological temper of the time made this impossible. It would not be just to say that there was actual persecution, but there could not be unity where there was not community of thought and faith. When the division in the congregational churches came, 125 churches allied themselves with the Unitarians, 100 in Massachusetts, a score in other parts of New England, and a half-dozen west of the Hudson River. These churches numbered among them, however, many of the oldest and the strongest, including about 20 of the first 25 organized in Massachusetts, and among them Plymouth, organized in Scrooby, Salem, Dorchester, Boston, Watertown, Roxbury, Hingham, Concord, and Quincy. The 10 congregational churches in Boston, with the exception of the Old South, allied themselves with the Unitarians. Other first churches to take this action were those of Portsmouth, Kennebunk, and Portland. Outside New England, a beginning was made almost as soon as the Unitarian name came into recognition. At Charleston, South Carolina, the Congregational Church, which had been very liberal, was divided in 1816 as the result of the preaching of Reverend Anthony Forster. He was led to read the works of Dr. Priestley and became a Unitarian in consequence. Owing to ill health, he was soon obliged to resign. The Reverend Samuel Gilman was installed in 1819. Reverend Robert Little, an English Unitarian, took up his residence in Washington in 1819 and began to preach there, and a church was organized in 1821. While chaplain of the House of Representatives in 1821–22, Jared Sparks preached to this society fortnightly and in the House chamber on the alternate Sunday. When he went to Charleston in 1819 to assist in the installation of Mr. Gilman, he preached to a very large congregation in the State House in Raleigh, and the next year he spoke to large congregations in Virginia. Footnote: H.B. Adams, Life and Writings of Jared Sparks, gives the most interesting account in his earlier chapters of the origin of Unitarianism, especially of its beginnings in Baltimore and other places outside New England. End footnote. More than a decade earlier, there were individual Unitarians in Kentucky. Footnote: James Garrard, governor of Kentucky from 1796 to 1802, was a Unitarian. Harry Tolman, president of Transylvania Seminary and secretary of the state of Kentucky, was also a Unitarian. End footnote. On his journey to the ordination of Jared Sparks, Dr. Channing preached in a New York parlor, and on his return he occupied the lecture hall of the medical school. The result was the first Congregational Church, All Souls, organized in 1819, which was followed by the Church of the Messiah in 1825. In fact, many of the more intelligent and thoughtful persons everywhere were inclined to accept a liberal interpretation of Christianity. Although the congregational body was divided into two distinct denominations, there were three organizations formed prior to that event, which have remained intact to this day. In these societies, Orthodox and Unitarian continue to unite as Congregationalists, and the sectarian lines are not recognized. The first of these organizations is the Massachusetts Congregational Charitable Society, which was formed early in the 18th century for the purpose of securing support to the widows and children of deceased congregational ministers. The second is the Massachusetts Convention of Congregational Ministers, also formed early in the 18th century, although its records begin only with the year 1748. It was formed for consultation, advice, and counsel, to aid orphans and widows of ministers, and to secure the general promotion of the interests of religion. The convention sermon has been one of the recognized institutions of Massachusetts, and since the beginning of the Unitarian controversy, it has been preached alternately by ministers of the two denominations. The Society for Propagating the Gospel among the Indians and others in North America was formed in 1787. The members, officers, and missionaries of this society have been of both denominations, and the work accomplished has been carried on in a spirit of amity and goodwill. These societies indicate that cooperation may be secured without theological unity, and it is possible that they may become the basis in the future of a closer sympathy and fellowship between the severed congregational churches. Final separation of state and church. From the beginning, the liberal movement had been more or less intimately associated with that for the promotion of religious freedom and the separation of state and church. Many of the states withdrew religion from state control on the adoption of the federal Constitution. In New England, this was done in the first years of the century. Connecticut came to this result, after an exciting agitation in 1818. Massachusetts was more tenacious of the old ways, but in 1811 its legislative body passed a Religious Freedom Act that secured individuals from taxation for the support of churches with which they were not connected. The Constitutional Convention of 1820 proposed a Bill of Rights that aimed to secure religious freedom, but it was defeated by large majorities. It was only when church property was given by the courts to the parish in preference to the church, and when the standing order churches had been repeatedly foiled in their efforts to retain the old prerogatives, that a majority could be secured for religious freedom. In November 1833, the legislature submitted to the people a revision of the Bill of Rights, which provided for the separation of state and church and the voluntary support of churches. A majority was secured for this amendment, and it became a law in 1834. Massachusetts was the last of all the states to arrive at this result, and a far greater effort was required to bring it about than elsewhere. The support of the churches was now purely voluntary, the state no longer lending its aid to tax person and property for their maintenance. Thus it came about that Massachusetts adopted the principle and method of Roger Williams after 2 centuries. For the first time she came to the full recognition of her own democratic ideals, and to the practical acceptance of the individualism for which she had contended from the beginning. She had fought stubbornly and zealously for the faith she prized above all other things, but by the logic of events and the greatness of the principle of liberty she was conquered. The minister and the meeting-house were by her so dearly loved that she could not endure the thought of having them shorn of any of their power and influence. But for the sake of their true life, she at last found it wise and just to leave all the people free to worship God in their own way, without coercion and without restraint. Although the liberal ministers and churches led the way in securing religious freedom, yet they were socially and intellectually conservative. Radical changes they would not accept, and they moved away from the old beliefs with great caution. The charge that they were timid was undoubtedly true, though there is no evidence that they attempted to conceal their real beliefs. Evangelical enthusiasm was not congenial to them, and they rejected fanaticism in every form. They had a deep, serious, and spiritual faith that was intellectual without being rationalistic, marked by strong common sense, and vigorous with moral integrity. They permitted a wide latitude of opinion, and yet they were thoroughly Christian in their convictions. Most of them saw in the miracles of the New Testament the only positive evidence of the truth of Christianity, which was to them an external and supernatural revelation. They were quite willing to follow Andrews Norton, however, who was the chief defender of the miraculous, in his free criticism of the Old Testament and the birth stories in the Gospels. The liberal ministers fostered an intellectual and literary expression of religion, and yet their chief characteristic was their spirituality. They aimed at ethical insight and moral integrity in their influence upon men and women, and at cultivating purity of life and an inward probity. In large degree, they developed the spirit of philanthropy and a fine regard for the rights and the welfare of others. They were not sectarian or zealous for bringing others to the acceptance of their own beliefs, but they were generous in behalf of all public interests, faithful to all civic duties, and known for their private generosity and faithful Christian living. Under the leadership of Dr. Channing, the Catholic Christians, as they prefer to call themselves, cultivated a spirituality that was devout without being ritualistic, sincere without being fanatical. The churches around them, to a large degree, kept zealously to the externals of religion and accepted physical evidences of the truthfulness of Christianity. But Channing sought for what is deeper and more permanent. His preference of rationality to the testimony of miracles, spiritual insight to external evidences, devoutness of life to the rites of the Church, characterized him as a great religious leader, and developed for the Catholic Christians a new type of Christianity. Whatever Channing's limitations as a thinker and a reformer, he was a man of prophetic insight and lofty spiritual vision. In other ages he would have been canonized as a saint, or called the beatific doctor. But in Boston he was a heretic and a reformer, who sought to lead men into a faith that is ethical, sincere, and humanitarian. He prized Christianity for what it is in itself, for its inwardness, its fidelity to human nature, and its ethical integrity. His mind was always open to truth. He was always young for liberty, and his soul dwelt in the serene atmosphere of a pure and lofty faith. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. The American Unitarian Association. The time had come for the liberals to organize in a more distinctive form, in order that they might secure permanently the results they had already attained. The demand for organization, however, came almost wholly from the younger men, those who had grown up under the influence of the freer life of the liberal churches, or who had been trained in the independent spirit of the divinity school at Harvard. The older men, for the most part, were bound by the traditions of the standing order. They could not bring themselves to desire new conditions and new methods. The spirit of the older and leading laymen and ministers is admirably illustrated in Reverend O. B. Frothingham's account of his father in his book entitled Boston Unitarianism. They were interested in many public-spirited enterprises, and the social circle in which they moved was cultivated and refined. But they were provincial, and little inclined to look beyond the limits of their own immediate interests. Dr. Nathaniel L. Frothingham, minister of the First Church in Boston, one of the earliest American students of German literature and philosophy, and a man of rational insight and progressive thinking, may be regarded as a representative of the best type of Boston minister in the first half of the 19th century. In a sermon preached in 1835, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of his settlement, Dr. Frothingham said that he had never before used the word Unitarian in his pulpit, though his church had been for 30 years counted as Unitarian. We have, he said, made more account of the religious sentiment than of theological opinions. In this attitude he was in harmony with the leading men of his day. Channing, for instance, was opposed to every phase of religious organization that put bonds upon men, and he would accept nothing in the form of a creed. He severely condemned the guilt of a sectarian spirit, and said that to bestow our affections on those who are ranged under the same human leader, or who belong to the same church with ourselves, and to withhold it from others who possess equal, if not superior virtue, because they bear a different name, is to prefer a party to the Church of Christ. In 1831, he described Unitarianism as being characterized by nothing more than by the spirit of freedom and individuality. It has no established creed or symbol, he wrote. Its friends think each for himself and differ much from each other. Later, he wrote to a friend, I distrust sectarian influence more and more. I am more detached from a denomination and strive to feel more my connection with the universal church, with all good and holy men. I am little of a Unitarian and stand aloof from all but those who strive and pray for clearer light, who look for a purer and more effectual manifestation of Christian truth. Many of the Unitarians were in fullest sympathy with Channing as to the fundamental law of spiritual freedom and as to the evils of sectarianism. A considerable number of them were in agreement with him as to the course pursued by the Unitarian movement. Having escaped from one sect, they were not ready to commit themselves to the control of another. Therefore, they withheld themselves from all definitely organized phases of Unitarianism, and would give no active support to those who sought to bring the liberals together for purposes of protection and forward movement. Under these circumstances, it was difficult to secure concert of action or to make successful any definite missionary enterprise, however little of sectarianism it might manifest. Even to the present time, Unitarianism has shown this independence on the part of local churches and this freedom on the part of individuals. Because of this attitude, unity of action has been difficult, and denominational loyalty never strong or assured. However, a different spirit animated the younger men, who persisted in their effort to secure an organization that would represent distinctively the Unitarian thought and sentiment. The movement towards organization had its origin and impulse in a group of young ministers who had been trained at the Harvard Divinity School under Professor Andrews Norton. While Norton was conservative in theology and opposed to sectarian measures, his teaching was radical, progressive, and stimulating. His students accepted his spirit of intellectual progress and often advanced beyond his more conservative teachings. In the years between 1817 and 1824, James Walker, John G. Palfrey, Jared Sparks, Alexander Young, John Pierpont, Ezra S. Gannett, Samuel Barrett, Thomas R. Sullivan, Samuel J. May, Calvin Lincoln, and Edward B. Hall were students in the Divinity School, and all of these men were leaders in the movement to organize a Unitarian association. Pierpont gave the name to the new organization, distinctly defining it as Unitarian. Gannett, Palfrey, and Hall served it as presidents, Gannett, Lincoln, and Young as secretaries. Walker, Palfrey, and Barrett gave it faithful service as directors, and Lincoln as its active missionary agent. A number of young laymen in Boston and elsewhere, mostly graduates of Harvard College, were also interested in the formation of the new organization. Among them were Charles G. Loring, Robert Rantow, Samuel A. Eliot, Leverett Saltonstall, George B. Emerson, and Alden Bradford. All these young men were afterwards prominent in the affairs of the city or state, and they were faithful to the interests of the Unitarian churches with which they were connected. Initial meetings. The first proposition to form a Unitarian organization for missionary purposes was made in a meeting of the Anonymous Association, a club to which belonged 30 or 40 of the leading men of Boston. They were all connected with Unitarian churches and were actively interested in promoting the growth of a liberal form of Christianity. It appears from the journal of David Reed, for many years the editor and publisher of the Christian Register, that the members of this association were in the habit of meeting at each other's houses during the year 1824 for the purpose of discussing important subjects connected with religion, morals, and politics. At a meeting held at the house of Honorable Josiah Quincy in the autumn of that year, attention was called to certain articles that had been published in the Christian Register, and the importance was suggested of promoting the growth of liberal Christianity through the distribution of the printed word. A resolution was submitted, inquiring if measures could not be taken for uniting the efforts of liberal-minded persons to give greater efficiency to the attempt to extend a knowledge of Unitarian principles by means of the public press. And a committee was appointed to consider and report on the expediency of forming an organization for this purpose. This committee consisted of Reverend Henry Ware, the younger, Alden Bradford, and Richard Sullivan. Henry Ware was the beloved and devoted minister of the Second Church in Boston. His colleagues were older men, both graduates of Harvard College and prominent in the social and business life of Boston. The purpose which these men had in mind was well defined by Dr. Gannett. Writing 20 years after the event, "We found ourselves," he said, "under the painful necessity of contributing our assistance to the propagation of tenets which we accounted false, or of forming an association through which we might address the great truths of religion to our fellow men without the adulteration of erroneous dogmas. To take one of these courses, or to do nothing in the way of Christian beneficence, was the only alternative permitted to us. The name which we adopted has a sectarian sound, but it was chosen to avoid equivocation on the one hand and misapprehension on the other." The committee, under date of December 29, 1824, sent out a circular inviting a meeting of all interested in order to confer together on the expediency of appointing an annual meeting for the purpose of union, sympathy, and cooperation in the cause of Christian truth and Christian charity. In this circular will be found the origin of the clause in the present Constitution of the Unitarian Association defining its purposes. In response to this call, a meeting was held in the vestry of the Federal Street Church on January 27, 1825. Dr. Channing opened the meeting with prayer. Richard Sullivan was chosen moderator, and James Walker secretary. They were present all those who have been hitherto named in connection with this movement, together with many others of the leading laymen and ministers of the liberal churches in New England. The record of the meeting made by Reverend James Walker is preserved in the first volume of the correspondence of the Unitarian Association, and it enables us, in connection with the more confidential reminiscences of David Reed, to give a fairly complete record of what was said and done. Henry Ware the younger, in behalf of the committee, presented a statement of the objects proposed by those desirous of organizing a national Unitarian society. and he offered a resolution declaring it desirable and expedient that provision should be made for future meetings of Unitarians and liberal Christians generally. The adoption of this resolution was moved by Stephen Higginson, and the discussion was opened by Dr. Aaron Bancroft, the learned and honored minister of the Second Church in Worcester. He was fearful that sufficient care might not be taken as to the manner of instituting the proposed organization, and he doubted its expediency. He was of the opinion that Unitarianism was to be propagated slowly and silently, for it had succeeded in his own parish because it had not been openly advocated. He did not wish to oppose the design generally, but he was convinced that it would do more harm than good. Dr. Bancroft was followed by Professor Andrews Norton, the greatly respected teacher of most of the younger ministers, who defended the proposed organization and said that its purpose was not to make proselytes. Then Dr. Channing arose and gave to the proposition of the committee a guarded approval. He thought the object of the convention, as he wished to call it, should be to spread our views of religion, not our mere opinions, for our religion is essentially practical. The friendly attitude of Channing gave added emphasis to the disapproval of the prominent laymen who spoke after him. Judge Charles Jackson, an eminent justice of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, thought there was danger in the proposed plan, that it was not becoming to liberal Christians, that it was inconsistent with their principles, and that it would not be beneficial to the community. He was ready to give his aid to any specific work, but he thought that everything could be accomplished that was necessary without a general association of any kind. The same opinion was expressed by George Bond, a leading merchant of Boston, who was afraid that Unitarianism would become popular, and that, when it had gained a majority of the people of the country to its side, it would become as intolerant as the other sects. For this reason he believed the measure inexpedient, and moved an adjournment of the meeting. 3 of the most widely known and respected of the older ministers also spoke in opposition to the proposition to form an association of liberal Christians. These men were typical pastors and preachers, whose parishes were limited only by the town in which they lived, and who preached the gospel without sectarian prejudice or doctrinal qualifications. Dr. John Pierce of Brookline thought the measure of the committee very dangerous, and likely to do much harm in many of the parishes by arousing the sectarian spirit. He spoke 3 times in the course of the meeting, opposing with his accustomed vehemence all attempt at organization. Dr. Abiel Abbott of Beverly thought that presenting a distinct object for opposition would arrest the progress of Unitarianism, for in his neighborhood liberal Christianity owed everything to slow and silent progress. Dr. John Allen of Duxbury, one of the most original and learned ministers of his time in New England, was opposed to the use of any sectarian name, especially that of Unitarian or Liberal. He was willing to join in a general convention, and he desired to have a meeting of delegates from all sects. He expressed the opinion of several leading men who were present at this meeting, who favored an unsectarian organization that should include all men of liberal opinions of whatever name or denominational connection. Those who were in favor of a Unitarian association did not remain silent, and they spoke with clearness and vigor in approval of the proposition of the committee. Alden Bradford, who became the Secretary of State in Massachusetts, and wrote several valuable biographical and historical works, thought that Unitarians were too timid and did not wisely defend their position. He was followed by Andrews Norton in a vigorous declaration of the importance of the association, in the course of which he pointed out how inadequately Unitarians had protected and fostered the institutions under their care, and declared that closer union was necessary. Jared Sparks also earnestly favored the project, and said that what was proposed was not a plan of proselyting. It was his opinion that Unitarians ought to come forward in support of their views of truth, and that an association was necessary in order to promote sympathy among them throughout the country. Colonel Joseph May, who had been for 30 years a warden of King's Chapel, and a man held in high esteem in Boston, referred to the work already accomplished by the zeal and effort of the few Unitarians who had worked together to promote liberal interests. The most incisive words spoken, however, came from John Pierpont, who was just coming into his fame as an orator and a leader in reforms. "We have," he declared, "and we must have the name Unitarian. It is not for us to shrink from it. Organization is necessary in order to maintain it. An organization there must be. The general interests of Unitarians will be promoted by using the name and organizing in harmony with it." In the long discussion at this meeting, it appears that of the ministers, Channing, Norton, Bancroft, Ware, Pierpont, Sparks, Eddies, Nichols, Parker, Thayer, Willard, and Harding were in favor of organization. Pierce, Allen, Abbott, Freeman, and Bigelow against it. Of the laymen, Charles Jackson and George Bond were vigorously in opposition, and Judge Story, Judge White, Judge Howe of Northampton, Alden Bradford, Leverett Saltonstall, Stephen Higginson, and Joseph May spoke in favor. The result of the meeting was the appointment of a committee consisting of Sullivan, Bradford, Ware, Channing, Palfrey, Walker, Pierpont, and Higginson, which was empowered to call together a larger meeting at some time during the session of the General Court. But this committee seems never to have acted. At the end of his report of this preliminary meeting, James Walker wrote, "The meeting proposed was never called, as there appeared to be so much difference of opinion as to the expediency and nature of the measure proposed, it was thought best to let it subside in silence." The zeal of those favorable to organization, however, did not abate, and the discussion went on throughout the winter. On May 25, 1825, at the meeting of the Berry Street Conference of Ministers, Henry Ware the younger, who had been chairman of the first committee, renewed the effort, and presented the following statement as a declaration of the purposes of the proposed organization. "It is proposed to form a new association to be called the American Unitarian Society. The chief and ultimate object will be the promotion of pure and undefiled religion by disseminating the knowledge of it where adequate means of religious instruction are not enjoyed. A secondary good which will follow from it is the union of all Unitarian Christians in this country, so that they would become mutually acquainted, and the concentration of their efforts would increase their efficiency. The Society will embrace all Unitarian Christians in the United States. Its operations would extend themselves through the whole country. These operations would chiefly consist in the publication and distribution of tracts and the support of missionaries." it was announced that in the afternoon a meeting would be held for the further consideration of the subject. This meeting was held at 4 o'clock, and Dr. Henry Ware acted as moderator. The opponents of organization probably absented themselves, for action was promptly taken, and it was voted that it is expedient to form a new society to be called the American Unitarian Association. All who were present expressed themselves as in favor of this action. Reverend James Walker, Mr. Lewis Tappan, and Reverend Ezra S. Gannett were appointed a committee to draft a form of organization. On the next morning, Thursday, May 26, 1825, this committee reported to a meeting, of which Dr. Nathaniel Thayer of Lancaster was moderator, and with 1 or 2 amendments, the Constitution prepared by the committee was adopted. This Constitution, with slight modifications, is still in force. The object of the association was declared to be to diffuse the knowledge and promote the interests of pure Christianity. A committee to nominate officers selected Dr. Channing for president, Joseph Story of Salem, Joseph Lyman of Northampton, Stephen Longfellow of Portland, Charles H. Atherton of Amherst, New Hampshire, Henry Wheaton of New York, James Taylor of Philadelphia, Henry Payson of Baltimore, William Cranch of Alexandria, Martin L. Hurlbut of Charleston as vice presidents, Ezra S. Gannett of Boston for secretary, Lewis Tappan of Boston for treasurer, and Andrews Norton, Jared Sparks, and James Walker for executive committee. When Mr. Gannett wrote to his colleague Dr. Channing to notify him of his election as president, there came a letter declining the proffered office. "I was a little disappointed," Channing wrote, "at learning that the Unitarian Association is to commence operations immediately. I conversed with Mr. Norton on the subject before leaving Boston, and found him so indisposed to engage in it that I imagined that it would be let alone for the present. The office which in your kindness you have assigned to me I must beg to decline. As you have made a beginning, I truly rejoice in your success." Norton and Sparks also declined to serve as directors, ill health and previous engagements being assigned by them for their inability to act with the other officers elected. The executive committee proceeded to fill these vacancies by the election of Dr. Aaron Bancroft of Worcester as president, and of the younger Henry Ware and Samuel Barrett to the executive committee, and the board of directors thus constituted administered the association during its first year. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. In the selection of Dr. Bancroft as the head of the new association, a wise choice was made, for he had the executive and organizing ability that was eminently desirable at this juncture. He was an able preacher, and one of the strongest thinkers in the Unitarian body. His biography of Washington had made him widely known, and his volume of controversial sermons, published in 1822, had received the enthusiastic praise of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. When he was settled, he was almost an outcast in Worcester County because of his liberalism, but such were the strength of his character and the power of his thought that gradually he secured a wide hearing and became the most popular preacher in central Massachusetts. After 50 years of his ministry, he could count 21 vigorous Unitarian societies about him, all of which had profited by his influence. Although he was 70 years of age at the time he accepted the presidency of the Unitarian Association, he was in the full enjoyment of his powers, and he filled the office for 10 years, giving it and the cause which the association represented the impetus and weight of his sound judgment and deserved reputation. The executive work of the association fell to the charge of the secretary, Ezra S. Gannett, who had been one of the most enthusiastic advocates of the new organization. Gannett was but 24 years old, and had been but 1 year in the active ministry as the colleague of Dr. Channing. He had youth, zeal, and executive force. Writing of him after his death, Dr. Bellows said, "He had rare administrative qualities and a statesman-like mind. He would have been a leader anywhere. He had the ambition, the faculties, and the impulsive temperament of an actor in affairs. He had the fervor, the concentration of will, the passionate enthusiasm of conviction, the love of martyrdom, which make men great in action." Throughout his life, Gannett labored assiduously for the association, serving it in every capacity, refusing no drudgery, traveling over the country in its interests, and giving himself, heart and soul, to the cause it represented. The Unitarian cause never had a more devoted friend, or one who made greater sacrifices in its behalf. To him, more than to any other man, it owes its organized life and its missionary serviceableness. Lewis Tappan, the treasurer, was a successful young businessman. His term of service was brief. For 2 years after the organization of the association, he removed to New York, where he had an honorable career as one of the founders of the Journal of Commerce, and as the head of the first mercantile agency established in the country. He was later one of the anti-slavery leaders in New York, and an active and earnest member of Plymouth Church in Brooklyn. Footnote: although Lewis Tappan took a zealous interest in the formation of the Unitarian Association, as he did in all Unitarian activities of the time, in the autumn of 1827 he withdrew from the Unitarian Fellowship and joined the Orthodox Congregationalist. In a letter addressed to a Unitarian minister, he explained his reasons for so doing. This letter circulated for some time in manuscript, and in 1828 was printed in a pamphlet with the title, "Letter from a Gentleman in Boston to a Unitarian Clergyman of that City." Want of piety among Unitarians, failure to sustain missionary enterprises, and the absence of a rigid business integrity he assigned as reasons for his withdrawal. This pamphlet excited much discussion, pro and con, and it was answered in a caustic review by J. P. Blanchard. End footnote. The executive committee was composed of the 3 devoted young ministers who had been foremost in organizing the association. Barrett was 30, Ware and Walker were 31 years of age, and all 3 had been in Harvard College and the Divinity School together. Samuel Barrett had just been chosen minister of the newly formed 12th Congregational Church of Boston, which he served throughout his life. He was identified with all good causes in eastern Massachusetts, a founder of the benevolent fraternity and an overseer of Harvard College. Henry Ware the younger was at the time of his election the minister of the Second Church in Boston. 5 years later, he became professor in the Harvard Divinity School, and his memory is still cherished as the teacher and exemplar of a generation of Unitarian ministers. James Walker was, in 1825, the minister of the Harvard Church in Charlestown, and already gave evidence of the sanity and catholicity of mind, the practical organizing power, the wide philosophic culture, and the dignity of character which afterward distinguished him as professor in Harvard College and as its president. Thus the organization started on its way, as the result of the determined purpose of a small company of the younger ministers and laymen. It took a name that separated it from all other religious organizations in this country so far as its members then knew. The Unitarian name had been first definitely used in this country in 1815 to describe the liberal or Catholic Christians. They had first scornfully rejected it, but many of them had finally come to rejoice in its declaration of the simple unity of God. As a matter of history, it may be said that the word Unitarian was used in this doctrinal sense only, and it had none of the implications since given it by philosophy and science. Those who used it meant thereby to say that they accepted the doctrine of the absolute unity of God, and that the position of Christ was a subordinate, though a very exalted one. No one can read their statements with historic apprehension and arrive at any other conclusion. Yet these persons had no wish to cut themselves off from historic Christianity. Rather was it their intent to restore it to its primitive purity. Work of the first year. If others were disinclined to action, the Executive Committee of the Unitarian Association was determined that something should be done. At their first meeting, held in the Secretary's study 4 days after their election, there were present Norton, Walker, Tappan, and Gannett. They commissioned Reverend Warren Burton to act as their agent in visiting neighboring towns to solicit funds, and a week later they voted to employ him as a general agent. The committee held 6 meetings during June, and at one of these an address was adopted defining the purposes and methods of the association. They wish it to be understood, was their statement, that its efforts will be directed to the promotion of true religion throughout our country, intending by this not exclusively those views which distinguish the friends of this association from other disciples of Christ, but those views in connection with the great doctrines and principles in which all Christians coincide, and which constitute the substance of our religion. We wish to diffuse the knowledge and influence of the gospel of our Lord and Savior. Great good is anticipated from the cooperation of persons entertaining similar views, who are now strangers to each other's religious sentiments. Interest will be awakened, confidence inspired, efficiency produced by the concentration of labors. The spirit of inquiry will be fostered, and individuals at a distance will know where to apply for information and encouragement. Respectability and strength will be given to the class among us whom our fellow Christians have excluded from the control of their religious charities, and whom, by their exclusive treatment, they have compelled in some measure to act as a party. The objects of the association were stated to be the collection of information about Unitarianism in various parts of the country, the securing of union, sympathy, and cooperation among liberal Christians, the publishing and distribution of books inculcating correct views of religion, the employment of missionaries, and the adoption of other measures that might promote the general purposes held in view. At the end of the year, the association held its first anniversary meeting in Pantheon Hall on the evening of June 30th, 1826, when addresses were made by Honorable Joseph Story, Honorable Leverett Saltonstall, Reverend Ichabod Nichols, and Reverend Henry Coleman. The Executive Committee presented its report, which gave a detailed account of the operations during the year. They gave special attention to their discovery of a body of Christians in the Western states who have for years been Unitarians, have encountered persecution on account of their faith, and have lived in ignorance of others east of the mountains who maintained many similar views of Christian doctrine. With this group of churches, which would consent to no other name than that of Christian, a correspondence had been opened, and to secure a larger acquaintance with them, Reverend Moses G. Thomas had visited several of the Western states. Footnote: Moses George Thomas was a graduate of Brown and of the Harvard Divinity School, was settled in Dover, New Hampshire, from 1829 to 1845. Broadway Church in South Boston from 1845 to 1848, New Bedford 1848 to 1854, and was subsequently minister at large in the same city. End footnote. His tour carried him through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, and as far as St. Louis. His account of his journey was published in connection with the second report of the association, and is full of interest. He did not preach, but he carefully investigated the religious prospects of the states he journeyed through, and he sought the acquaintance of the Christian churches and ministers. He gave an enthusiastic account of his travels, and reported that the West was a promising field for the planting of Unitarian churches. He recommended Northumberland, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh, Steubenville, Marietta, Paris, Lexington, Louisville, St. Louis, St. Charles, Indianapolis, and Cincinnati as promising places for the labors of Unitarian missionaries, places which will probably appreciate their talents and render them doubly useful in their day and generation. During the first year of its existence, the Unitarian Association endeavored to unite with itself, or to secure the cooperation of, the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge, Piety, and Charity, the Evangelical Missionary Society, and the Publishing Fund Society. But these organizations were unwilling to come into close affiliation with it. The Evangelical Missionary Society has continued its separate existence to the present time, but the others were absorbed by the Unitarian Association after many years. This is one indication of how difficult it was to secure an active cooperation among Unitarians, and to bring them all into one vigorous working body. In concluding their first report, the officers of the association alluded to the difficulties with which they had met the reluctance of the liberal churches to come into close affiliation with each other. They have strenuously opposed the opinion, they said, of the leaders of the association, that the object of the founders was to build up a party, to organize in opposition, to perpetuate pride and bigotry. Had they believed that such was its purpose, or such would be its effect, they would have withdrawn themselves from any connection with so hateful a thing. They thought otherwise, and experience has proved they did not judge wrongly. Work of the first quarter of a century. Having thus organized itself and begun its work, the association went quietly on its way, At no time during the first quarter of a century of its existence did it secure annual contributions from one half the churches calling themselves Unitarian, and it did well when even 1/3 of them contributed to its treasury during any one year. The churches of Boston, for the most part, held aloof from it, and gave it only a feeble support, if any at all. They had so long accepted the spirit of congregational exclusiveness, had so great a dread of interference on the part of ecclesiastical organizations, and so keenly suspected every attempt at cooperation on the part of the churches as likely to lead to restrictions upon congregational independence, that it was nearly impossible to secure their aid for any kind of common work. Very slowly the contributions increased to the sum of $5,000 a year, and only once in the first quarter of a century did the total receipts of a year reach $15,000. With so small a treasury, no great work could be undertaken. But the money given was husbanded to the utmost, and the salaries paid to clerks and the general secretary were kept to the lowest possible limit. Dr. Bancroft was succeeded in the presidency of the association in 1836 by Dr. Channing, who nominally held the position for 1 year. But at the next annual meeting he declined to have his name presented as a candidate. Footnote: in writing to Charles Briggs from Newport, under date of July 30th, 1836, Dr. Channing wrote, "In the pressure of subjects, when I saw you, I forgot to say to you that I cannot accept the office with which the Unitarian Association honored me." That is the whole of what he wrote on the subject. No one else was elected to the office for a year. It is evident, therefore, that his name should occupy the place of president. End footnote. The office was then filled by Dr. Ichabod Nichols of Portland, who served from 1837 to 1844. He was the minister of the First Church of Portland from 1809 to 1855, and then retired to Cambridge, where he wrote his Natural Theology and his Hours with the Evangelists. Joseph Story, the great jurist, who had been vice president of the association from 1826 to 1836, was elected president in 1844 and served for 1 year. He was followed by Dr. Orville Dewey, who was president from 1845 to 1847. He had been settled in New Bedford and over the Church of the Messiah in New York, and subsequently he had short pastorates in Albany, in Washington, and over the New South Church in Boston. His lectures and his sermons have made him widely known. In intellectual and emotional power, he was one of the greatest preachers the country has produced. Dr. Gannett served as the president from 1847 to 1851, being succeeded by Dr. Samuel K. Lothrop, who continued to hold the office until 1856. Dr. Lothrop was first settled in Dover, New Hampshire, but became the minister of the Brattle Street Church, Boston, in 1834, retaining that position until 1876. The office of secretary was held by Reverend Ezra S. Gannett until 1831. He was succeeded in that year by Reverend Alexander Young, who held the position for 2 years. Dr. Young was the minister of the New South Church from 1825 until his death in 1854. His Chronicles of the Pilgrim Fathers and other works have given him a reputation as a historian. In 1829, the office of Foreign Secretary was created, and it was held by the younger Henry Ware from 1830 to 1834, when it ceased to exist. Reverend Samuel Barnett was secretary in 1833 and 1834, and recording secretary until 1837. In 1834, the office of General Secretary was established in order to secure the services of an active missionary. Reverend Jason Whitman, who held this position for 1 year, had been the minister in Saco, and he was afterward settled in Portland and Lexington. Reverend Charles Briggs became the General Secretary in 1835 and continued in office until the end of 1847. He had been settled in Lexington, but did not hold a pastorate subsequent to his connection with the association. In the meantime, Reverend Samuel K. Lothrop was the assistant or recording secretary from 1837 to 1847. In 1847, Reverend William G. Elliott was elected the general secretary, but he did not serve, owing to the claims of his parish in St. Louis. Reverend Frederick West Holland, who had been settled in Rochester, was made the general secretary in January 1848, and he held the position until the annual meeting of 1860. Subsequently, he was settled in East Cambridge, Neponset, North Cambridge, Rochester, and Newburgh. It was Charles Briggs who first gave definite purpose to the missionary work of the association. The annual report of 1850 said of him that he had led the institution forward to high ground as a missionary body, by unfailing patience prevailed over every discouragement, by inexhaustible hope surmounted serious obstacles, by the most persuasive gentleness conciliated opposition, and done perhaps as much as could be asked of sound judgment, knowledge of mankind, and devotion to the cause, with the drawback of a slender and failing frame. In 1845, Reverend George G. Channing entered upon a service as the traveling agent of the association, which he continued for 2 years. His duties required him to take an active interest in missionary enterprises, revive drooping churches, secure information as to the founding of new churches, and to add to the income of the association. He was a brother of Dr. Channing, held 1 or 2 pastorates, and was the founder and editor of the Christian World, which he published in Boston as a weekly Unitarian paper from January 1843 to the end of 1848. At a meeting of the Unitarian Association held on June 3, 1847, the final steps were taken that secured its incorporation under the laws of Massachusetts. In the revised Constitution, the 15 vice presidents were reduced to 2, and the president and vice presidents were made members of the executive committee, and so brought into intimate connection with the work of the association. The directors and other officers were made an executive committee, by which all affairs of moment must be considered, and it was required to hold stated monthly meetings. These changes were conducive to an enlarged interest in the work of the association, and also to the more thorough consideration of its activities on the part of a considerable body of judicious and experienced officers. They were made in recognition of the increasing missionary labors of the association, and enabled it thenceforth to hold and to manage legally the moneys that came under its control. Publication of tracts and books. One of the first subjects to which the association gave attention was the publication of tracts, 6 of which were issued during the first year. In connection with their publication, a series of depositaries was established for their sale. David Reed of the Christian Register became the general agent, while there were 10 county depositaries in Massachusetts, 4 in New Hampshire, 3 in Maine, and 1 each in Connecticut, New York City, Philadelphia, Charleston, and Washington. Footnote: the depositaries in Massachusetts were at Salem, Concord, Hingham, Plymouth, Yarmouth, Cambridge, Worcester, Northampton, Springfield, and Greenfield. In New Hampshire, at Concord, Portsmouth, Keene, and Amherst. In Maine, at Hallowell, Brunswick, and Eastport. And in Connecticut, at Brooklyn. In 1828, the number had increased to 25 in Massachusetts, 6 in Maine, 7 in New Hampshire, 1 in Rhode Island, 4 in New York, 2 in Pennsylvania, and 2 in Maryland. At the first annual meeting of the Unitarian Association, a system of auxiliaries was recommended, which was inaugurated the next year. It was proposed to organize an auxiliary to the association in every parish, and also in each county. These societies came rapidly into existence, were of much help to the association in raising money and in distributing its tracts, and energetic efforts were made on the part of the officers of the association to extend their number and influence. They continued in existence for about 20 years, and gradually disappeared. They numbered about 150 when most prosperous. End footnote. For a number of years the tracts were devoted to doctrinal subjects. Several of Channing's ablest sermons and addresses were first printed in this form. Among the other contributors to the first series were the 3 Wares, Orville Dewey, Joseph Tuckerman, James Walker, George Ripley, Samuel J. May, John G. Palfrey, Ezra S. Gannett, Samuel Gilman, George R. Noyes, William G. Elliott, Andrew P. Peabody, F. A. Farley, James Freeman Clark, S. G. Bulfinch, George Putnam, Joseph Allen, Frederick H. Hedge, Edward B. Hall, George E. Ellis, Thomas B. Fox, Charles T. Brooks, J. H. Morrison, Henry W. Bellows, William H. Furness, John Cordner, Chandler Robbins, Augustus Woodbury, and William R. Alger. 10 or 12 tracts were issued yearly, those of the year having a consecutive page numbering, so that in fact they appeared in the form of a monthly periodical, each tract bearing the date of its publication and being sent regularly to all subscribers to the association. In all, 300 tracts appeared in this form in the first series, making 26 volumes. For nearly half a century, none of the tracts of the association were published for free distribution. They were issued at prices ranging from 2 to 10 cents each, according to the size, some of them having not more than 10 or 12 pages, while others had more than 100. So long as there was an eagerness for theological reading and an earnest intellectual interest in the questions which divided the several religious bodies of the country from each other, it was not difficult to sell editions of from 3,000 to 10,000 copies of all the tracts published by the association. From the first, however, there were many calls for tracts for free distribution. To meet this demand, there was formed in Boston, by a number of young men during the year 1827, the Unitarian Book and Pamphlet Society, for the gratuitous distribution of Unitarian publications of an approved character. It undertook especially to distribute such publications as shall be issued by the American Unitarian Association or recommended by it. This society also circulated tracts printed by the Christian Register and the Christian World, the call for such publications having led the publishers of these periodicals to give their aid in meeting the demand for pamphlets on theological problems and on practical religious duties. The society also distributed Bibles to the poor of the city and in more distant country places, furnishing them to missionaries and others who would undertake work of this kind. In the same manner, they gave away large numbers of books, their list for 1836 including Skougel's Life of God and the Soul of Man, Ware's Formation of the Christian Character, and works by Worcester, Channing, Whitman, and Greenwood. The call for aid was considerable from the western and southern states, and books were sent to Havana, New Brunswick, and the Sandwich Islands. In the winter of 1840-41, this society was reorganized. An urgent appeal was made to the churches for an increase of funds, and during the next few years its work was large and important. In the year 1848 was begun a special effort for the circulation of Unitarian books on the part of the Book and Pamphlet Society, the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, Piety, and Charity, as well as by the Unitarian Association. And that year the second of these organizations sent out circulars to 263 colleges and theological schools, offering to give Unitarian books to those desiring to receive them, and to 59 of these institutions assortments of books worth from $2 to $100 were forwarded. The first request came from the Catholic College at Worcester, and the last from the Wisconsin University at Madison. At the same time, the association was pressing the sale and free distribution of the works and the memoir of Dr. Channing, as well as various books by Peabody, Livermore, Bartow, and others. The association began to make use of colporteurs about the year 1847. The next year it had 2 young ministers engaged in this work, and by 1850 this kind of missionary labor had increased to considerable proportions. Especially in the West was much use made of the colporteur, and in this way in many of the states the works of Channing were sold in large numbers. By these agents, tracts were given away with a free hand, and books were given to ministers and those who especially needed them. The Western ministers, almost without exception, served as colporteurs, selling books and distributing them as important helps to their missionary labors. In many communities, zealous laymen took part in this kind of service, and the several depositories of books and tracts were used as centers from which colporteurs and others could draw their supplies. As early as 1835, a general depository had been established in Cincinnati, and in 1849 one was opened in Chicago. The association could not have undertaken any work that would have brought in a larger or more immediate return in the way of religious education and spiritual growth than this of the publication of tracts and books. Previous to 1850, a doctrinal sermon was rarely preached in a Unitarian church, and the tracts were the most important means of giving to the members of established churches a knowledge of Unitarian theology. By the same means, many other persons were made acquainted with the Unitarian beliefs, and the result was to be seen in the formation of churches where tracts and books had been largely distributed. Footnote: During the first 25 years of the association, 272 tracts of the first series were issued, and also 29 miscellaneous tracts and 37 reports. The number of copies published was estimated as 1,764,000, making an average of 70,000 each year. Of these tracts, 103 were practical and 93 doctrinal. And of the doctrinal, 1/2 were on the divine unity, 1/6 on the atonement, 10 on regeneration, 5 on the ordinances, 4 on human nature, 3 on retribution, and 2 on the Holy Spirit. In the monthly journal, May 1860, Volume 1, pages 230 to 240 were given the titles and authors. End footnote. Domestic missions. The work of domestic missions from the first largely claimed the attention of the association, and it was one of the chief objects in its formation. During the summer of 1826, the members of the Harvard Divinity School were sent throughout New England to gather information and to preach where opportunity offered. The special object was to make ministers and congregations acquainted with the purposes of the association. It was found that there was much opposition to it, and that in many parishes there existed no desire to have its mission extended. Persons of all shades of belief were connected with many of the liberal parishes, some of the churches not having as yet ceased their relations with the towns in which they were located, and the ministers were not willing to have theological questions brought to the attention of their congregations. The great objection everywhere seems to be, reported one of the young men who had traveled through many of the towns of central Massachusetts, that the clergymen do not like to awaken party spirit. People will go on quietly performing all external duties of religion without asking themselves if they are listening to the doctrine of the Trinity or not. But the moment you wish to act, they call up all their old prejudices and take a very firm stand. This necessarily creates division and dissension, and renders the situation of the minister very uncomfortable. The ministers did not preach on theological subjects, and while they were liberal themselves, they had not instructed their parishioners in such a manner that they followed in the same path of thinking which their leaders had traveled. It was evident, therefore, that there was work enough in New England for the association to accomplish, and such as would fully tax its resources. Footnote. The following letter is of interest, not only because of the name of the writer, but because it gives a very good idea of the work done by the first missionaries of the association. It is dated at Northampton, Massachusetts, October 9th, 1827. My dear Sir, I designed, when I left you, to send some earlier notice of my doings than this. But as it has not been in my power to say much, I have said nothing. Mr. Hall is preparing an account of his own missions, but thinks it not worth while to send it to you till it is completed. The first Sabbath after my arrival I preached here. The second, for the convenience of the Greenfield people, an exchange was made, and I went to Deerfield, and Dr. Willard went to Coleraine. There were some unfavorable circumstances which operated to diminish the audience, but they were glad to see and hear him. The fourth Sabbath, which followed the meeting of the Franklin Association, I preached at Greenfield, and Mr. Bailey went to Coleraine. I enclose his journal. The fifth Sabbath at Deerfield, and Dr. Willard at Adams in Berkshire. I have not seen him since his return. I have told the Franklin Association I would remain here till November, and in consequence have been thus put to and fro, but expect to preach the 3 coming Sundays in Northampton. I have offered my services to preach lectures in the week, but circumstances have made it inexpedient in towns where it was proposed. The clergymen are very glad to see me, having feared that the mission was indefinitely postponed. They find the better sort of people in most of the towns inquisitive and favorably disposed to views of liberal Christianity. It is a singular fact, of which I hear frequent mention made, that in elections Unitarians are almost universally preferred when the suffrage is by ballot, and rejected when given by hand ballot. In Franklin County it is thought there is a majority of Unitarians. I have been much disappointed in being obliged to lead a vagrant life. As you know, I came hither with different expectations, and hoping for leisure and retirement for study, which I needed much. But it would not do for a missionary to be stiff-necked, and so I have been a shuttle. I have promised to go to New Bedford the first 3 Sundays of November. With great regard, your servant, R. Waldo Emerson. From this letter it will be seen that Emerson supplied the pulpits at Northampton and Greenfield, in order that the ministers in those towns might preach elsewhere. End footnote. It had turned its eyes toward the west and south, however, and it was not willing to leave these fields unoccupied. In 1836, the General Secretary, Charles Briggs, spent 8 months in these regions, and he found everywhere large opportunities for the spread of Unitarianism. Promising openings were found at Erie, Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit, Marietta, Tremont, Jacksonville, Memphis, and Nashville, in which villages or cities churches were soon after formed. It was reported at this time that there was hardly a town in the West where there were not Unitarians, or in which it was not possible by the right kind of effort to establish a Unitarian church. As a result of the interest awakened by the tour of the General Secretary, 14 missionaries were put into the field in 1837. In 1838, 23 missionaries visited 11 states, including New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, Missouri, Kentucky, Alabama, and Georgia. They were men of experience in parish labors, but they did not go out to the new country to remain there permanently. They attracted large congregations, however, formed several societies which promised to be permanent, administered the ordinances, established Sunday schools, and did much to strengthen the churches. In 1839, 7 preachers were sent into the West, and at the next anniversary there was an urgent call made by the association for funds with which to establish a permanent missionary agent in the field. Something more was needed than a few Massachusetts ministers preaching from town to town with no purpose of locating with any of the churches they helped to organize. Ministers for the new churches were urgently demanded, but few men from New England were willing to remove to the West. And though recruits came from the Orthodox churches, this source of supply was not sufficient. The repeated calls made for larger resources with which to carry on the work of domestic missions resulted in meetings held in Boston during the year 1841, at which pledges were made to a fund of $10,000 yearly for 5 years to be used for missionary purposes. This sum was secured in 1843 and the next 4 years, so that larger aid was given to missionary activities and to the building of churches. At the annual meeting of 1849, special attention was given to the subject of domestic missions, and plans were devised for largely extending all the activities in this direction. Much interest was taken in the Western work during the following years, and slowly new churches came into existence. In 1849, Reverend Edward P. Bond was sent to San Francisco, where a number of New England people had held lay services and formed a church, and in a few years a strong society had grown up in that city. Mr. Bond also went to the Sandwich Islands, but he was not able to open a mission there, owing to ill health. In the South the work languished, largely owing to the growth of anti-slavery sentiment in the North, with which Unitarians were generally in sympathy. From 1830 to 1850, the Unitarians were confronted by the greatest opportunity which has ever opened to them for missionary activities. The vast region of the Middle West was in a formative state. The people were everywhere receptive to liberal influences. Other churches had not been firmly established, and there was urgent demand for leadership of a progressive and rational kind. Here has come to be the controlling center of American life, in politics, education, and social power. A few of the leaders saw the opportunity, but the churches were not ready to respond to their appeals. The work accomplished by the association during the first 25 or 30 years of its existence, the period reviewed in this chapter, was small compared with the opportunity and with the wishes of those who most had at heart the interests for the promotion of which it was established. Yet there was wanting in no year encouragement for its friends or something accomplished that cheered them to larger efforts. In 1850, at the 25th anniversary, historical addresses were delivered by Samuel Osgood, John G. Palfrey, Henry W. Bellows, Edward E. Hale, and Lant Carpenter, and a hopeful review of the labors of the association was presented by the executive committee. First of all, its efforts had been directed to securing religious liberty. Then came its philanthropic enterprises, and finally its missionary labors. During the quarter of a century, 100 churches that were weak and struggling, owing to their situation in towns of decreasing population, or in cities not congenial to their teachings, had been aided. More than 50 vigorous churches had been planted in the West and South, nearly all of them helped in some way by the association. There was a renewed call for strong men to enter the missionary field, and it was uttered more urgently at this time than ever before. Special pride was expressed in the high quality of the religious writings produced by Unitarians, and in the nobleness of the men and women who had been connected with denominational activities. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1 The Period of Radicalism. Before the controversy with the Orthodox had come to its end, a somewhat similar conflict of opinions arose within the Unitarian ranks. The same influences that had led the Unitarians away from the Orthodox were now causing the more radical Unitarians to advance beyond their more conservative neighbors. English philosophy had given direction to the Unitarian movement in America, and now German philosophy was helping to develop what has been designated as transcendentalism, which largely found expression within the Unitarian body. Beginning with 1835, the more liberal Unitarians were increasingly active. Hedges Club held its meetings, the Dial was published, Brook Farm lived its brief day of a reformed humanity, Parker began his preaching in Boston, Emerson was lecturing and publishing, and the more radical, younger Unitarian preachers were bravely speaking for a religion natural to man and authenticated by the inner witness of the truth. Footnote: usually known as the Transcendental Club, sometimes as the Symposium. It was started in 1836 by Emerson, Ripley, and Hedge, and met at the houses of the members to discuss philosophical and literary subjects. It was called Hedges Club because it met when Reverend F. H. Hedge came to Boston from Bangor, where he was settled in 1835. It also included Clark, Francis, Alcott, Dwight, W. H. Channing, Bartow, Very, Margaret Fuller, and Elizabeth P. Peabody. End footnote. The agitation thus started went on its way with many varying manifestations, and with a growing incisiveness of statement and earnestness of feeling. The new teachings gained the interest and the faith of the young in increasing numbers, in pulpits and on the platform, in newspapers and magazines, in essays and addresses. This new teaching was uttered for the world's hearing. The breeze thus created seems to have grown into a gale, but the Christian Register and the Christian Examiner gave almost no indication that it had blown their way. In the official actions and in the publications of the Unitarian Association, there was no word indicating that the discussion had come to its knowledge. All at once, however, in 1853, it came into the greatest prominence, as the result of action taken by the Unitarian Association. And thenceforth, for a quarter of a century, it was never absent as a disturbing element in the intellectual and religious life of the Unitarian body. The early Unitarians were believers in the supernatural and in the miracles of the New Testament. They accepted without question the ideas on this subject that had been entertained by all Protestants from the days of Luther and Calvin. When Theodore Parker and the Transcendentalists began to question the miraculous foundations of Christianity, many Unitarians were quite unprepared to accept their theories. They believed that the miracles of the New Testament afford the only evidence for the truthfulness of Christianity. This issue was distinctly stated in the 28th Annual Report of the Unitarian Association for 1853, wherein an attempt was made to defend the Unitarian body against the charge of infidelity and rationalism made by the Orthodox. The teachings of the Transcendentalists and Radicals had been attributed to all Unitarians, and the leaders of the association felt that it was time to define explicitly the position they occupied. Therefore they said, in the report of that year, "We desire, in a denominational capacity, to assert our profound belief in the divine origin, the divine authority, the divine sanctions of the religion of Jesus Christ. This is the basis of our associated action. We desire openly to declare our belief as a denomination, so far as it can be officially represented by the American Unitarian Association, that God, moved by his own love, did raise up Jesus to aid in our redemption from sin, did by him pour a fresh flood of purifying life through the withered veins of humanity, and along the corrupted channels of the world, and is, by his religion, forever sweeping the nations with regenerating gales from heaven, and visiting the hearts of men with celestial solicitations. We receive the teachings of Christ, separated from all foreign admixtures and later accretions, as infallible truth from God. At the same meeting, a resolution was adopted without a dissenting voice, which declared that the divine authority of the gospel, as founded on a special and miraculous interposition of God, is the basis of the action of the association. Footnote: 28th Report of the American Unitarian Association, 30. For other statements made at this time, see pages 22 and 26 of this report. Quarterly Journal, L 44, 228, 243, 275, 333, and O. B. Frothingham's Transcendentalism in New England, 123. John Gorham Palfrey said, 28th Report, 31, that the evidence of Christianity is identical with the evidence of the miraculous character of Jesus, and that his miraculous powers were the highest evidence that he came from God. Parker replied to this report of the association in his friendly letter to the Executive Committee. Of this report, John W. Chadwick has said that it is the most curious, not to say amusing, document in our denominational archives. See the Organization of Our Liberty, Christian Register, July 19, 1900. End footnote. As these statements indicate, the majority of Unitarians were very conservative at this time in their theological position and methods. They were nearly as hesitating and reticent in their beliefs as Unitarians as they had been while connected with the older congregational body. The reason for this was the same in the later as in the earlier period, that a predominant social conservatism held them aloof from all that was intellectually aggressive and theologically rationalistic. They had outgrown tritheism, as it had been taught for generations in New England. They had refused to accept the fatalism that had been taught in the name of Calvin, and they had rejected the ecclesiastical tyrannies that had been imposed on men by the New England theology. But they had advanced only a little way in accepting modern thought as a basis of faith, and in seeking a rational interpretation of the relations of God and man. Their belief in a superhuman Christ was theoretically weaker, but practically stronger than that of the churches from which they had withdrawn, while the grounds of that belief were in the one instance the same as in the other. Depression in denominational activities. The activities of the Unitarian Association were largely interfered with by these differences of opinion. The more conservative churches were unwilling to contribute to its treasury because it did not exclude the radicals from all connection with it. The radicals, on the other hand, withheld their gifts because, while they were not excommunicated, they were regarded with suspicion by many of the churches and did not have the fullest recognition from the association. This controversy was emphasized by that arising from the reform movements of the day, especially the agitation against slavery. Almost without exception, the radicals belonged to the anti-slavery party, while the conservative churches were generally opposed to this agitation. As a result, anti-slavery efforts became a serious cause of discord in the Unitarian churches and helped to cripple the resources of the association. When, as the climax of all, the Civil War came on, the association was brought to a condition of almost desperate poverty. Not more than 20 churches contributed to its treasury, and it was obliged to curtail its expenses in every direction. Footnote. In 1854, the receipts from all sources for the year preceding, except from sales of books and interest on investments, was $4,267.32. For the next 2 years there was a rapid gain, the sum reported in 1856 being $11,615.90. But there was a slight decrease the next year, and the financial panic of 1857 brought the donations down to $4,602.38, the amount reported at the annual meeting of 1858. Then there was a steady gain until the Civil War began, after which the contributions were small, the general donations being only $3,056.03 in 1863, which sum was brought up to $5,547.73 by contributions for special purposes, more than 1/3 of the whole being for the Army Fund. End footnote. Up to the year 1865, the Unitarians had not been efficiently organized, and they had developed very imperfectly what has been called denominational consciousness, or the capacity for cooperative efforts. The Unitarian Association was not a representative body, and it depended wholly upon individuals for its membership. Not more than 1/4, or at the largest 1/3 of the Unitarian churches were represented in its support and in its activities. There were Unitarian churches, and there was a Unitarian movement. But such a thing as a Unitarian denomination, in any clearly defined meaning of the words, did not exist. This fact was explained by James Freeman Clarke in 1863, when he said that the traditions of the Unitarian body are conservative and timid. How this attitude affected the Unitarian Association was pointedly stated by Mr. Clarke after several years of experience as its secretary. "The Unitarian churches in Boston," he wrote, "see no reason for diffusing their faith. They treat it as a luxury to be kept for themselves, as they keep Boston Common. The Boston churches, with the exception of a few noble and generous examples, have not done a great deal for Unitarian missions. I have heard it said that they do not wish to make Unitarianism too common. The church in Brattle Street contains wealthy and generous persons who have given largely to humane objects and to all public purposes. But we believe that even while their pastor was president of the Unitarian Association, they never gave $1 to that association for its missionary objects. The society in King's Chapel was the first in the United States which professed Unitarianism. It is so wealthy that it might give $10,000 or $20,000 a year to missionary objects without feeling it. It has always been very liberal to its ministers, to all philanthropic and benevolent objects, and its members have probably given away millions of dollars for public and social uses, but it never gives anything to diffuse Unitarianism." Dr. Samuel K. Lothrop continued as the president of the Unitarian Association until the annual meeting of 1858, when Dr. Edward Brooks Hall was elected to that position for 1 year. After short pastorates in Northampton and Cincinnati, Dr. Hall had been settled over the First Church in Providence in 1832, which position he held until his death in 1866. At the annual meeting of 1859, Dr. Frederick H. Hedge was elected president, and he was twice re-elected. His interest in the association was active, and he often spoke at the public meetings. One of the ablest thinkers and theologians that has appeared among Unitarians in this country, he always rightly estimated the practical activities of organized religious movements. He was succeeded in 1862 by Dr. Rufus P. Stebbins, who held the office for 3 years. After a settlement in Leominster, Dr. Stebbins was the first president of the Meadville Theological School from 1844 to 1856. Then followed a pastorate in Woburn, after which he went to Ithaca and opened a mission for the students of Cornell University, which grew into the Unitarian Church in that town. From 1877, he was pastor at Newton Center until his death in 1885. The secretary of the association from 1850 to 1853 was Reverend Calvin Lincoln, who had been settled in Fitchburg for 31 years, and who was the minister of the First Church in Hingham from 1855 until his death in 1881. He was succeeded in 1853 by Reverend Henry A. Miles, who continued in office until 1859. Dr. Miles was settled in Hallowell and Lowell before serving the association, and in Longwood and Hingham, 3rd Parish, afterward. His little book on the birth of Jesus has gained him recognition as a theologian of ability and a critic of independent judgment. For 3 years, Reverend James Freeman Clarke was the secretary, and in 1861 he was succeeded by George W. Fox, who served in that capacity until the annual meeting of 1865. Mr. Fox wrote the annual reports from 1862 to 1864, and efficiently performed all the duties of the secretary which could devolve upon a layman, with the exception of editing the monthly journal, a task which was continued by James Freeman Clarke. Footnote: Mr. Fox entered the employ of the association in 1855 as a clerk, and then he became the assistant of the secretary by the appointment of the directors. From 1864 to the present time, he has served as the assistant secretary. His services have been invaluable to the association in many ways because of his diligence, fidelity, unfailing devotion to its interests, and loyalty to the Unitarian cause. End footnote. Publications. In spite of its restricted income during this troubled period, the association was able, owing to its invested funds, to increase its publishing operations to a considerable extent. Footnote: The beginning of a general fund seems to have been made in 1835, and was secured by special subscriptions for the purpose of paying the salary of a general secretary or missionary agent. The treasurer reported in 1836 that during the previous year $2,408.37 had been collected for this purpose. End footnote. The number of tracts published, however, was much smaller, and their monthly issue was discontinued in order to publish the Quarterly Journal of the American Unitarian Association, the first number of which appeared in October 1853. During the first year, each number contained 96 pages, which were increased to 192 in 1854, but reduced to 130 the following year. In 1860, this publication became the Monthly Journal, and it was continued until December 1869, each number containing 48 pages. The journal was sent to all subscribers to the funds of the association, to life members, to all churches contributing to its funds, as well as to regular subscribers. Its circulation in 1855 was 7,000, and it increased to 15,000 before it was discontinued. It was used largely, however, for free distribution as a missionary document. The journal served an important purpose during the 17 years of its publication, as a means of bringing the association into touch with its constituency and of making the people acquainted with its work. It published the records of the meetings of the Executive Committee as well as of the annual meeting. It gave numerous extracts from the correspondence of the Secretary. It contained the news of the churches, and all the denominational activities were kept constantly before its readers. In its pages were frequently published biographies of prominent Unitarians. Notable addresses were printed. Sermons appeared frequently, and able theological articles. During the editorship of James Freeman Clarke, it contained the successive chapters of his Orthodoxy, its Truth and Errors. It also printed one or more chapters of Alger's History of the Doctrine of the Future Life. The secretary of the association was its editor, and he made it at once a theological tract and a denominational newspaper. The increase in demand for Unitarian tracts and books had been so large that early in 1854 the Executive Committee of the Association decided that a special effort should be made to meet it. They called a meeting in Freeman Place Chapel on the afternoon of February 1st, which was largely attended. An address was given by Dr. Lothrop, the president, who said that Channing's works had reached a sale of 100,000 copies, and Ware's Formation of Christian Character 12,000, that there was an urgent call for liberal works that would meet the spiritual needs of the age. A large number of prominent ministers and laymen addressed the meeting and expressed themselves as thoroughly sympathetic with its objects. A committee was appointed to consider the proposition made by Dr. George E. Ellis that a fund of $50,000 be raised for the publication of books. This committee reported a month later through its chairman, George B. Emerson, in favor of the project, and it was voted that the money should be raised. It was easier to pass this vote, however, than to secure the money from the churches. For in 1859, after 5 years of effort, the sum collected was only $28,163.33. The money secured, however, was immediately utilized in the publication of a number of books. 3 series of works were being undertaken, the first of these being the Theological Library, in which were published selections from the works of Dr. Channing. Wilson's Unitarian Principles, confirmed by Trinitarian testimonies. A 1-volume edition of Norton's Statement of Reasons for Not Believing the Doctrines of Trinitarians Concerning the Nature of God and the Person of Christ, with a memoir of the author by Dr. William Newell. A volume of theological essays selected from the writings of Jowett, Tholuck, Guizot, Roland Williams, and others, and edited by George R. Noyes, and Martineau's Studies of Christianity, a series of miscellaneous papers edited by William R. Alger. The Devotional Library, the second of the 3 series, included The Altar at Home, a series of prayers, collects, and litanies for family devotions, written by a large number of the leading Unitarian ministers and edited by Dr. Miles, the secretary of the association. Clarke's Christian Doctrine of Prayer, Thomas T. Stone's The Rod and the Staff, a transcendentalist presentation of Christianity as a spiritual life, The Harp and the Cross, a selection of religious poetry edited by Stephen G. Bulfinch, Sears' Athanasia, or Four Gleams of Immortality, and Seven Stormy Sundays, a volume of original sermons by well-known ministers, with devotional services edited by Miss Lucretia P. Hale. A biblical library was also planned to include a popular commentary on the New Testament, a Bible dictionary, and other works of a like character. But John H. Morrison's Disquisitions and Notes on the Gospel of Matthew was the only volume published. A firm of publishers. In May 1859, a young businessman of Boston, James P. Walker, established the firm of Walker, Wise and Company for the publication of Unitarian books. In 1863, Horace B. Fuller joined the firm, and it became Walker, Fuller and Company. This firm took charge of all the publishing interests of the association, and the head of the house was ambitious of bringing out all the liberal books issued in this country. Among the works published were The New Discussion of the Trinity, a series of articles and sermons by Hedge, Clark, Sears, Dewey, and Starr King, Lamson's Church of the First 3 Centuries, Farley's Unitarianism Defined, Recent Inquiries in Theology, essays by Jowett, Mark Pattison, Baden Powell, and other English Broad Churchmen, edited by Dr. F. H. Hedge, Alien's Hebrew Men and Times, Dahl's Women's Right to Labor, Musey's Christ in the Will, the Heart and the Life, Ichabod Nichols' Sermons, Martineau's Common Prayer for Christian Worship, Cobb's Religious Demands of the Age, Ware's Silent Pastor, Frothingham's Stories from the Patriarchs, Clark's Hour Which Cometh and Now Is, Parker's Prayers, a second series, The Altar at Home, Hedge's Reason in Religion, Life of Horace Mann by his wife, as well as certain novels, historical works, and books for the young. The demand for liberal books was not large enough, however, even with the aid of the association, to make such a business successful. And in the autumn of 1866, the publishing firm of Walker, Fuller and Company failed. In part, the business was carried on for a time by Horace B. Fuller. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2, of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development, by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. The Brooks Fund. An important work in the distribution of books was inaugurated in 1859 in connection with the Meadville Theological School, by means of the Fund for Liberal Christianity established at that time by Joshua Brooks of New York. He appointed as trustee of the fund Professor Frederick Hoodcoper, who gave his services gratuitously to its care and to the direction of the distribution of books for which it provided. The sum given to this purpose was $20,000, which was increased by favorable investments to $23,000. The original purpose was to aid in any way that seemed desirable the cause of liberal Christianity, and a part of the income was devoted to helping struggling societies. In time, the whole income, with the approval of the donor, was centered upon the distribution of books to settled ministers, irrespective of denomination. In 1877, the whole number of books that had been distributed was 40,000. At the present time, about $1,000 yearly are devoted to this work, the recipients being graduates of the Meadville Theological School and the ministers of any denomination who may ask for them, provided they are settled west of the Hudson River. The demands upon the funds have increased so rapidly that it has become necessary to reduce the amount of each gift. Missionary efforts. The missionary activities of the association did not actually cease even in these dark days. In May 1855, Reverend Ephraim Newt was sent to Kansas, which was then the battleground between the pro-slavery and the anti-slavery forces of the nation. He established himself at Lawrence and was the first settled pastor in the state. With the aid of the association, a church was built at Lawrence in 1859, which was the first in the state to receive dedication and to be used as a permanent house of worship. Mr. Newt went through all the trying scenes preceding the opening of the Civil War and did his part in maintaining the cause of liberty. He was succeeded by Reverend John S. Brown in 1859, who labored in this difficult field for several years. A church was organized in San Francisco in 1849 without the aid of a minister, and there was gathered a large and prosperous congregation. In 1850, Reverend Charles A. Farley took up the work, and he was succeeded by Reverend Joseph Harrington, Reverend Frederick T. Gray, and Reverend Rufus P. Cutler. Thomas Starr King preached his first sermon in the church April 28, 1860, and he spoke to crowded congregations until his death March 4, 1864. On January 10, 1864, a new church was dedicated in the morning to the worship of God and in the afternoon to the service of man. Among those who carried forward the Unitarian cause in the Middle West was Reverend Nahor A. Staples, a brilliant preacher and a zealous worker, who was settled in Milwaukee at the end of 1856, and who made his influence widely felt around him. In 1859, Reverend Robert Collier began his work in Chicago as a city missionary, and the next year Unity Church was organized with him as the pastor. In 1859, Reverend Charles G. Ames began his connection with the Unitarians at Minneapolis, and he subsequently labored at Bloomington. After a short pastorate in Albany, he began general missionary labors on the Pacific coast. A characteristic type of the Western Unitarian was Reverend Ichabod Cotting, who preached at Bloomington, Keokuk, and Baraboo, but who had no formal settlement. He was a breezy, radical, and ardent preacher, bold in statement and picturesque in style, a zealous advocate of freedom for the slave, and warmly devoted to other reforms. He was fitted admirably for the pioneer preaching to which he largely devoted himself, and his strong, vigorous, and aggressive ideas were acceptable to those who heard him. The Western Unitarian Conference. There was organized in the church at Cincinnati, May 7, 1852, the annual Conference of Western Unitarian Churches. At this meeting, delegates were present from the churches in Buffalo, Meadville, Pittsburgh, Wheeling, Cincinnati, Louisville, St. Louis, Cannelton, Quincy, Geneva, Chicago, and Detroit. Much enthusiasm was expressed in anticipation of this meeting. Many letters were written, approving of the proposed organization, and large expectations were manifested as to its promised work. In harmony with these large and generous anticipations of the influence of the conference was its statement of purposes, as presented in its constitution. It was organized for the promotion of the Christian spirit in the several churches which compose it, and the increase of vital, practical religion, the diffusion of gospel truth, and the accomplishment of such works of Christian benevolence as may be agreed upon, the support of domestic or home missionaries, the publication of tracts, the distribution of religious books, the promotion of theological education, and extending aid to such societies as may need it. When the conference organized, Reverend William G. Elliot was elected the president, Mr. Charles Harlow and Reverend A. A. Livermore the recording and corresponding secretaries. During the year, $994.22 were raised for missionary purposes, and 3 missionaries, Boyer, Conant, and Bradley, were kept in the field, mainly in Illinois and Michigan. The reports of these men, given at the second meeting of the conference, held in St. Louis, were full of enthusiasm and courage. At this meeting, the constituency numbered 19 churches, located in 11 states. Several struggling societies had been aided, assistance given to young men preparing for the ministry, and many tracts and books had been distributed. A book depository was opened in Cincinnati, and it was proposed to establish one in every large city in the West. The call was for a much larger number of preachers, it being rightly maintained that only the living man can reach the people in such a region. The Unitarian minister is per se a bookseller and colporteur also, and he can thus preach to multitudes who never hear his voice. The early anticipations of a rapid advance of Unitarianism in the West were not realized, partly owing to the want of ministers of energy and the necessary staying qualities, and partly to the fact that tradition is always far more powerful with the masses of men and women than reason. Before the organization of the conference, new churches appeared at infrequent intervals, though, if those that have ceased to exist were counted, they would not be so remote from each other in time. From the first, there was in the West a distinctive attitude of freedom, which was the result in large measure of its fluctuating conditions and the absence of fixed habits and traditions. In 1853, the missionaries of the conference were instructed that in spirit and in aim the conference would be Christian, not sectarian, and it does not therefore require of them subscription to any human creed, the wearing of any distinctive name, or the doing of any merely sectarian work. All that it requires is that they should be Christians and do Christian work, that they should believe on the Lord Jesus Christ as one who spake with authority, and whose religion is the divinely appointed means for the regeneration of man individually and collectively, and that they should labor earnestly, intelligently, affectionately, and perseveringly to enthrone this religion in the hearts and make it effective over the lives of men. Such a statement as this, indeed, was quite as conservative as anything put forth by Unitarians in New England. But behind it was an attitude of free inquiry that gave to Western Unitarianism distinctive characteristics. In 1854, a committee reported on the doctrinal basis of the conference in the form of a little book of 65 pages bearing the title of Unitarian Views of Christ. It was widely circulated and served an excellent missionary purpose. When the conference accepted the report, in which it was declared that Jesus is the Son of God, and the miracles of the New Testament facts on which the gospel is based, a resolution was unanimously passed, asserting that we have no right to adopt any statement of belief as authoritative or as a declaration of the Unitarian faith other than the New Testament. In 1858, it was the opinion of the conference that all who wished to take upon themselves the Christian name should be so recognized. The next year, the conservatives and radicals came face to face, the one party asking for the old faith according to Channing, while one or more of the other party asserted their disbelief in the miracles and in the resurrection of Christ. In 1860, the conference declared itself willing to welcome as fellow laborers all who are seeking to learn and to do the will of the Father and work righteousness, and recommend that in all places, with or without preaching, they organize for religious worship and culture, the work of faith and the labor of love. The meeting at Quincy in 1860 was one of great interest and enthusiasm. The missionary spirit rose high, and it was proposed to put into the field an aggressive worker and to give him the necessary financial support. To this end, a missionary association was organized, with Reverend Robert Collier as the president, and Artemus Carter, a successful businessman of Chicago, as the treasurer. Before the result desired could be realized, the war gave a very different direction to all the interests of the Western churches. Of the 29 ministers in the West at this time, 16 went into the army, 12 as chaplains, 2 as officers, and 2 as privates, while several others devoted themselves to hospital work for longer or shorter periods. Reverend Augustus H. Conant, Reverend Leonard Whitney, Reverend Frederick R. Newell, and Reverend L.B. Mason answered with their lives to their country's call. The period immediately following the close of the Civil War was one of generous giving and of great activity on the part of the Western churches. From 1864 to 1866, the field was occupied by 21 new laborers, several new societies were organized, 4 old ones were resuscitated, 7 new churches were built, and 15 missionary stations were opened. The churches during these 2 years contributed $5,000 to missionary purposes and $13,000 to Antioch College. The degree of success met with in the efforts of the Western Conference depended in large degree upon the interest and activity of the Western churches themselves. When they devoted themselves earnestly to missionary work, they contributed to it with a fair degree of liberality, and that work prospered. When the conference was asked to withdraw from the direction of that work by Reverend Charles Lowe, in order to secure greater unity of missionary effort by bringing all work of this kind under the direction of the association, the contributions of the churches diminished, and the missionary activities in the West languished. However valuable the aid of the Unitarian Association, and there can be no question that it was of the greatest importance, local interest and cooperation were also essential to permanent success. Local activity and general oversight were alike necessary. The Autumnal Conventions. For more than 20 years, autumnal conventions, as they were called, were held in the larger cities, beginning at Worcester in 1842. These meetings originated in the Worcester Association of Ministers at a meeting held July 11, 1842, when the association considered the desirableness of a meeting of Unitarians in the autumn for the purpose of awakening mutual sympathy and considering the wants of the Unitarian body. At the invitation thereafter issued by the Worcester Association of Ministers, a convention was held in the church of the Second Congregational Parish in Worcester, October 18th to the 20th, 1842. On the first evening, a sermon was preached by Dr. Ezra S. Gannett, and a committee of business was subsequently chosen. The next morning, the convention organized, with Dr. Francis Parkman as president and Reverend Casnew Palfrey as secretary. A series of resolutions were discussed, and on the second evening a sermon was preached by Dr. A. P. Peabody. Footnote: Through the business committee, the following resolutions were submitted for the consideration of the convention, and they were taken up in order. Resolved, that we acknowledge with profound gratitude the success which has attended our labors in the cause of religious freedom, virtue, and piety, and are encouraged to persevere with renewed zeal and energy. Resolved, that in the character and life of Reverend William E. Channing, just removed from us, we acknowledge one of the richest gifts of God in intellectual endowments, pure aspiration, moral courage, and disinterested devotion to the cause of truth, freedom, and humanity, and that in view of this we feel out increased obligation to Christian fidelity and heavenward progress. Resolved, that viewing with anxiety prevailing fanaticism and growing disregard of public trusts and private relations, we should earnestly labor for a higher religious principle, and especially urge the paramount claims of moral duty. End footnote. No essays were read, and nothing but the sermons were prepared beforehand. The Christian Register closed its report by saying that it could give but a faint impression of the feeling which pervaded the meeting. The discussions were characterized by great earnestness and seriousness, and were conducted at the same time with entire freedom and with candor and liberality toward the differences of opinion which, amidst a general unanimity upon great principles, were occasionally elicited respecting details and methods. The expectations of those who called the convention were abundantly realized. The second of the autumnal conventions was held in Providence, October 2nd to the 4th, 1843. On the first evening, the theme of the sermon preached by Dr. Dewey was the spiritual ministry of Dr. Channing, and it produced a great and deep impression. The resolutions discussed related to the duty, on the part of Unitarians, of making an explicit statement of their convictions and an earnest application of them to life, and the need on the part of the denomination for a more united and vigorous action as a religious body. At the third meeting held in Albany, a statement was made by Dr. Dewey that exactly defined these gatherings in their methods and purposes when he said, "This and other conventions like it that are held in our body, I am inclined to think, have never been held before in the world. There is nothing like them to be found in the records of ecclesiastical history. We meet as distinct churches, on the pure democratic basis which we believe to be the true basis of the Church of Christ. We meet, without any formalities, to institute or correct no canons, without the slightest system whatever. We come to meditate, to assist each other in experience by unfolding our own experience, by declaring our convictions. The subjects introduced at these meetings were practical, such as commanded the interest of both ministers and laymen of the churches. The method adopted allowed a free interchange of opinions and the participation of all in the discussions. So great was the interest awakened that these meetings were largely attended, and they were to a considerable degree helpful in bringing the churches into vital relations with each other. At the session held in Brooklyn in 1862, great interest was manifested in the Vespers, then a novelty, that were arranged by Samuel Longfellow. This meeting was marked by its glowing patriotism that rose to a white heat. A sermon of great power was preached by Dr. Bellows, interpreting the duty of the hour and the destiny of America. The resolutions and the discussions were almost wholly along the lines of patriotic duty and devotion suggested by the sermon. At the last of the autumnal conventions, held in Springfield, Massachusetts, October 13th to the 15th, 1863, the sermons were preached by Reverend Edward Everett Hale and Reverend Octavius B. Frothingham, while the essays were by Professor Charles Eliot Norton and Reverend James Freeman Clarke. The autumnal conventions came to an end, probably in part because the Civil War was more and more absorbing the energies of the people both in and out of the churches, and partly because the desire for a more efficient organization had begun to make itself felt. In the spring of 1865 was held the meeting in New York that resulted in the organization of the National Conference, the legitimate successor to the autumnal conventions. End of Chapter 7, Part 2.